people who don't know you as a loving robot, I guess from Monsters and Memories, and don't know your whole background, basically, like, who are you? What is like your kind of career so far? How did the name a loving robot come to be?
Oh, Loving Robot was at my last company. I was working at a company in Sweden called Star Stable Entertainment, and they make a game, Star Stable Online. It's a online horse adventure MMO for girls,
Nice.
and it's it it was an interesting one when the recruiter came to me with that option. I was looking at some other tech jobs and stuff, but they had come to him wanting to talk to me, and I was like, I don't know if you've seen me, but I'm kind of at the time I forget what it was, 40 something year old dude with a lot of tattoos, curses a lot, and blah blah blah. I don't know if I'm the best for a teen and tween girl horse game, but like as soon as I spoke with them, they were so cool. And one of the things they did was immediately show me they have a lore Bible, which is a hardbound, fully illustrated, super thick like book of the history of the game, the island and stuff. It's like 50, 60,000 years worth of history for this island, Scandinavian island that the game takes place on. And they immediately get into like the backstory, and you're it's an MMO, but there are main characters that you're kind of always interacting with and talking to and stuff. And there there's like this cosmic horror Cthulian evil under the sea that a company is trying to mine. They're mining in the area, but they're really trying to dredge up this like Lovecraftian, demon. And the horses that the main character girls are riding are actually like these avatars of good that protect the goddess of the island. And they just started laying it out to me. I was like, oh wow, this is sick because I've worked with DC Comics. I worked on EverQuest. I've basically worked in or around bigger IPs, and having a lore Bible that looked like that is just not something I've seen. Even DC Comics, we're like, all right, so what's Metropolis and Gotham supposed to look like? And they're just like, hey, just here are some comics, here are hardbound comics, and here's 70 years worth of history. But you guys have to kind of define it for your game because we don't have definitive, right? So, anyways, that was, I guess, a little segue into backstory on what I've done. So clearly, EverQuest and DC Universe Online. We'll get to that, I guess. But I don't know, man. We were in a corporate offsite doing like corporate executive team building stuff because I was one of the C-level execs there, and at some point we had to like do this kind of bullshit illustrations of who we are and all this stuff. And I drew a very much like Johnny Five style robots from Short Circuit, if you're old enough, or if you've seen a VHS cassette of it or something. And it was just like, but he had this big heart, because I've got three ex-wives, and the repeated sort of theme that came up was they're like you're kind of like a robot. You're kind of a robot. Sometimes you throw an F word in front of it for the last one. It's like you're a effing robot, right? And so because I don't know, I'm at home, I'm just kind of focused and my brain gets locked in on things, and I say stuff pretty directly to people at times. I've worked on mellowing out a bit on like how to provide feedback and shit like that, but I mean well. I swear I'm like a super nice guy. So uh, yeah, that's where it came from. That's a loving robot.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Dude, by the way, I am a huge Lovecraft fan. I have this whole thing later that I want to ask you. I have everything he's ever written. I love that type of storytelling where it just like really works well. It's suspending a moment and you're kind of dropped off in the middle of in the world, and then right when the horror is about to be revealed, like the story basically ends. Like you
Yeah.
never really see the monster, and I love that. I think that works really well with like the lore of certain games and books and stuff like that. So
Yeah, for sure.
that's really cool, man. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
So to the I guess the earlier question, I always feel a little guilty when someone's like asks for background because I'm a blabbermouth. I can go on a little too long sometimes. And so I'll try to keep it sort of summarized, I guess.
No worries.
Um, but yeah, my background is I got into the games industry in 2000. And the journey to it was, I feel, fairly standard. Um, I was I was an army dependent. I was an army brat, and my dad joined the army when he was like 17. Had me. My parents had me when they were both like young 17-year-olds, and one of the first places he got assigned was Germany, and so I'm in Germany now. I moved back in 2015, but I moved over to Germany when I was like a very young kid, and the the second time we lived there for a few years when I was like 2 or 3 or something like that. Went back to Florida for a year while my dad was on assignment because he was doing undercover work a lot. When I was younger, he worked in CID and then he was like on a drug task force in Europe where they were working with local authorities and things like that. And so when he was assigned to basically go out to this army base in California and purchase firearms, is kind of, I forget what the cover story was, but there's some great photos from that era of him and his partner and like a pickup truck and kicking it with like a pistol, in the desert and stuff. Just
It's
badass.
badass.
Some fun stories from, when my dad was younger. But yeah, while he was in California, we were in Florida and, you know, moved back to Germany right after that. And it was interesting because my my experiences in Germany were super formative. It was essentially a a kid who gets to have the experience of being in an environment that is very foreign, right? Like I think the kids that lived in the village I lived in, it was just that's where they grew up, it's no big deal. But me as like I think I was about 8 when we moved back. I was already reading a lot. My mom really encouraged me to read. I was, Saturday morning cartoons. I can still picture the house in Florida and like Saturday morning cartoons and the matinees that would come on afterwards where it was just rad stuff on TV like the old Harryhausen, is that correct? Claymation, like stop motion Harryhausen films and stuff like Jason and Jason and Argonauts or whatever it is,
Yeah.
like those old.
Yeah.
And so you got that skeletons, he's fighting skeletons, and it's just the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, I think was out during that era. And it's just my brain was already locking into fantasy. And I think m- a lot of kids that were kids in the 80s, fantasy was kind of unavoidable. But if you listen to,
Yeah.
and I grew up in a house where there was always music. My dad, even when he was an enlisted man, right? So we were never really rich, but like even when they were kind of struggling, he would buy records and have a nice record player, and they just loved music and would always have parties and stuff. But think about the music, man, the album covers, right? Like Blue Oyster Cult album covers, or Sabbath, or and they created these interesting, like fantastic landscapes sometimes, Iron Maiden and
Yeah.
all of that music, Zeppelin, right? Misty Mountain Hop, and the fixation with like Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, and even if it is a cheesy sort of like Bilbo Baggins song with Leonard Nimoy or whatever, but there was something about that era where it was like sci-fi and fantasy and airbrush like vans and wizards and shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, my dad's side of family are Harley people, and so when my dad wasn't working, a lot of times it was kind of, especially when we moved back to Germany, he he rode with a local motorcycle club in that area. And so it's like biker parties and again music and just that kind of like culture where the imagery and sound and stuff was always present. And then layer on top of that VHS. VHS just kind of became a thing.
Yeah.
And I was a latchkey kid, right? My parents are going out and they're partying on the weekends and stuff. And if I wasn't with them, they would just buy a stack of, or rent a stack of movies at Inga's video shop in Bad Kreuznach. And, I'd be sitting there, and our house that we rented the bottom floor of, dude, it was so old that my mom was trying to redo the wallpaper once. She pulled wallpaper and the wall kind of collapsed in, and there's straw and like hay and shit as insulation.
Yeah.
Like the apartment is something, hundreds of years old.
Dude, that's
Um,
amazing.
and so I was just there consuming like the Sword and the Sorcerer, and just again, I don't know if it's in era, so I don't want to misspeak, but like movies like Lady Hawk and was it Camelot? No, Excalibur, right? Like Excalibur, and they're gnarly and they're visceral and they're bloody, and it's just nothing a 8, 9, 10-year-old should be watching. But absolutely, I'm just like zeroed in on it.
Yeah.
And so this is also the era of like kids playing D&D on a school bus. We had a 30-minute ride into the base, right? Because I'm out in this tiny little village, like 15, 20 kilometers away from town. And, so they're playing D&D, and when my dad would take me to work, I'd be at the barracks and they're playing D&D, or they've got videos and stuff, and or comics, and, you're like reading, what was it? Was it Warlord comics, and like in Hollow Earth, and there's just all
Yeah.
this. It's just being pumped into my head, and I live in a village that is super tiny, super old, beautiful, like tiny town square with old ass fountain. There's a castle on one hill because it's in a valley. There's a castle on one hill that's been restored. It's a restaurant. There's a castle on the other hill that's just destroyed. And as kids, we could go up through the, courtyard, through the barn, straight into the hillside, go exploring the woods, make your way into the ruins of the castle. So it's like playing with a stick, as a sword or whatever, with a castle.
Yeah.
And old mines. There's a mine there, and you could go into the mine. And it's just, so my imagination was just always in overdrive. And again, going back to like the loving robot thing or whatever, I think, my brain is very much one of those ones that I'm off. I'm a very visual person, so I'm always just kind of watching this. I just translate what I'm seeing even right now, right? It's just a video of my past, and I'm just telling you what I see. And so I'm always just seeing kind of wild shit like that. And
Yeah. It's amazing, man.
it just
Germany
was,
is very beautiful. Can I just say, sorry to interrupt you,
dude.
the
No,
architecture is
please, always.
incredible. I have some family in France, and one day in 2008 we flew into Munich and we rented a car and we drove like all the way to this place outside of Paris in France, and it was really beautiful. The architecture, the people. I always wonder too, like with ancient castles and that kind of thing. That's amazing for inspiration too, because my mind wonders like how did they build all that stuff back in the day? There was just like horses and carts, and like cities weren't really like developed to the same extent. So all that stuff is like in the middle of nowhere, just like these like gigantic castles and stuff. It's amazing. But yeah,
Yeah.
anyway, the architecture is beautiful. My mind wanders to like that kind of swords and sorcery type, like fantasy, like what's beyond the horizon, like what's over the next hill. I love that stuff, man. But anyway, please continue.
Well, and to your point, we still, whenever we can, go on vacation. Like we go south. I live in it's more northern Germany. I live in Bremen. But when we can go down to like that area, Munich's pretty far south, but anything through like the Rhineland Falls area, um, or just those southern areas where it becomes very hilly. And
Yeah,
it really is like if you're driving, I'm sure you were just seeing like ruins and castles and towers every
yeah,
10, 15, 20 minutes, right? And it's just your mind's blown getting into them and actually looking at them. There's so many more details and just cool shit, and just like it's so interesting to be there because a lot of that, no one's taking pictures of it necessarily and putting it on a website. And so a lot of that stuff just never gets seen unless you're there. And
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
crazy wells that go all the way down to whatever water source and the
Yeah.
tight corridors. And
Dude, I
man,
love that.
it's really, it's really wild. Like I was just super blessed to have the parents that I did, have them in the situation, the timing, the location, right? Because then on top of that, video games are popping up and arcades are just going in, the sounds everywhere and the lights and everything's so new. And it's like the most futuristic thing you could ever imagine at the time. You look back on it, you're like, oh man, it's just like line art or that's whatever. And it's just, but at the time, it's just, holy shit, this is cool. And it just energized me. And I would go home and I would grab my Legos and start building. I think I've mentioned a few times on streams and stuff like that. Apologies if you hear noise in the background. But like a few times on streams and stuff, I would watch people play Dragon's Lair. And I was fascinated because it was kind of scene after scene after scene. And so it was easy to then go back home and think in terms of scenes and begin doing, I didn't realize at the time, but like level design, right? And so, okay, this room's got a black and white sort of checkerboard pattern, and right, but using the pieces then to start to think of like, well, how would this grow? And you know how kids are, their imagination just starts making wild shit. And very much at that point, the graph paper maps, right? Like starting to make little graph paper maps because you would see those in the D&D modules. And so
Yeah.
it's like, oh, that makes sense. All right. And it's just, I kind of feel like I was being programmed through circumstance to ultimately maybe do something like what I do today. I wish I had known that at the time. I would have paid better attention and maybe worked harder and worked on my retention and all that. It would have been more diligent and purposeful, because then maybe I'd be a better game developer today. I don't know. Like I definitely wasn't prepared to become a game developer. Still not, right? I've been doing it 25 years and I'm like, shit, just starting to learn stuff. But yeah, but the over time, what happened was there was always some form of gaming present, but because I did grow up with young parents who did often they were taking me to parties or bars or whatever. I spent a fair amount of time on my own as well. And so I think that's where the reading helped. And I think that's where like, you know, drawing those little maps or just sitting in imagination space or, like, if I'm at a motorcycle rally kind of weekend festival, I would be off in the woods fighting dragons for sure. Right. But there weren't like other kids there or anything. And so, when you move every couple of years, it's also, you make a friend and then that friend moves. Army kids kind of have that thing where, and then you maybe meet some other friends and you move and stuff. And it's,
Yeah.
so the one thing that was consistent was reading, not playing D&D necessarily, but always just digging through the books. I love looking at the tables, right? The gem drop tables. What are all these gems and the frequency of drops and their values? And oh man, I could imagine playing the game and like, what if I was the
Yeah.
dude that earned that bag full of rubies? Like that shit got me wired. Or, oh man, like what are all these item names? And then you go over and at the time, I spent a lot of time at the library as well. Army bases typically have great libraries, or they did. And there are so many just amazing books of like illustrations back then. I don't know if that's still a thing, but back then you could go in and it'd be sci-fi and there'd be fantasy and shit. And then like
Yeah.
books on coats of arms or books on medieval weapons, right? And so again, brain's always in the space. And this is in parallel. I go from playing the Atari 2600 that I got to eventually getting a Commodore 128, and because all my friends had 64s and they were the coolest thing, like all the people on base, they were getting 64s. I really wanted one so bad, and all my parents could find, like my grandparents helped them, they put it on layaway, and I finally got like this 128 with the little detachable keyboard. And I was like, oh, okay, it's not as cool as the 64 that everybody has, but I guess I'll take it. And that's just like opened up a whole new world. And then Nintendo Entertainment System drops right in that era as well, and Zelda. And I tell this story a lot, but it's, sometimes I get a little emotional. I have to pause, but like my dad was never a big, um, you know, he never really understood gaming, and I don't think he really cared until, later in life once he saw what had kind of happened with my career or whatever. But yeah, I remember, seeing the Zelda gold cartridge in the mall in Clarksville, Tennessee when we were at Fort Campbell. And I was just like, I knew it was going to be the best game ever made, and I just had to have it. And he was just like, no, it's too expensive. No, you got enough games, all this, like the whole time, right? And so the whole rest of that mall trip was horrible. I was
Mm.
just like moping and, it's just, oh, this sucks and everything sucks. And,
Yeah,
it's just, I was just like destroyed. And we get in the car and we're leaving. And he was like, oh, by the way, I got you something. And he like pulled it out. He had it stuffed in his pants or something. And it's like, here you go. And I was just like, holy shit, this is the coolest day ever.
that's
And
awesome.
yeah, yeah, man, putting it in and hearing that music for the first time, it was just, I was transported like more than I think I'd been transported playing other games to date. And, you know, that that led to that first opportunity, for me to really just sit and lock in and play all weekend and not want to eat and not want to mess with my other toys and not want to go outside. And that was the first time my parents kind of got worried about it. It was like, oh yeah, well you have to go outside and play, right? Like,
It was the first time you were
uh,
truly immersed into a world, right?
yeah, it was
Yeah.
just, it was the coolest thing. And I think something about it was just, we hear a lot about, and I'm not trying to undersell the degree to which that game's genius in getting you ramped up and letting you, like, they've always been great about guiding you. But it was very much one of those, okay, you kind of plop in and you got that sense of autonomy, and I'm in another world now and I get to explore, right? And I I I remember it this way. I don't know. I don't know the exact timing on when I was playing like Bard's Tale and Wizardry and these other games, Might and Magic and stuff, on the Commodore. But there was just something about that where it felt like a really special moment. And it set the hook where when I think of like what was the first thing that just got me, that blew me away, I think of Zelda, but then it's always quickly followed by like images of the Bard's Tale. There were these thin sort of like almost album style,
Yeah.
boxes for the games, and that gray Electronic Arts Bard's Tale box. It's just like holy shit, magical. You know, playing playing Pool of Radiance and Curse of Azure Bonds and stuff like that back then. It's just, again,
Yeah.
you're always in these worlds. It was around that same time that I played Ultima for the first time on the computer at the library in Fort Campbell. And again, just another Ultima, you're just plopped in there
Yeah.
and you're okay, explore, have fun, and just hundreds of hours
Yeah.
disappearing, right? So, but again, at no point did I ever think I was going to make video games. It wasn't, it was just, I enjoyed that. Like, if you ask me, it, it's funny. If there was like, what are your top three things you want to be when you grow up? If you asked me when I was like 10, it'd be, I don't know, like an assassin, uh, president, a robot, right? Like those are probably my choices. Um, and so, that just kind of continued high school, a little bit more tabletop, but still a lot of just like, those games. My dad wound up moving to Dothan, Alabama, because he retired much later at Fort Rucker, but moved there when I was like 13. And, essentially it was the same story leading up to that point. We lived in Florida for like a year, and I'm just Nintendo, running around in the swamp in the woods and just doing kid shit. Get to Alabama and a lot of culture shock. And I think what wound up happening was the first year or so, I was that kid that was always like just reading the Dragonlance novel in the, stairwell or on the ledge or whatever during break or something. And then trying to scrounge up like a D&D game with some of the kids that were also nerds or, part of the kind of loser crew that what didn't fit in there. And in my neighborhood. And I think during that period is reading more than anything, right? Because it's hard to put a D&D game together when you're like 13, 14 and you only know like two other dudes and nobody's really wanting to DM. So you're kind of having to do that, but you really want to play. So you can be the one that finds the bag of gems, and like I was just blasting through Forgotten Realm stuff and Dragonlance stuff and a lot of like Stephen King, and got my first I had just got my first dose of Lovecraft when I was in Florida because one of I think one of my teachers, like we had like graphic design or something in middle school, which is kind of awesome. And he was like, "You seem like somebody that would enjoy this." And he handed me like a Lovecraft short stories book, and I went through and I was like, "Oh man, this is super cool," And it's like The Color from Space or whatever, outer
Yeah.
space, and just some of those stories was just like, all right, neat. And Stephen King, I think, is an underrated world builder, with a lot of like what he's done with, especially once it kind of when you see it all come together with the Dark Tower, and he started pulling in from different plot lines and locations and timelines and stuff. So
Hmm.
there's a lot of that as well. But I became like the kid that was my escape. If the family is having Thanksgiving and all the family's up and I just don't want to deal with them, I think I read The Stand um over the weekend, Thanksgiving weekend, just going back to my room and hiding, like avoiding everybody. Um and yeah, I think had I had I not hit a point where I got tired of not fitting in and like getting screwed with, which I reached that point, kind of like my sophomore year or whatever. It's like, I'm getting tired of getting picked on, right? Like, who are these people? And I was skateboarding more, really a lot more into punk rock, and it just was like, all right, I'm gonna stop being such a nerd and stop taking shit, right? So I was like, got contact lenses back, they're like the glass ones, they're kind of gnarly, and just became like that rebel kid who would just say or do anything. And like, I made friends with I made friends with pretty much everybody except the people that just had determined they were never gonna like me. But
Yeah.
I hung out, I played football for a while. Because I always grew up, my dad pushed me into sports and stuff. So I was skateboarding, I was playing football, I was hanging out with like, the hip hop kids, because this is the early 90s and hip hop was just kind of coming up. And, it was very much like the movie CB4. I don't know. Have you seen CB4?
I haven't seen
No.
it.
If you want like a time capsule of the early 90s hip hop, check out CB4. It's got Chris Rock,
Oh, nice.
and it's basically, one guy, they start out as like rappers and gangster rappers or whatever. It's funny because they kind of emulate it. They remind me a lot more of like the Beastie Boys early on than anybody. But and then one becomes kind of like the sort of like socially focused, you know, uh, social justice rapper of the crew, and the other one stays like being, like gangster rapper, and the other one becomes like the De La Soul, like trippy hippie rapper and stuff. And so in my high school in Alabama, man, it was We're an hour and a
That's
half away
awesome.
from Atlanta. So, a lot of the kids wanted to go be rappers. And so we have like the rednecks and the aspiring rappers and the gang members because gangs were becoming more and more of a thing. HBO had their special Banging in Little Rock about the rise of like, I think the Crips and the Bloods and, Little Rock, Arkansas. And it's just like, a weird time, but it was a great time if you wanted to be a punk ass kid, and I did. And you wanted to go to parties, and I did. And drink and you know start bands. Was in a little punk rock band, and just kind of school was so easy. It was just I'm not saying I'm not smart by any means, but like I would go in and I was like, all right, done, back to reading a book or whatever. And so as
Yeah.
I was one of those guys that just don't do the homework, don't study for the test, can still rock a B and get through it, right? And that
Yeah.
was that was kind of my teenage years, but I wasn't gaming as much. I wasn't, I was out chasing girls, and
Yeah.
once every couple of months hop in to like go to the gaming shop and like pop in for like a Shadowrun game or something and regale them with stories of parties and girls or whatever. And it just, I don't know, man. Like I look back on that period and was like, had I known I was going to be in the video game industry within like 10 years of that time, I might have buckled down and got my shit together and like played more tabletop and become a better systems designer or become like focus more on writing. You know, I I think for me that was always a consistent thing. I wound up getting in like an English scholarship. It was like these bullshit scholarships, English and leadership were the scholarships that I got. It immediately just like pissed it away. Is it's like girlfriend lives in a different town, so not going to class, partying when I'm at school, come back, went to another university for like 2 semesters and just like again partying and drinking. Not going to class because I'm playing my Super Nintendo. So I'm playing like Populous for hours and then everybody wakes up and we go party or whatever. And it's just so much wasted time and really wasted opportunity. But we're on a path, right? Like God's got a plan, and in this case, the plan was for me to go back to Dothan, Alabama, drink, fight, get in trouble, get arrested, get the option of joining the army, or I didn't realize it at the time, but it would have just been a fine. I'm thankful that I didn't realize it was just going to be a fine. Um,
Wow.
but took the army option and wound up, you know, going, all right, well, if I'm going to be,
Oh,
well on the ASFAB, was there a bit of a,
yeah.
where,
There was a bit of a hiccup there. I thought I lost you for a second, but I think we're good. I think we're good. Please
yeah.
continue.
And I totally forgot when we were first talking and like setting it up. I was like, oh man, you know, where are you at? Location? What
Uh,
state?
I'm in North Carolina. I'm just outside of Charlotte, North
Okay.
Carolina. Kind of like almost South Carolina in the middle there.
I know the area actually.
Yeah.
I have an
Yeah.
ex-wife from there.
Oh, do you? Oh,
So
wow.
yeah.
It's an interesting place. It's an up and coming like quote unquote major city on the East Coast. Carolina Panthers Stadium. I think we just got a soccer team. It's up and coming, but of course on the East Coast you got New York, Miami,
Uh,
Atlanta. Yeah, I'm about four.
Overrated.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, this is amazing. And actually, from the moment we started this conversation, you're just reminding me, literally, with everything you've said in all these different like areas, the world just used to be so much more physical, man. Like everything was just so, I don't know. I really miss the good old days. Now it's just like, we got our smartphones and, just, yeah, it's just so, feels so fast paced. I miss those like slow
Yeah.
days when the future was uncertain, you weren't sure. The summers seemed infinite, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
part of it's an age thing, I think, but part of it is it is the it's the end of the analog era, and I, I guess this is just one of those things that people in my age range and maybe yours as well, we're kind of, this is our thing now where we've got to look back and go, oh man, I wish it was like, and,
Yeah.
but I do look back on it and I do miss so much of the analog stuff. And I do love just, I love the devices and, the fake wood. I mean, even the Atari 2600, right? Like in the switches and
Yeah.
just more tactile, but also slower. And slower is one of those things, if we ever get to the point where we're discussing M&M in this, because I shut the hell up about my my epic journey that I'm sure not many people care about. But hey, as long as if
No,
you're
no.
entertained, great. Well, good.
This is amazing. It's kind of like, Eminem. It just kind of feels like talking about work. I imagine you're probably like, just then you want to nerd out about your passions, hopes, dreams, that kind of thing. It's really interesting to hear.
Yeah, it is to me. I'm 51, and dude, it's been a blink. It's gone so incredibly fast. When, back then, on those days where you're like, oh man, I gotta wait forever to get out of school or whatever, and this sucks, or it didn't feel fast for sure. But I look back on it and I'm like, holy shit, that went fast, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so Army, and I'll wrap up this part and then we'll get into something
Yeah, so you mentioned
different, I guess.
you joined the army. Thank you for your service, by the way. That's awesome. And then
Didn't do anything.
you took the test for it. And then I think that's where you left off before the weird internet hiccup
Yeah.
thing happened.
Yeah. And so you're on the East Coast, so our connection should be better. Like so many folks are on the West Coast, and it's a tough one to try to go from Germany to like California or Washington State. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I took the test. I wasn't supposed to take the test. I found out later there's an investigation into my recruiter for other reasons as well.
Oh boy.
Like hooking up with recruits and stuff, some of the female recruits, and like it's a whole mess. But I wasn't supposed to take the ASVAB at the time because I had a court case pending. And so, but I took the ASVAB. My dad was an air assault instructor at the time, and um, so I'd go up to the air assault school and train with him, like go, because there's a lot of just PT, a lot of physical training, and I was, I was, for being a punk kid, I was in great shape, and I was like, I want to be a ranger. If I'm going to join the army, I want to like do cool shit, jump out of planes, and take over airfields and stuff like that. So, naturally, with the ASVAB scores I had, they were like, you can pick whatever you want. And I was like, I want a ranger contract. I heard that's the thing. Recruiters laughed because they're like, they know what's going to happen, which is I'm going to wind up being like infantry, and I'm not going to be a ranger because I'm probably like, wash out of RIP or, the indoctrination program or whatever it was to get in. But they're like, yeah, sure, man. But it guaranteed me airborne school, which was cool. And while I was in basic, I had a recruiter ask if I'd be interested in joining the old guard in Washington, D.C. And so the
Oh,
old guard is the U.S. The United States official ceremonial unit and escort to the president. And so that is like the tagline. It's the oldest infantry unit. But what it is it's a lot of like working on your uniform every single day and fully disassembling a uniform and customizing it and polishing everything and reassembling it every day. And so
it's badass.
within my unit is like the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers is a specialty unit, right? So the tomb guards are there. I wasn't a tomb guard. And we do all the ceremonies in the region and all that other stuff. And it's a lot of like kind of 9 to 5 work, and you're in DC. So that's it's cool. Again, a cool place to hang out and go to coffee shops and read and like party and all that stuff. But yeah, so I went through airborne school, immediately after basic training, went up to DC, got my unit there, and we had enough downtime where again, Super Nintendo, we're always like playing each other Mario Kart. GIs in the barracks are all there. We're smoking and just, competitive and stuff. But some of the guys have computers. And so I'm kind of keeping an eye on like what's going on with gaming. And then AOL becomes a thing. And,
Oh
if
man. Yeah.
it's AOL is like, hey, yeah, anybody, in this region or hey, blah, blah, blah. And, right. So it's like the first sort of online connections and, you know, trying to like meet people or just I was starting to get like a sense a little bit more of like online gaming then, and then that's when Doom and Marathon come out, and um and so before it's all said and done, I wind up with another computer and we're playing a lot of like Doom and like starting to do a little bit more online, but I forgot to mention earlier, my first like exposure to online games was the bulletin board systems in Florida. Briefly, was just like, and so I knew that this was a thing, and
Hmm.
so we're starting to get a little sense of like multiplayer and all of that. And again, but never serious, never like didn't take advantage of time. A lot of wasted time, unfortunately, like partying and doing dumb shit. Got to do some cool army stuff at the time because we are like the old guard for being basically kind of toy soldiers. We did get a lot of really cool urban warfare training and stuff at the time that kind of predated all of, I mean, the global war on terror took that and took Mount training and just ramped it to an extreme, and the stuff that they learned and did and stuff was insane. But for us, back then, being able to like fast rope in on a helicopter on some rooftop in a little Mount City training area and get to play soldier for a weekend or a week and
That's
get
badass.
to
Yeah.
do some cool shit. It's fun. And so um yeah, the gaming thing was just, again, it was just kind of back burner until I got out. And before I got out, I decided, because I worked security on weekends for a while at like this really massive rave club slash concert venue. It's the only place, if you look up the Warp Tour, it is the only place to hold the Warp Tour indoors. It got rained
Oh,
out at the US
oh,
Air Arena,
interesting.
and the Warp Tour played at the Capitol Ballroom because it got rained out, and we jammed that's how big this venue was. We jammed everybody from the Warp Tour into our
That's awesome.
club. It was like basically half a city block factory. And so again, being a young man, like working the biggest raves on the East Coast as security during that era, is just like a blast. It's just so much, it's so interesting, so much fun. And my thought was, when I get out of the army, I want to open a skateboard park and a music venue, because it was so cool seeing all these bands come through all the time.
Yeah.
Such a variety of bands and music and stuff. I was like, I want to open a music venue, because then that's a cool place for like the kids and everybody to go. Because it sucked being like a weirdo in Alabama and skateboarder and not having a skate park and all this shit. So it's like I just started cold calling everybody in the Trans World magazines that had a skate park and asking them, like, how did you do it? What do I need to consider? What do I do for insurance? And the guy gave me a great tip, was like, anybody that's leasing you the property is going to want to know that you've got insurance, right? Liability coverage, so that they don't get sued as well. He's like, dude, what everybody does is like get the insurance and then cancel the policy after you get the lease locked in. It's like, all right, let's do it. And so it was just like all that kind of shit. Designed the ramps and stuff, and was sending this snail mail down to my family and my best friend at the time. Get out of the army, drive straight down to the skate park. It was already, the building was rented. I'd seen photos. The ramps were starting to be built. They were the worst because we had a carpenter build them. We wound up just rebuilding everything ourselves. And I get out of my car, roll right into the skate park. And so now that's like the skate park era. And again, video games were kind of like, secondary thing. And until I found EverQuest, right? I was just playing a lot of Quake ladder matches on Heat.net. right? Trying to get my heat points or whatever so I could get like a t-shirt or some shit. And I was playing a Quake match with some dude, and the ping where I lived sucked. And I think he was up, 30, 50 points or something. And so I was just like, I give. And so we're just kind of walking around waiting for the match to end, if I recall correctly. And I had asked him in the console sort of chat, like, hey, are there any fantasy games that are like this?
Hmm.
And where we can walk around in a virtual kind of space. And he was like, yeah, dude, check out EverQuest. And I went to Walden Software, which was right next to Walden Books in the mall and Wiregrass Commons Mall, and got EverQuest. It was a toss up between UO and EQ, and the 3D sort of it just looked badass, and it was 3D, and the guy was like, "Nah, I would pick that one as well." And yeah, and I tell this story a lot, so I feel a little guilty telling it. But because again, I don't want to bore people, but yeah, I
No, this is
installed it,
great.
and dude, installing that game on our like work computer for the skate park, installing it and like watching the video kick off, and it just already I think the videos back then were so good about helping you superimpose more than what was there,
Yeah.
right? It's like the box art and the little trailers and stuff make the imagination go, oh, I'm seeing this looks like the video, right? But I get in and I'm in Qeynos, and Fippy's running by and there are people running around and they're attacking stuff, and I'm poor and naked, and it's my first steps in a new world, right? You're in our world now. Yeah.
Yeah.
No shit. Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I'm dumbfounded, and I'm yelling for my girlfriend to come in and check it out. And I'm immediately wanting to know everything about how it works and all of the items, and where are the things, because I know there's tables of items, right? Like I've got enough of a RPG background at that point that I know those things are going to be in here. And I want to find all of them. I want to, now is my time to, and, you know, I think a lot of us that logged in, we didn't know where this was going. I saw that and I thought immediately, wow. And it's interesting to know that they didn't think they thought, in terms of the game is going to be out for a year, and then people will be done with it and then they're going to move to the next game and blah, blah, blah. Right.
Yeah.
But I looked at it and I thought that this is the last thing I'm ever going to play. Right. This is, when I was in there, I was like, why would I want to be anywhere else? I just want to, and then I want to be somebody important in this. I want to know people in this.
Yeah.
Within 30 minutes of being there, I already knew that I wanted to have friends that lived here. Right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I was so blown away because I was like, and I think my brain was already starting the process. Well, how are you going to be in two places? If you want to be in here, what's that mean for out there? Like what? And I, within the first session, I was already thinking I need to go be a part of this company, because if I'm not a part of the company, then how can I make this my entire life, basically? If I still got to do this, I got to deal with the little shithead kids at the skate park, and like I gotta, and so I I wanted to be there because I saw it as the future. This is the future. Every game is going to be like this. It'll be different worlds, and we're going to pick our world that we want to be in. And I think I've mentioned a lot that uh I was reading a lot of, I think, I'll be honest, it was mostly William Gibson books, starting with like the sort of that Burning Chrome, Neuromancer era, all the way up through like, is it Adoru? And just there's just so many great books during that era from Gibson. And I didn't have the benefit of anime. I didn't have the benefit of, I didn't have manga where I lived or anything like that. I might have, I just wasn't aware of it. I didn't see Akira until I was in the army. It's funny. I started getting tattooed in the army. Most of my tattoos are actually from when I was in DC. And the closer I got to getting out of the army, because we weren't supposed to have a lot of tattoos, especially in my unit at the time, the more I got closer to getting out, the more it was like sleeve.
Yeah.
But we're in dress blues every day, so I could sneak it. But when I got my forearm done, I got in trouble. Not in trouble, but some people tried to call me out, and I was just like, "Deal with my platoon sergeant. He knows I'm squared away." Um, but my
Yeah.
second tattoo on my shoulder is like this Akira tattoo because I'd seen the movie and I was like blown away by it, and
Dude,
I
me
bought like
too,
an
by the
Akira
way. That's
T-shirt.
one of the most amazing films I've ever seen. I actually watched it recently again. I wanted to show my wife. It is a fantastic film. Yeah, 1988. It still looks beautiful today. Like it aged very well. The music, like oh my god, it's amazing. Yeah, I love that film. Yeah.
And was it? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know if you've watched the director's cut. It was either Akira or Ghost in the Shell, where there's like a director's cut. Um, and they were talking about how they put like 30% of the background will have some amount of like movement,
Hmm.
whether it's leaves or
Yeah.
something, to make it so that your brain kind of pictures that there's more going on there than is actually,
Yeah.
static background,
Yeah.
moving other pieces, animation, just movement.
Yeah.
That stuck with me forever. Like that stuck with me
It's amazing.
when I was starting to do like game design stuff and world building. It's like, okay, well, how do we make the world feel richer than it actually is in terms of the fidelity that we're putting into it? And it's, we have discussions about like even that example and stuff when we are ramping up Monsters and Memories and stuff, because we're going very low fidelity to try to create more opportunity for your brain to superimpose, right? Because, and this goes back to reading.
Dude, I love that. I love just like being able to do more with less. That's amazing from that era that I really appreciate. It just seems like even though, yeah, just you're able to do so much more, even though the technology isn't fully there yet. Like I appreciate. Whereas now, you have like super modern engines, like you can see like raindrops on your skin or like, whatever. Anyway, please continue. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, um, and I think that was what was happening, obviously, going into EQ, because I mean, we're still playing it, right? Like you can go and you can look at it, um, if you're playing Legends or whatever, you're looking at this art, 25, 27, at this 28-year-old art sometimes, right? And there was so much room for my brain to fill in the blanks that it was a visceral, cinematic, beautiful world. And I immediately, because I think everybody at that point was sitting there with like their cracked copy of Photoshop and like Alien Skin and all these other, like plugins and stuff. And so I was doing a little bit of modding, and I don't know if it was for Quake or what, but essentially things were moddable back then. So I thought, oh, maybe I could be an environment artist at this company. And I had already started building a level that was going to be a morgue under Freeport. And
Mm.
so, because by then I had, over time, I often tell the story of my buddy Arist, the dwarf who I met kind of like OOC. I want to go to the city on the other coast today. Will anybody go with me? And I think I was like a level 7 or 8 warrior. Yeah, warrior at the time. And so this like level 11 or 13 cleric was like, hey, I'll go with you. And that wound up being, you know, one of the more memorable adventures in my life. It's in my top 20 list of like shit that's gone down. And, just traveling the crazy southern route through to Freeport from Qeynos, and being blind in the dark and getting chased and he would bind in different zones in case something happened. He would train stuff away from me, and then because I was screwed if I didn't, if I didn't make it, like I'm back in Qeynos, and it's just one of those. It was such a beautiful, epic adventure, and hands just kind of like shaking, sweating, kind of like when that rare pops, and you're like, oh shit, is this? He's here. It was just
Yeah.
getting to Freeport was, oh my gosh, we're there. Got to bind. This is my new home now. All new adventures. The world's so huge.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking, all right, I'm gonna be a part of this company, and I'm gonna do environment art. And so I'm picturing, I did a, big pack file or whatever, like mod of this morgue. And I started guiding. I joined the guide program as soon as I could, as soon as I found out about it. Because I've just always been somebody that if I want to do something, like I said, with calling up the skate parks,
Yeah.
I'm fine cold calling and just inserting myself into something, right? Like I'll be like, hey, how can I help you out? When we had the skate park, we went down for two of the biggest contests in the world for skateboarding were like Skatepark of Tampa, pro and amateur contests, two different contests each year. And we went down there because, you know, um, I I grew up in Alabama, or spent my teenage years in Alabama, but a really famous skateboarder also is from Dothan, Alabama,
Yeah, I was
and
gonna
we
ask
were
you who's your favorite skateboarder, but anyway, yeah, I was just curious. I had a
uh,
stint stick skateboarding as well. I wasn't that great, but it was fun.
a favorite skateboarder would probably be. I think I was. I love. I think Rodney Mullen's cool
Dude, I
these
was gonna say
days.
Rodney Mullen. Yeah, he was amazing. All the cool tricks and
Skated,
stuff. Anyway.
dude. It's kind of the robot thing. Like, skated with him at Vero Beach at a contest in Vero Beach that we
Oh
went down
shit.
to in Florida, and watching him skate, man, he would like adjust his position before he would go at like a box or something for some sort of like flip into grind trick, and you could see he's just calculating and not comfortable with where he's at, so he moves a little bit and then boom, and just does amazing shit. And it was like
That's amazing,
he
yeah.
was there. I can't remember if we found out later like Alyssa Steamer was there as well, but like when we had the skate park, because it was the only indoor skate park in the area, you'd either have to go to Atlanta, which I think may have only had a mini ramp at their park, and then Panama City Beach, Florida had an outdoor skate park, but it's Florida. And so a lot of rain, and like, so demos could get rained out and shit like that. And people would be like, we were kind of competitive with that skate shop as well, but we were like frenemies and stuff. And so, yeah, we'd go down and skate there, and they'd come up and skate our park. And we're like, oh, yeah, I love you, but we're always like, anytime a kid would go down there and buy like a board from Mad, was it Mad Chuck down there? Like, we'd be like, dude, that's money out of our pocket. Because owning a skate park is a shit business, especially if you do it $5 a day. Dude, we were $5 a day daycare is what we became in Alabama.
Oh
So people
boy.
like dump their kid off before we would even get there. There's just a pile of kids with like $5.
Oh dude.
No lunch money. No. We wound up driving kids home at night because their parents wouldn't pick them up.
Oh
Right.
man.
And so they wound up being like our crew of kids. So we'd hook them up with like, the kids that have money would buy a new board, and we'd be like, hey man, you want that old board? Nah, put it in the board box, right? And so we were just always getting old equipment, then we give it to the kids that didn't have shit.
That's awesome.
And I learned a lot about how not to run a business. But it was a lot of fun. I did the board graphics for our boards and like the various posters and stuff, because what I learned having a skate park was, and it's kind of early games as a service. I learned we have to have a hook every month. We need you to come back every month for something, at
Yeah.
least every quarter. And so
Yeah.
it'd be like, 24-hour skate session. Like, we had a lot of overnight skate jams or demos. And so then we like try to get demos through, like people come by and skate. But we had to have a hook every month because, we need people to come back. And if they come back, they would also they're there for the demo. They're probably going to buy a shirt. They're going to be checking out the new boards. They're going to, maybe spend some money on stickers, right? Instead, we can upsell. But it's about that recurring sort of reactivation or retention, right? Like it's very much a monthly business. And so just like MMOs, or at least if you do it the way we're doing it. And yeah, so to wrap up the skateboard thing, I when I was a kid, I skated with Jamie Thomas. He's a street skater.
Yeah, I know Jamie Thomas.
Okay, yeah, and he kind of became. I always felt he kind of became the Tony Hawk of street skating during that era, during the '90s with like Zero. Um, a lot of Niche World's cult actually borrowed from conversations that I had, ultimately less with Jamie and more with the guy who was the other kid that we grew up with, who wound up, he helped me set up the skate park. He was my best friend at the time and stuff. Eventually had to fire him and ask him to move out on the same night, because, hey, man, it's hard to run a business. And when people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing, or, like, hey, skate park's supposed to have no rules because we're skaters. I'm like, dude, we're responsible for these kids, that kind of thing. So ultimately, I learned a lot about like,
Dude, that's crazy. Yeah. I was just thinking,
it's,
oh, go ahead. But did you
no,
ever
no,
like,
please go.
did you ever deal with like any like crazy injuries, like kids just like really hurting themselves bad or like fights breaking out, stuff like that?
Yeah,
Oh boy.
yeah. The fights. So my buddy was a scrapper, like growing up. That was the one thing he was really known for. We skated together, and he was just known. His nickname was even, I don't, now I kind of feel bad doxing him or whatever. But anyways, just because he liked to fight, and he was just a scrappy kid, but, not big. But some people just have that switch, and, he would throw down
I know a
with
guy like
anybody.
that.
And so, yeah, and it's just one of those dudes where, and occasionally we'd get mad at each other. We'd be driving and he's like, come on, let's fight. And I'd be like, oh, cool. And I pull over and he'd get out and I just lock the door. I'm like, you need to calm your shit down. I'm not getting out with you. Are you crazy? I've seen,
That's
I've seen
brilliant.
you, I've seen you destroy things. Like, no, we're good. Growing up, he wanted to fight my dad. My dad was a monster too. My dad was like 6'4", 260, air
Holy
assault
shit.
instructor. He's just like tattooed, scarred. My dad had he was very much like a scrapper as well, but like different injuries where he's just had a lot of facial scars and stuff where he ripped his
Wow.
chin off in a motorcycle wreck. He split his nose in half, like play fighting with some dude who kicked him in the face with like cowboy boots.
Damn, man.
He
That's
was the
crazy.
sergeant at arms at motorcycle club in Germany.
Those
He
are
was the
tough
sergeant of
people.
arms.
Yeah.
I went back there for their like 40th anniversary. 2015, I was there for the 40th anniversary, and I actually made it down to that with the motorcycle club. And my ex and I, we went out there. We just happened to stumble because I knew what was going on, and I'd email somebody and I was like, down there for the anniversary. And they still, obviously they remember my dad and like, oh my God, it's going to be awesome. Went down there. We wound up meeting some people in the village that were on their way out there wearing the like anniversary t-shirt. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to that. And we got a ride with them. We're in the middle of like just out in the forest. There's some like hunting lodge out there, and it's 200 Hell's Angels, Grimium, like all the crayfish guys, all these bikers and stuff. And the police have the roads barricaded to ensure that no like banditos or whatever come down and start anything at the party, like rival motorcycle gang or something. It was the sketchiest night. But everybody was like, they remember my dad and the crazy stories. And there's a lot of dudes that were like in their maybe like their 30s or something like that at the time that were like, I was a punk kid, and then we'd go into the disco, and your dad was in the back there, and the guys were like, dude, don't start any trouble. That guy back there, that he's American, he'll beat you up, that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
anyways, bring this back to my friend. My friend would like he would, he wanted to fight. I remember one night he's hanging from our like window, yelling into my house, like, Matt, come out here. I'm going to fight you. My dad's just like, kid, what are you thinking? And so he was that guy. Anyways,
Wow.
that was the guy that I had to tell, hey, man, you got to move out. And you're no longer part of this company anymore. Like, you're no longer part of the skate park. Like, there's too much stuff. Because you asked about injuries. We had a couple fights. Uh, you know, one guy wanted to fight this dude because at the time he had a broken collarbone. And so I guess the guy thought that was the time to do it. And so my buddy went out and just like wrecked him,
Man.
in the parking lot. We had some older guys like start a fight with a younger skateboard kid, because skateboard kids will push your buttons. Like, people are like, oh, you know, are you not used to being trolled on the internet or whatever? It's like, dude, I had to deal with skateboard kids. You talk about troll, like shithead takes, like the original sort of shit posters before there was a place to post shit, or like skateboard kids for sure. And we had some guys like start a fight with some kid one time, and we both went out there and just like, had to resolve it, restrain them.
Yeah.
And some injuries, and I got to stop saying, I just realized that, but I had a kid cut his hand open really bad on the sheet metal wall of the door leading out, because there's just an old kind of factory building, and
Yeah.
we didn't realize that the sheet metal was there, and he just went down, and had to like treat him for shock immediately and kind of piece him back together and kind of butterfly stitch it as good as possible after irrigating it. Got him to the hospital. The doctor was super amped. Was like, hey, you did a good job. We had a kid go off a 6 foot half pipe straight to chin
Oh man.
on the concrete floor.
Oh.
Broken jaw, shattered teeth, lots of stitches, lots of gore, a lot of like broken forearms. Kids just put their hands down. And it's
Yeah.
just a lot of, so a lot
Man.
of kids getting plates and screws. Never
Yeah.
got sued a single time. Never even a hint of a lawsuit.
That's
And
good.
that was
Yeah.
something we learned in opening in a park was like, you have to get insurance, but nobody really sues unless it's like some rando, like a parent. I think at the time, there were 2 recorded lawsuits, and it was both because like one parent got hit with like skateboard wheels or trucks or something during a demo and sued. But it was never like kids, man. I thought for sure we were going to get sued, right? Like, we're poor, the kids are poor, lawsuits are money. Nope, nobody. Everybody was just super rad. We'd always make sure they were taken care of. We always treated them immediately, got them emergency care quickly, looked after them when they're in a hospital. Kid broke his arm or whatever. It's like a rite of passage. We'd meet them in the hospital if it was something serious. Like, one kid had to get pins and stuff. We're there with like skateboard deck and like, all right, you're going to be back out. And of course, they're always back out. Um, interesting, interesting times. It's weird because after we left, there was nothing. I moved I took out a loan. My dad co-signed, took out a loan, got a U-Haul, packed all my shit, 2 cats, girlfriend, I think pet snake, and like U-Hauled it. And I'd never been west of Louisiana, and I'd only been to Louisiana
Wow.
a couple times to go to New Orleans, and we're just like driving U-Haul with my little like Isuzu strapped to the back of it, going through, getting to California. And because I knew Jamie, and I knew my other friend who will remain unnamed, so I don't dox him, since I was talking about how he beats everybody up. But he wound up running Jamie's distributorship when it became Black Box, and this guy. It's funny, after we fired him, he wound up going to Birmingham and being a manager of a bunch of our mutual friends and other people that he met up there, other skateboarders, and in being the manager and being responsible for these guys, he quickly realized what we were stressed about, right? Because he's, they had a valet service at a women's hospital, and these guys were like, they would get the cars and they would like race them in the parking lot and like getting, little wrecks and all. And he's like, guys, I've got rent to pay. You guys need to chill out. And so he quickly learned, and we talked about that later. He's like, dude, yeah, sorry, I was such a wild man and stuff. But they were out, they had the skateboard companies there. And so I thought, worst case scenario, I get to San Diego and I don't get a job at Verant. Because there was no job there. I hadn't asked. I'd guided a lot, and I talked to the GM who was a super rad guy, and was like, yeah, I'm going to come out there one day. And I don't even think I said I was coming out. I just was like, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to see if I can get a job there. And if not, I'll see if I can get a job at the skateboard, warehouse, skateboard companies, and parked the U-Haul at Jamie's house the first night. And my buddy picked me up. And the next day, I installed ICQ on the machine at his apartment and hit up the GM, was like, hey, dude, hey, Dave, I'm in San Diego and I got 3 days to find an apartment and get a job. So are you guys hiring?
Wow.
And he was like, I don't know. Let me go ask Michelle. And so he went and asked Michelle, and she was like, yeah, crazy. It wasn't unheard of. It was their pilgrimages going to San Diego at the time. There were people living in people's yards in tents, or a bunch of people all living in a house rented out together to try to become GMs or try to get in the industry somehow.
Wow. Yeah.
And so that happened, right? Like and she said, yeah, come up tomorrow and we'll give you an interview and see. And at the time, man, like I knew the rules. I'd been guiding a ton. Before I left Alabama, we had downsized the park to a shop. And so all day the kids are at school. Nobody's in the shop. I'm just, I'm there like either playing or doing the guide program. So I know, I know
you were already in the guide program whenever you moved out there. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I thought I had a shot, because I was guiding a ton and just talking to the GMs and hearing their story a little bit and kind of hearing, and they're like, yeah, it's crazy. The company's growing so fast and people are moving out here. And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right. But like I said, I don't know if I wanted to jinx it or be told that it wasn't going to happen or whatever. I don't think I was ever like, hey, I'm coming out there. I might have joked about it or whatever, but yeah. So I got the job, and that period of playing EverQuest for the first time and then getting onto the team officially was super scary, because I felt if I screwed this up at any point, then that's probably the only chance I would get to getting into the industry, because I wasn't thinking like I wanted to. I wasn't thinking, oh, I'm going to be a game developer, so I'll learn how to do game development stuff, and then I'll get a job at one of these companies. I just didn't have a concept of how to get into the industry other than through this like social engineering, service route or whatever. And like the story I didn't finish earlier with going down to the skate park of Tampa, what I found was if I showed up there and I just started helping load equipment, I saw they were loading equipment for bands later. I'm like, hey man, need some help? And I just started loading it. And then I run into the owner of the skate park. And then Peter Schaefer, one of the like most well-known skate park owners in history, comes up to Alabama with his crew later on because we're having a contest and we didn't know any better. And we're like, $500 first prize for this amateur contest. Come to find out, that's decent cash. And so, but we were just going to give a big chunk of our gate out in prizes because we knew how much we could make if we had like a big contest. And we put flyers out to all the distributors, and when they were sending stuff out to other skate shops and stuff on the East Coast, we had a kid come down from DC. We had the guys from Skatepark of Tampa come up to our little bumpkin ass Alabama skate park. And then this guy started he's there, so he's teaching me how to run a park and how to run contests and stuff, right? And so I just found like make yourself provide value in some way. Don't be a pain in the ass. Don't bug people. Stay out of the way. But provide value. Be a good person, and good shit can happen, right? And I found that was the case in the army. Um, as a punk ass, but I took my job very seriously. I was very good at what I did. Everything, and I don't want that to sound like braggadocious or whatever. I'm the most humble, but like, it was just one of those things where try to do stuff right. And, for our unit, every time we do a ceremony, you would have people randomly selected and they would be fully inspected. And if there's anything wrong, your unit, your company would get, points taken off, and it was serious business. Right. And I never wanted to be the guy that screwed that up. Right. And so, um, and that was the thing when I got to Verant. I was like, I'm going to be the best GM there is. Buy the book, no bullshitting around. Like we would always, you could bullshit on your breaks or you could do whatever, but it's like, go by the book, follow the rules, don't screw up, learn everything I can learn. And the GM that was the person who I was working with the most, the guy named Dave, he had already been moved from being a GM. He wasn't a GM when I got there. I think he was in the process, or when I had pinged him, I think he had already been moved up to be an environment artist, and he was no longer a GM. I think that was the thing, and that's maybe why he wasn't sure if they were hiring or whatever. But like Dave was already doing environment art, and so I was like, oh, I'll go up and sit with Dave and start watching how he makes environment art. And like the thing was, they're like, oh, we got enough artists. We're not, I doubt we're going to hire more artists anytime soon unless you're like actually skilled and got experience and stuff. So I was like, okay, maybe that's not the route. And I noticed that a lot of the developers would come downstairs and then go past where our little pit was and go out and smoke outside. And I didn't smoke. I think I'd stopped smoking again. But I was like, all right, if I got a break opportunity, I'll take a break. I'll go out there and I'll just like chat, again, not try to like force myself on them or whatever, but like, hey, hey, are you working on this? Love the game. How did you get into it? That type of stuff. And anybody can be interested for a week. Anybody can be interested for a couple days or a month, right? I've seen this throughout my career now, where people are like, "Oh, I want to be on the team," or "I want to be a game developer," or "I want to," and say, "Okay, cool. I'll take the time to like, here's some things to consider or whatever." Will they do it, or will they still be grinding 3 months later, 4 months later? And this is actually this is something that we've seen with our team, right? Because now that I'm actually, I guess, starting to get to the point, right? Like talk about, Eminem, or I guess we'll probably talk about some EQ before that or whatever.
Dude,
Um,
can I just say, like,
yeah.
I kind of have this,
Always interject, dude.
I have
Always
this,
interject. I just talk.
dude, no, I have this stupid story. But anyway, like, I was, super into EverQuest, and I kind of moved on for a while when, like, World of Warcraft came up, and then I kind of forgot about EverQuest for a while. I just moved on. It was like this old thing from the past when I was a kid and whatever. And then my buddy Kazrax got me into Project 1999 in 2012. He called me. He was like, bro, you got to check this out. This is EverQuest just like how we remember it. You got to play this server with me. I was dating this Australian girl at the time, and I was like kind of traveling, and I was like, oh man, I downloaded it, and it was amazing. And then I was thinking to myself, this is how I discovered you like a few years later. Like I was like, I wonder what happened with EverQuest. Like what happened with that game? Is there anyone like streaming or like making content about it? Like what happened with this game? And that's when I found you and like the old EverQuest interviews and stuff. And thank you for doing those, by the way. They're life changing. And you and your former colleagues, you've already discussed kind of like how things were like in the office and stuff, and just like things that you remember. So like you've gone quite in depth into all that. But that's when I was just like following you and just like nerding out over EverQuest, and I found out about Monsters and Memories, and I had this weird idea in my head. I was like, you know what? This is the game that I've been waiting for. This is a world that I want to be part of. This kind of check hits all the boxes and stuff. So I was kind of like, I didn't play any of the play tests until like much later.
Mm.
And but anyway, I think at the time you guys were advertising for like a 3D artist using this software called a Cascadeur or something like that. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna try this. And I downloaded it, and I was just like, I mean, I'm busy, I work for a living, you know, but I started messing around for like a couple weeks, and I was like, oh shit, this is hard. I don't think I'm qualified for this.
Yeah, dude,
So
that application.
there goes my dream. But anyway, this was like years ago, maybe like 2022 or 2023. Anyway,
Dude, it's crazy. Years, yep, years ago. It's wild that it's been 5.5, going on 6 years. But yeah, so no, that was animation software that we were looking at the time, and it's
okay,
we don't use it anymore. The animators just animate in like
okay, yeah,
Blender and stuff. But yeah, man. But that consistency thing is the thing that over my career, I had a when I was on EQ, once I finally got on the team, when we did fanfares and stuff, anytime we're doing panels or at the fanfare, I just give out business cards, right? Like, hey, if you have questions about getting into the industry or whatever, here's how you do it. And when I was on DC, I had asked for business cards for E3 or Comic-Con or something, and my boss at the time, who was kind of from outside the company and outside of the MMO space, interesting guy. Like he came to me. He's like, "Well, do you really need them?" I was like, "Yeah, I give them out." He's like, "Well, why do you give business cards out?" Like, well, I don't want people bugging me. I was like, "Yeah, but dude, nobody bugs me. I've given out hundreds of cards, and I've probably gotten a dozen emails, and of that, I've responded because it's a dozen emails, and." Of the responses I've given out, I've probably had like 3 people follow up. And
wow,
those people, you know, they're people that's like, okay, well, if you're serious and then do this and here, I'll help you with that or whatever. And over the years, even working on M&M, like I've had people hit me up and just kind of, because I've mentioned on a stream, hey, if you're interested in getting in or if you have questions or whatever, like hit me up and I'll get some DMs and I'll talk to somebody about like, oh, take a look at their CV or talk. It's getting harder right now because of the amount that we've got going on. So it
yeah,
might take me a few days to respond to somebody or whatever, but it's rarely as bad as people think. Now, this may be that people watching like all of a sudden get a bunch of DMs or whatever, but it's worthwhile because I feel super blessed on the timing and circumstances and the way stuff aligned. I don't, I can say as much as I want that it was because of a leap of faith here or a decision there or how much, when I was a GM, I would just, it got to the point where my girlfriend who had moved out with me from Alabama, who I met, actually, she is from kind of your neck of the woods, I guess. She is from Rock Hill, South
oh,
Carolina.
oh yeah, very
There's
cool,
a
yeah,
Catawba Indian Reservation there.
dude, that's
She's
awesome.
from that reservation, yeah. And so she had a scholarship to UCLA,
Oh wow,
and when I met her when I was in the army, she was in DC. I was hanging out at the tattoo parlor. I would like basically hang out there on weekend days and bullshit with my tattoo artist and like get people to fill out the releases and help them out with some stuff, and I get free tattoos. And so like I met her there, and then she was going to the governor, or she went to the governor's school for science and math, and she had a scholarship to go to LA, but she met me and was like, well, I'll move to Alabama with this guy instead. It was okay. Bless her for it, but her dad was
you're a real
not
find. You're
so
a gem.
well, her dad was not happy. He was one of these like old school uh engineers. Like he did drafting for airplanes, and um even though they were doing everything in CAD and computerized and stuff, I don't know if people realize it, but they would still get these old guys that were like then in their 70s and 80s to come in and draft the stuff that was computerized. They would draft it by hand, old school wise, and compare.
Wow.
And it was kind of like a QA process. So he was doing that up um until we moved there when we made it out. And so it was kind of this situation where she didn't go to med school or pre-med school in LA, went to school in Alabama. We went out there, and so it was like, okay, now it's maybe her opportunity to actually go to school out here or whatever. But we're like dirt poor. We had one car. We had she had a pre-med biology degree, but it was like, okay, well, do you want to work at Starbucks? I mean, because there she applied at some labs and stuff, and it just wasn't clicking. So I was like, hey, I know you're not into EverQuest, but I know you're a good student. So I made her flashcards, like 100 some flashcards, every deity, every server,
Oh,
every class, race, all the details, the play nice policy, key figures in the, like in the scene, whether that be like guild leaders or whatever, flashcards. And in a very short amount of time, she learned it, went in, interviewed with Michelle as well, blew him away,
oh,
and
wow.
became a GM as well, so that we could
Wow.
drive up together. It was mainly because we had one car, and they paid us pretty good. I think over the years, I wasn't sure, but when I did the different interviews, I think people mentioned like, yeah, actually, no, our pay wasn't bad. Maybe it was like $7 or $9 or something an hour instead of like 6. And we lived in this, you know, when we got there, I found an apartment. I found an apartment like that day or the next day as well, like when I was interviewing with jobs. So within 2 days, I had a job and an apartment, and the apartment was very much like, I don't know, man. It's the smallest apartment I've ever had. It was this old like convent kind of thing in North Park. So it was like the where the nuns lived. They turned those apartments into apartments. And
Hmm.
it's probably 300 square feet or something. Everything we owned was in a garage that we paid extra for in the alley. And you couldn't fit anything in that apartment, but we had our table with 2 computers so that she could play EQ and I could play EQ. And we had a
Wow.
little, those little back when it was like CRT TVs, but it was a little one that sat between there. So I could watch like we're sitting there, 14 hours raiding or whatever, and watching the
Wow.
cooking channel or whatever, which instilled a love of cooking in me and to this day. And
Oh, wow.
so after work, man, she would crash out on in somebody's office, and I would stay there. If there was somebody working on something, I'd stay there as late as they were staying there so that I could watch and learn. So I learned from people like Jeremy Ellis. He let me look over his shoulder, and then Steve Burke was doing apprentice work as well. So I was like an unofficial apprentice to the apprentices, because they had an apprentice program where you could get paid for 10 extra hours each week and learn how to do design work. And that was like Velious era at that point. Velious was just about to launch, and then just launched, I guess, around that time. And
Hmm.
so I was just learn everything I could about the database and continue to network and more hang out with those guys, and because I was a GM, but then unofficial apprentice, got to go to like parties. Oh, hey, Jeff and Michelle's having a party and the team's there, and I'd get to go there, and I love a party. And so I'd be there hanging out, just like telling crazy stories about Alabama or skateboarding or army or like just I've been in a lot of funny ass situations. So it's like tell these guys stories. And yeah, just we would get done at 1, 2 in the morning sometimes, drive home, sleep for a bit, wake up, be back at work at whenever our shift was. I think it was like I forget when we had to be there, like 11 or 12 or something. And you know, that was my entry into becoming a an apprentice during Luclin, because the project was not well organized. There was not a lot of project management for Luclin.
Interesting.
It was
You know,
uh
I often muse
go
about
ahead.
this with my buddies. It's crazy how like whenever you look back, it's amazing how quickly content was developed and put out. I mean, some of the expansions are like months apart, right? Like it was not even a year. It's just amazing how quickly that stuff came out and how fast paced the environment seemed to be anyway. Like yeah, it's just like
It
banger
was.
after banger of expansions. That's why I'm kind of curious, like what it must have been like on the inside, like during all that. Just kind of probably not like a like you mentioned, you were apprentice to the apprentices, so just people wearing multiple hats and just yeah, very chaotic, I imagine. But anyway, please continue.
It was intense, right? Like it was so I didn't see a lot of the development firsthand unless I was up sitting with Dave, or go up and get some exposure to it. A lot of time we were down in the pit, but again, going out during breaks and talking to the guys and talking to the apprentices, and then seeing how much work was starting to be loaded on the apprentices for like Velious, to get Velious out the door. Right. And so apprentices were doing Velious development. So I could go and look and see, sitting at, because a lot of the apprentices were also like lead GMs. And so they weren't having to work a server as much as everybody else is doing petitions, but they're there to authorize certain things, or, make sure shit was getting done. I think at the time, I don't know how many GMs we had, but it was like 30, or
Wow. Okay.
it wasn't a massive room. It eventually ballooned up to like 80 or something. They had their own building in the cul-de-sac at that point. But at that point, it wasn't a ton of people, but we had 150, 200,000 subscribers. And so again, this is something that we've thought about with regards to Monsters and Memories. Like I'm referencing how much petition load we would manage, how many players we had at the time, how many GMs we needed to be able to manage those players. Right. And so it wasn't a huge staff. The work was intensifying. We had a Christmas party, and the guys were crunching for Velious, and they came and like we're at the party for a bit, and we're like drink a couple beers, and hey, we got to go back. We got to continue crunching on Velious, that type of thing, right? Like I remember that kind of vibe during that. And hopefully the times on all that make sense.
Yeah.
I forget exactly when Velious came out, but the thing was, the energy that was there is like, it's kind of gold rush, right? It's which just made me think of like Jeff Kaplan's game that's coming out, right? Gold Rush era. I don't know
Oh
if I
yeah.
wonder if there's something that kind of got in his brain, because I just thought about, like, it felt, we say Wild West a lot, but it was kind of it was Gold Rush, right? Because
Yeah.
if you make a
It's
game that's meant to have, I've heard reports of 30 to 60,000 subscribers for a year, and that makes it a profitable game.
mhm.
And you're already sitting at like 150,000 subs in your years, a couple years into this now, 200,000 subs. That's a lot of cash.
Yeah.
And
December 5th, the year 2000. I just wanted to make sure for like reminiscence purposes. Just December 5th,
okay,
2000. Wow.
then
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah. That
Wow.
was that was the and I think they were crunching on getting it out, but maybe they were crunching on just fixing it. I don't remember, but I remember they were crunching. And it was a great company party, and for GMs and stuff, we weren't so stressed, but these guys looked worked, right? Like we're like, oh yeah, there, and we're we're hourly sort of workers in customer service. So to go to a Christmas party where they're like giving away TVs and PlayStations, and I think I won. Everybody won something. I think I got like I don't know, like a camera or a little video camera or something. And it's just, we're just like, oh man, this is the coolest thing. And the industry's blowing up. And none of us, everybody these days, and I'm not being facetious when I say it, but like everybody's a quasi expert in the games industry now, if you're a
Yeah.
gamer,
An
right? Like,
armchair developer, as we like to call it. Oh yeah, you should do this. Well, it's
well,
not
there's
that
there's
easy.
that as well,
Anyway.
but there's that as well, but there's a lot of like sophistication and insight
Well,
into the
yes, yes.
industry. You
Absolutely,
know what I mean?
yes.
Like
I got you.
people,
Yeah.
because you've got content creators that are going through metrics and they're
Yeah, yeah.
looking and so everybody's kind of, but so now we know that the industry is doing this and this is going on and
Yeah.
this trend is no longer good and these laws are coming out in the EU and it's in like anybody
Yeah.
with YouTube has a solid education that surpasses anything we had at the time. And all we saw was like just number goes up, money pile gets bigger. The Verant Racing League, like people are getting royalty checks and buying like, you know, uh what was it, Acura NXS or whatever, and
Yeah.
just Vipers. And I think Jeff tells the story about his Viper and shit. And in his house, he's got a Mad Max like replica of the Interceptor. And like we're going to parties because there's pretty regular parties as well. And it's just like they own every Magic card. They have this and that. And we just thought, man, it was this like crazy gold rush period. So people work their asses off, but there was, it was like the 80s or something on Wall Street, right? You work extremely hard and then you party hard and all the cliches. But that's what it felt like during that. And then Sony, or it wasn't Sony, I guess, at the time, but was it? Yeah, I guess it turned into Sony, and then you got other games in development, and you've got, um, just it felt like sky's the limit, and holy shit, we're all gonna do well if we don't blow it, we don't get fired or whatever. So again, that pressure's there to not screw up. And then for Luclin, when Luclin was going on, I think Kunark was just a fantastic expansion conceptually. I did a interview with Kevin McPherson,
Yeah.
and
That was great, by the
like
way. Yeah.
appreciate it. He just was, again, it's kind of an inspired thing. Um, and then Velious, those first classic Kunark and Velious are just the epitome of badass. Great, just great stuff. Um, the reality was that they're kind of scrambling. This game it continues to go. No one knew it was going to be around for that 27 years.
Yeah.
And so EQ2 is being developed because anytime people are going to be done with this game, we got to have another one. It's all about sequels. Brick and mortar had a heavy influence in how we developed. And people forget about that these days. Like people don't, somebody watching this now, I don't know if you're watching this, do you think about how much Best Buy influences the games industry's development practices or anything? Probably not. Like no one gives a shit about brick and mortar anymore. And so during that era, not only was the company trying to keep the game alive by making sure that there was something for players to have, there's constantly being fed more of the world, more content, etc. It was driven by the idea of expansions because an expansion gives you a little bump in revenue. It's a good re-engagement or a good PR opportunity. Like, oh, check out the new expansion. You can actually do PR blasts in the standard sort of old school format, right? But it's a big enough event. It's got a new box. It's very easy to do interviews about. It's very easy to point to. It's very easy to get people reactivated or engaged from like a marketing and PR standpoint. But one of the big drivers was if you're going to sell EQ2, if you're going to sell Star Wars Galaxies, or at the time Sovereign, which eventually got canceled, or one of these other games, PlanetSide, you're going to sell them through mostly these shops that put your boxes on the shelves. If you want good shelf placement, if you want an in cap, if you want basically the people who control distribution to be happy with you, you need to keep giving them a taste. This is the subscriber based game. You know, the company's getting the revenue
Hmm.
and they could just do that. And we see that's what it's become, right? Like basically, we own the means of distribution and everything else. We cut out the middleman. But at the time, the middleman was critical. And so the middleman said, when's the next box going on the shelf? Again, keep us happy because you eventually want us to make sure your other shit gets on the shelves as well and gets good placement. And so EverQuest became very much the thing that was the relationship maintainer for brick and mortar. And so when we were developing expansions every 6 months,
Hmm.
it's because we're keeping that relationship going and they're getting that cut, right? Because
Wow.
they're
Yeah.
getting a cut of that sale, right? And so it gave us a little bump, but you make as much in a month off of subscribers if you're paying $14 a month or $12 a month, whatever it was at the time, and you've got 400, 450, 500,000 subs. That's a chunk of cash. We never sold like I don't think we sold like 400,000 boxes. Like the uptake on a expansion was always something like, you know, 30, 50, 70% at the most, right? A lot of people, you know, they just wouldn't, they weren't buying every expansion over time. And then you'd do like a trilogy or whatever. And then that
Yeah.
get people caught up or titanium or platinum or whatever it is. I don't know,
Hmm.
all the random shit.
Yep.
And it was interesting watching that because one of the things that I learned from that was also you start to split up your player base and they have to make these choices. And okay, if I don't have this, then can I still get there? And then when we're designing something, we got to design we have a okay, but how do we design a thing that if they don't have this expansion or that expansion, can they still get there? Are we forcing them to get that expansion? Does that need to be a box set then to get them caught up? Right. So there's some complication in like the player segmentation that's happening there. So anyway,
Very interesting.
yeah,
Yeah.
I got pulled onto Luclin because they Kunark was an ambitious expansion that probably could have been bigger, like more could have been done. More ruins could have been fleshed out, more story could have been added, more zones. You know, we added like Vexar later because we were fans and we just wanted it to exist.
Dude,
Um,
can I just say, Kunark was my favorite expansion of all time. It is absolutely amazing. In your interview with Kevin, I think he mentioned there was an idea to have like magical, like storms and stuff, like different environmental
yeah, the
effects and
green
stuff,
mists and
and it
stuff.
just wasn't possible at the time, or maybe it was possible, but just there was so much of a time crunch, I guess, to just ship stuff, you know. Uh,
Yeah.
but anyway,
Yeah, well,
yeah.
it's time crunch. It's always time crunch, and um, that's just every project. And then the question becomes prioritization, and then the question becomes, do you have an opportunity to go back? Can you go back and add that later? And that's the thing that we didn't really have a good eye for at the time, right? It was always forward. It was always new expansion, new land, new continent, new hook. And so I think, you know, honestly, by Velious, the world was big enough.
Yeah.
In my opinion, the world was plenty big enough. If we didn't have to do expansions that were kind of taking you to a new place, oh shit, new continent appeared or
Yeah.
whatever. It,
You know
we
what's
could have,
crazy? Luclin's kind of an interesting one. It's a divisive one, I suppose, for a lot of people. But for me personally, I thought it was cool. I thought it was like a continuation of Kunark in a way, because it took like the whole lore with the Shisar and the Green Mist, and they tried to escape and whatnot. And just real quick, not to like derail the talk too much, but like one of the questions I wanted to ask you is like, a lot of people you've talked about it before, and I actually tried to find a video where like you really like explained it in depth. But one of the questions was like, you're doing a lot of things out of necessity at the time, just to, there's this whole like business side of it and like how you approach stuff. But like, people said, well, that kind of ruined the game because suddenly you have to go to the spires and just be teleported, and a druid or a wizard can't teleport you anymore. And that kind of took away from like the social interaction of like how that stuff works. And you mentioned like a lot of that stuff was done out of necessity. Like, can you speak to that a little bit, like from from your time on the inside. I suppose to me it makes sense, like from a lore perspective. Like how can a just a regular druid teleport you to the moon? There'd have to be some kind of crazy technology where it could like channel you in that way. So like to me it made sense from a lore perspective. But anyway,
I guess, I mean, you can you can justify pretty much anything with lore. And then people will also write detailed posts on the internet about why the lore didn't justify it or whatever, or ruined it, or so I guess in theory they could have just had druids and wizards. Honestly, I don't know what the rationale was for the spires outside of lore. Um the the project was very much one that was well on its way, already designed, or I won't say already designed. The people who are going to be doing the design as they worked were already in place and owned their zones and all that stuff. And those decisions had already been made. I don't know what the justification was, or if there was one, or like a specific. There was something they ran into on that, and I don't remember from any of the interviews if there was something. I came in as an apprentice. I got pulled out of the pit. I went up and was in an office with uh, I was in an office with three other guys, two of which are now working on Monsters and Memories with us. So that's pretty dope. And one of them became the design director of EverQuest, and then further EverQuest stuff, and basically like the San Diego, everything in San Diego for a while. After that, after after Luclin, the guys left to go form Sigil. Brad and Jeff and a lot of the guys left to form Sigil, and work on Vanguard. You kind of, I think, and this is in no way meant to disparage Vanguard at all, but you saw the level of ambition in Luclin that you saw in Vanguard as well, where it's like that
yeah,
it's a very ambitious game, and it was that same guys. And I think with Luclin, if they had stuck around and the business side of things allowed for it, they probably, knowing like some of the stuff that they wanted to get into Luclin and the storylines and how deep the storylines were going, there was major storylines between, I don't know, man, like half a dozen factions.
yeah,
When you dig
yeah,
into like, everything going
dude,
on with Saru, and you
yeah,
go into the Shisar stuff, and you go into, the vampires that are there. And then you've got like the
yeah,
whole alien vibe and
dude.
the
It is
Vashir.
it is amazing. To this day, I'm still like uncovering lore and like piecing it all together as I go through it. It's like it's amazing, like the amount of detail and yeah, ambition that was there for sure.
And it was just because it's, again, it was guys that were on the team. They're super passionate. A lot of guys working on Luclin, I they weren't OG launch guys or Kunark guys necessarily, because we had like OG launch guys and Kunark guys had gone on to EQ2 or Star Wars Galaxies or other stuff, right? So
Yeah,
you had this crew of people that were like EverQuest diehards and fans coming up and filling in, and then you had us coming up behind them. And so they were just trying to get a ton done, and there wasn't a lot of project management going on, man. It just, there was a lot of silliness. Jeff's a great guy. I love him. And I did an interview with him that was a lot of fun. But like, you know, there was a lot of people were enjoying their money and success. And oh, there's a EverQuest tour of Europe going on during like while we're trying to develop this game, and like Brad and Jeff are over there and on the Autobahn and
hell
fast
yeah,
cars and shit, and no one's minding the shop kind of stuff, and everybody's crunching and just ambitious and sweaty. And there's so many people packed into that like design area. And it was standard office cubicles, and
yeah. I
there
was
would be
gonna
an
ask how big the
apprentice.
offices are. Yeah,
Not big, dude. It was four of us jammed into one office. Like every cubicle had maybe an apprentice stuffed in. So just that little side space, that's the other side of a cubicle, right? Like you got the main
Yeah.
cubicle and then you got the little where you put your pictures and shit.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be like someone like Paul or Brian or somebody sitting there just like trying not to disturb the grumpy ass designer who's stressed. That's like I got too much to do.
Damn,
And
dude.
so
That's amazing.
there was so much going on. They threw like Charval to me as a apprentice. It was just like, hey, we need to get Charval populated. And it's just like, okay, think about that. We need to get the starting city knocked out really quick. Hey, can you work on Charval over the next like week or 2 weeks and get that done real quick? That's kind of the rate that things were going, right?
Wow.
And so, and then as the apprentices freed up, they were like, okay, I'm available. Cool. Could you go in and there's some mobs in the newbie yard down there, but can you do some starter quests for these guys or whatever? Okay, yeah, and it's just like,
That's amazing.
and uh yeah, I was an apprentice sitting there in our little 4-man office and someone was like, "Oh shit, we need to actually get the Beastmaster in." And so they were like, "Oh man, we got to do the Beastmaster." Well, what's it do? And they're like, it's just kind of like people think there are these grand design meetings where everybody's fully figured everything out and it's all been designed well up front and stuff. I think that happens at some companies. I haven't seen it very often, if ever. But yeah, I've seen really thick, awesome design Bibles before on projects that were canceled or big, I've heard them called big books of stupid, where you like sit down, you design everything up front and it's like, oh, got
Yeah.
this whole MMO designed. Cool. You start day one, throw it away because shit just doesn't work that way or whatever. That's kind of the reality that I've seen. But hey, I don't know. I mean, if you read John Statt's book, if you look at like the creation of WoW, it's not dissimilar. We talked to those guys, before WoW came out. They were very much like, I hope this works. There's no so that
That's
game
amazing, man.
development is messy and crazy and stuff, especially when you're in that era, or especially when you're doing something weird like making an indie game or something. And so, for me, they're like, do an epic quest. I'm like, what is this dude even? Like, what do they do? We think it's gonna be blah blah blah. All right, put the Beastmaster epic quest in like a few days. Next,
Yeah.
hey, I need some. The Shreza temple is empty, and the guy who was doing the emperor and stuff was my office mate Lawrence, because he was also the spell guy. So he's doing the emperor upstairs, and he's like, "Man, I don't have nothing down in this part of the zone. Hook it up." I'm like, "All right." And just here you go. So I just go in and do the basement, do the curse cycle and stuff because um, Steve, the guy that I was always kind of like looking over his shoulder down in the CS pit, Steve is somebody who is doing a lot with like Invisible Men, and we would sit there and brainstorm how to use
Dude, that's
Invisible Men to
yeah.
like trigger events and shit. So he
Yeah.
did the 10th Ring War and stuff, and that's all Invisible Man. Curse Cycle's all Invisible Man. The Burrow
Wow.
Beast is Invisible Man, right? So it's
Wow.
just people, passionate people, not knowing what they are doing, but knowing how to at least make some shit, not knowing that they can't do something, getting it done,
Yeah.
right? Like if you don't know, we're Dumbo. We just think as long as we're holding a feather, man, we can fly.
Yeah.
Like we don't
It's
know any better.
yeah.
Yeah,
Man, amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it's just
yeah.
I'm just I had a random memory. You did an interview and I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, but it was he designed the monk and the shaman epic quest. He's just like a regular guy working at Trader Joe's.
Jeremy.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
he's a super humble guy. He was studying a lot of like
Always.
philosophy and like shamanism and stuff at the time, Buddhism,
Yeah.
just all this like history and like it's just amazing what people came up with. That you still remember that to this day. So anyway, it's just a very special time. Yeah.
I just remembered his GM name as well. Yeah, so he was the first guy who I was able to look over his shoulder because he's so easygoing. Say, hey man, yeah, for sure. Like you can watch, right? I think his GM name was Iradial, and he was the Talonzek GM before me, I believe. I think that's correct. And he walked around with like a base level character, no armor and stuff, no shoes, and a fishing pole. And that was his GM character. He's so chill.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Shout out to
He
Jeremy.
eventually, yeah, Jeremy's amazing dude. And he's somebody, early days of Monsters and Memories. I was talking to him about, hey man, you think you got time? Like I would love for you to work on it. I was asking a lot of those guys early on when the idea of M&M first was percolating,
Hmm.
talking to a few different people. I won't necessarily dox the rest of them, but like,
Yeah, I apologize if I
um,
doxed Jeremy, but yeah.
oh no, you didn't. I think that's fine. And the thing is like, yeah, I guess to wrap up the Luclin thing, it was just we were there and we were kicking ass and had an opportunity to like basically get on the team after that because I think they knew that they were going to need more designers, and so we got our a handful of us got picked up as full-time designers, and then right after that, those guys left,
Hey,
and so
I,
there's no design teams in. Go
that's
ahead.
crazy, man. Yeah, so basically you were like one of the last man standing, if you will. All the legends or quote unquote at the time left, and it's like, oh shit, now I'm the guy, you know. But
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you too, and I'm so sorry to interrupt, but so did you ever feel at a time where like, oh shit, like all these guys just jumped ship and like EverQuest 2 is getting ready to come out, or like these guys are making Vanguard now, maybe like EverQuest is gonna tank, or I don't know. Did you ever think to explore like any other opportunities or whatever, like during that kind of hectic time, which to me was like the EQ of in its heyday, at least for me anyway, like the kind of magical time with EQ is after Kunark and Luclin and all that. But random question.
Um, No, and please always interrupt. Like I said, I just talk. I forget that this is being recorded, so I just talk and I'm like, oh shit. Every once in a while it clicks that someone may have to like watch all of this.
Oh
I'm like, oh
no
man, I wish I
worries.
was more concise. Oh no. But what we thought was cool. Now there's a chance for us to prove ourselves. We thought the game, because during that period I think we're rating more than ever. Steve and I are in the same guild, but he did wind up going over to Vanguard. And like Steve and I were in the same guild, and so we're raiding a ton with our guild and like just really enjoying that part of the game. And just it felt like we were getting better and better with the tools, and it was our chance. The guys that were on the team was like, oh shit, now it's our time to like do good stuff. And so we basically just grabbed Planes of Power. There was already a ship date, like it was going to ship. And they're like, you're in charge now. You guys are in charge. You got to make this expansion now. Um, and here's your ship date. And the theme is the gods and the planes. And so I, I was made the expansion lead. I think at the time, the actual formal structure was um
Let's
Rich was lead designer
yeah.
but there was nobody else, and I was the assistant lead, and then that became him being the design director, and
Hmm.
then I was the expansion lead. And so yeah man, it was just running design meetings and just getting planes delivered.
That's
And
amazing.
it was just a situation where we didn't have a lot of design meetings before that I was a part of. There's only a handful of design meetings I remember, and only a couple of those Brad would come into or whatever. There was, like it wasn't super organized. It was a lot of dudes sitting there making their stuff, sometimes communicating with each other, whatever, for Luclin. With Planes, well, Jeff left, Brad left, everybody left. We got a producer who was from Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune. So we had a casual games group at Sony Online that got shut down because casual games were lame, like 5 or years too early, right? Like they wind up blowing up later. But so Robert got pulled up as the producer, and he was just like, they're like, he was in the same boat as us. Hey, you're responsible for the number one moneymaker in the company. I think maybe the only moneymaker in the company.
Wow.
Keep making money, right? We got all this other shit going on. It costs money. So keep making money. And Robert's thing was just, he was a producer. Like he was a legit producer. We hadn't had a legit producer before that. We had dudes that were producers. That meant they were the guy in charge for whatever reason. But we didn't have a legit producer until Robert showed up. And Robert was like, hey guys, I don't care about the subject matter. He was very crass. He's very big. He was like 6'6", 300 some pounds minimum. Big, sweating profusely from stress. But he was funny as shit, dude. He was the most crass. Everything was a joke. You know, he looked like Peter Griffin, and he was just, we were dying laughing, the stuff that he would say. Not some people, I think some of it didn't age well or whatever over the years. In different interviews, people have looked back and don't remember him as fondly, but I love the guy. He was just amazing. And the thing was, he loved the team. He was the kind of guy that he knew if somebody had a kid and he would like maybe write them a card and it would have like a poem in it or some shit. He helped people out financially out of his own pocket. Some people ran into some trouble and he'd take care of them. He just he for as crass as he was superficially, he was a very good producer, and he really instilled in us to like take care of your people, be no bullshit.
I love
I
that.
heard after the fact, after I left the team, that he would be in some meetings where he would, I think, defer a bit more to upper management than when I was there. But when I was there, it was he would go, "Hey, design guy, art guy, tech guy, come with me. We're gonna go talk to Smed." And a lot of times Rich didn't want to deal with that nonsense. If I remember correctly, Rich, if you're watching this, let me know if I'm remembering wrong. But I would wind up getting to go in those meetings either in his place or with Rich, because I was like expansion guy, so I could speak about what we're doing with the expansion. Or, hey, we shipped this other expansion yesterday, 3 days later. So what is the pitch for the new expansion, right? And so go in there and just kind of do that. And Pfister, he didn't want to put his stamp on anything. He didn't want to make his game. He didn't give a shit. He was like, I think this game's stupid, to be honest with you. It's elves and shit. I don't care about that. What I care about is that we run like a professional team and we deliver when we say we're going to deliver. And so he taught me concepts like work back schedules, right? Because he's like, the way he delivered it was just like, hey, you idiots, you realize you got to ship on this date, right? So you can't be done on that date. All right. So if if you need to be done here and it needs to be QA'd, when does that got to start? How long does that process take? Do we know? Have you
Dude.
guys ever done this?
Yeah.
When is it, when's pencils down to get it in QA? Like he
Wow.
sent us to make a schedule one day and we're like, he was like, come back with a schedule for the, like the beats of the next expansion. We're like, we don't even know what the expansion is yet, dude. So like, how are we going to do that? He's like, well, give me a schedule of a schedule. And we're just like, what does this mean? And we went off. We're like, okay. And we went in and we're like, what is he talking about? A schedule of a schedule. We finally gave in, tapped out, went back. Robert, what are you talking about? Schedule of a schedule. He's like, do you dummies? Listen, if you don't know things, but you don't know things, then figure out when you think you're going to know the things you don't know and put them on a timeline. And then hopefully the things that you don't know that you now know or then know will enable you to predict when the shit needs to be done so that we can do the things that we just keep doing over and over again in a timely manner. We're like, oh, okay. Yeah. So we're like, hey, come back. We'll have this figured out by this. We're going to have a meeting about that on this date, which will enable us to unlock our understanding of what these features are by then. We'll commit to the features by this next time because we got to get all of this done within X amount of months because we're putting a box on the shelf in 6 months. it's got to have a gold master. So that the art assets and stuff have to be pretty locked in.
Yeah.
And
Holy
so,
shit, dude. That would
right,
be so intimidating.
we just figured it out, man. And the thing was, it was just like, we just were like, oh man, we're going to do it.
Dude, what was Gates of Discord like? I know that one was the one that was notorious for just like the naming conventions are just like crazy, and also it was like notoriously difficult. It was tuned for like level 70 players or something, but it was released when the level cap was 65. Guilds were getting wrecked, like people were rage quitting. Oh my god, like
Dude,
yeah.
we had a, we had, we had a, we had a guild leader like jamboree in the cul-de-sac with like a dunking booth and events and games and prizes. We flew guild leaders in to apologize for how bad that expansion went.
Oh shit.
So the expansion, I was basically I worked on um, Luclin as a design apprentice during that era, design apprentice stuff, some backfill fixes and stuff on Velious. I was the expansion lead for Planes of Power, Lost Dungeons of or Legacy of Ykesha because they came back to us right when we shipped planes on time.
That was
Fairly
an interesting
solid,
one as well. Was
like
fully
um
online.
well, yeah, Legacy of Ykesha, they said, can you ship an expansion in 4 months? Because I think Star Wars Galaxies was late and they wanted like they needed a revenue hit or something. I forget what the justification was, but it was like, can you do it in 4 months? And we were like, yeah, sure. Like we just went back and we had a bunch of features we were going to give the people for free anyways, or put in a future expansion. And we're like, well, scrounge up these tech features. Scott Hartzman was like, we can pull all these in. We can have them activated as part of the expansion. I was like, how many zones can we do? 4? Okay. That's where are we gonna what continent is 4 zones? Where are we gonna stuff 4 zones? And then like looking on the map, it was like, oh shit, dude, I know. Broken Skull Rock. It's a little island. We divvy that into 4 zones that tell a cohesive story. That'll work, right? We can't make a lot of characters because we only have 4 months, right? So, we're not going to make a lot of original characters. We're going to make the Logolds. So, Broken Skull Rock.
Wow.
We were talking about Lovecraft before the stream, before the interview. Um, I was super hyped on Dagon and like
Yes.
Lovecraft.
Yes.
And the Dagon movie or Dagon was I love that movie. It's so campy and stuff. So Broken Skull
Yeah.
Rock, Legacy of Ykesha was meant to be like a very Lovecraftian feel
Holy
with
shit. Yeah.
the weird fishing village and the creepy island and all this stuff,
Oh
but it's
my god.
trolls.
Yeah.
So that was, and so the Logolds were meant to be kind of like the things that creepy people in a fishing village that turned into sea creatures would be. Those are the Logolds. And instead of like Dagon, it was I think they had Interrook, but it was like a different kind of cult of Interrook down there in the temple and stuff.
Yeah.
Hates Fury only got added as a 5th zone because Dave, the guy that helped me get into the company, really wanted to make a pirate ship so damn bad that we could fight on. And after, months and years of yelling at us about why we can't, the Z axis and EQ was broken, so you couldn't stack stuff. That's why like Tower of Frozen Shadow is pieces. You can't really have towers or verticality in that way.
Oh
So
wow.
I was like, dude, how are we going to do a ship if we can't do that? After all this yelling, you want to do a ship? And he's like, watch me. You just kind of made it so that it was, you progress up, but you're not under the
Yeah.
other stuff ever. So, but he
Wow,
really
man.
wanted that ship. So he made it happen. But they were just like, you got to get it done in 4 months. And we're like, we can't put it in a box. We can't burn a gold master that soon. And so that's when it was like, okay, let's do digital download. And so, and then because we did digital download, like the brick and mortar shops were not happy because we're cutting them out. And so then we did the jewel case.
Wow.
We put the jewel case in
This was
after the fact.
February 25, 2003. Sorry, I got the expansions pulled up here. I was just wanting to
Yeah.
like keep track of the time there, the years, but man, that's
Yeah.
amazing.
And,
Wow.
and Pop shipped when?
Planes of Power was October 29th, 2002. Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So they yeah, November, December, January, February. And so we whipped it
Wow.
together. I had to present what we were doing, not just to SMED this time, but to the entire company at a full company, 500 person company gathering. And we had just cobbled it together. And there's a lot of like pirate and ninja stuff going on at the time. Like pirates and ninjas were cool.
Yeah.
And uh
Yep.
and so we were kind of like vibing on pirates. I had to get up and present a PowerPoint that we quickly ripped together. That was like concept art of the trolls and with the, troll zombies and pirate theme, and pitch this thing of, oh, we're going to sell you a new player race, but we don't have time to give you a city. You know what? Let's invade a city and take it over and displace the trolls, or no, trolls, right? We displaced the trolls, not the ogres. Ah, fuck. I don't remember. Anyway,
Yeah.
so, but I thought it was Invasion of Grob. Okay. So, the we had to give this presentation. No time to put it together. Didn't practice it. Nothing. But I was like, I'm amped on it. I think this is going to be a cool little expansion.
Hmm.
On the way into the big venue that we're giving the presentations, we see Smed, and like, Smed, we figured it out. We're gonna, I got an idea. Wait till you see it. And he said something along the lines of, "It better not be pirates." And I'm like, "Oh shit, is he serious?" Right? Like the whole with Robert, I'm like, "Dude, huh?" I went up and I was so flustered that I get up in front of like 500 people, most of which are working on the next great big thing, right? You got to understand, within Sony, a lot of people just didn't give a shit about EverQuest. It
Mm.
was an interesting vibe. Like a lot of people, they didn't dig it. It wasn't, they didn't, it was kill monster, get loot, kill bigger monster. And people were doing things like, Star Wars Galaxies and the first MMO FPS and, crazy cool studio doing spy game that never shipped and like all this other stuff.
It's
So
crazy.
there's a lot
Yeah.
of stuff going on where they're kind of like, EQ2 was going to be the end all be all, right? This crazy game. So we were kind of like, we're the B team or the C team. We weren't considered like a, almost a real team. We were the GMs that were just kind of knocking out expansions now, right? And so I get up and I give this presentation. It's like some concept art and troll pirates. And the people on the team are like, yeah. Everybody else was just quiet, man. Like no one cared. And I was just like, I got so flustered. I just I just paused a lot and stared. I was just like, okay, I think I'm done
How
here.
many people were witnessing the presentation? Like,
All of them.
oh, okay,
It was this giant. It was just
a huge group.
ungodly
Yeah,
like
yeah.
thing where I'm just a sea of like professional developers, and I'm this, you know, tattooed 26-year-old or whatever
Dude, that's
kid
crazy.
that was a
Yeah.
GM like a year ago going, and here's our next shit, and they're like, okay, cool. Can we see the stormtrooper with the Vader and like the full CG? And okay, I'll get out of the way. It's just, but anyway, so
That's
to
awesome.
answer your question, the thing that happened with Gates was we released that. We released Lost Dungeons of Norrath, which we're very proud of.
That was a cool one. Yeah.
Um, we released Pop, Legacy of Ykesha, Lost Dungeons, and I think then it's Gates, and then it's Omens, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
so right as we're starting Gates, we've done LDoN. Excuse me. We're starting Gates, and um I because my friends own Zero skateboards, every day I wear like a different Zero t-shirt. I had a closet of like everything they ever printed. It's like hundreds of shirts.
That's
And
awesome.
so I was just kind of noticed that the Zero, kind of the various Skull t-shirt guy. So I get to my desk on a Friday, and there's a Grim Reaper statue just sitting on my desk, kind of ominously. And before I can find out who put it there, come to find out, I think it was Rich actually had done it. Where somebody's, oh, I know you like skulls and saw this at like whatever, you know, saw it at Walmart or something, got it for you. We get called in, and we're told it was me, Rich, and Scott Hartzman. We get called in, told, hey, we're going to have a meeting on Monday, and we're going to discuss something with you guys. There's going to be a big change, but don't worry about it.
Uh-oh.
Like, I don't know who does that, but the studio head at the time was like, this fantastic guy, Rod. And he's just like, he's an English guy. He's like, bro, yeah, it's going to be a big change, but it's going to be great, and you guys are going to love it. All right, so have a great weekend. And I was like, you know, Rich on whatever ICQ or whatever. I'm like, dude, what is this shit? Like, what's going on? We're talking. And I was like, I get a Grim Reaper, and now there's a big change. Like, this isn't a good sign. And he's like, I think, you know, it might have been him who was in, or somebody fessed up to, oh no, I bought that for you. I was like, okay, cool. We come back Monday, like sweating it all weekend. And the thing is, Robert, our producer, knows. He knows what the big change is. And he does not look happy.
Oh man.
And but he won't say. He's like, I can't, you know, yeah, no, it'll be all right. And this guy's usually loud, boisterous, shit talker.
Dude, stuff
so
like that
we're
really
just like,
gets me. Like, just tell me. Don't keep me in suspense.
Yeah.
What's going on? Anyway.
It's like, that's a weekend of like Trader Joe's $2 chuck, you know, like just, oh, I'm glad his wine is cheap. And so Monday we roll in, and the big thing is, in the studio head's office, there's my producer, Robert, the three of us, so the tech director, design director, and expansion lead, and the executive producer of EverQuest 2. And they said, hey, you guys are going over to EverQuest 2. We gotta get this thing done. We've been struggling to keep up on some stuff, you know, blah, blah, blah. So we're going to bring you guys over. And I'm, you know, immediately we're all kind of like, in what capacity? Am I lead? Am I not a lead? Is he a director? Is he not? Like, oh, well, we're going to figure all that out once you're there. Cool. Do we keep our royalties? Because we get quarterly royalties right now, and it's a decent check because we're knocking out expansions, and so we're in the royalty pool for EQ. How about that? Right?
That's
all.
It's like, yeah.
So hey, that's a big deal. Also, I don't want to work on EQ2. That was just something I was like, what I knew about it, I'm not interested in it. If I want to, I was like, I like EverQuest.
Yeah.
If I want to work on EverQuest, I want to work on EverQuest. I don't want to work on EverQuest 2.
Yeah.
I definitely don't want to work on EverQuest 2 in a different capacity. I get a lot of input on what we're doing. I love the team. We have a rhythm. We're cranking out stuff, and Robert got us to the point where, you know, his whole work back schedule, yada yada. Like we were shipping expansions. Those expansions that we shipped, we were able to do that and have like a week of downtime working on the next expansion or whatever. Like, we didn't have super huge notable catastrophes when our expansions went out. Legacy of Ykesha actually broke it set the record for concurrent users for EverQuest. We had 118,000 concurrent users the night that Legacy of Ykesha went live.
Wow.
So it was stable, and we didn't bring the servers down for a week, right? So we had stability. Scott Hartzman did an amazing job with the tech team getting us stable. Robert got us acting like pros.
Yeah.
You know, took care of us, and shit was just kind of good. And it was like, dude, we haven't even really started designing this expansion. So Lost Dungeons introduced like the Wayfarers Guild and was starting to ease our way towards this idea that I've been pitching of what do you do after you do the planes, and what do you, all right, you've killed the gods and reset time, and we did that sort of gimmick to kind of keep things going, and
Yeah.
then the focus of Lost Dungeons was like seeding more depth into the world and
Yeah.
instancing, because instancing, the only place I'd seen it before that was Anarchy Online. And so that was during pop that we kind of brought up the question, and I was like, can we do these single player mission spaces like AO does, but with groups, or more importantly with guilds, to
Yeah.
stop zerging and this and that.
Dude, I actually
And it was,
remember that fondly. I'd be like going and be like, "Oh shit, here's like the LDoN camp. There's like a bunch of people gathered there to like there's something going on. Like it's exciting, you know? It's like a cool little hub at all these little zones throughout the world, Everfrost and Butcher Block Mountains and stuff." Anyway,
yeah.
please continue.
And we wanted to tell the stories that were on the map that we hadn't done yet, like the ruins of Takashi's, right? And
Yeah.
Miragul's Menagerie.
Miracle's Menagerie was really cool. Yeah.
And again, it was just that plus instancing, and we, there was a lot of technical stuff we'd done for the first time, again working with Dave, and just creating that much content. It was brute force SQL, like record creation. Lost Dungeons of Norrath added another like 150 170,000 records to the game, right? Because it was a data set for every 5 levels. It
Yeah.
was multiple rares. It was all the itemization, right? And so we were really coming into our own as a team. You had asked previously if we had looked at other stuff. During that era, we did. We went up to EA in LA, and a handful plus of us went up there and interviewed, because we were like, there's kind of a golden handcuffs going on with EverQuest and the royalties. But if we can get paid better at one of these companies that wants to hire the design team, we're down. We went up and had dinner with the WoW guys, and because there's a lot of people in each other's guilds and stuff, and we're kind of like getting a feel for, we're all obviously in awe of Blizzard, right? Even if we've got EQ, which at the time was the MMO in the West, we're still thinking like, there's no way they're not going to kill it with this game, right? It's Blizzard. We saw it, and we saw like the tooling and stuff
Yeah.
like that. We're like, this game's going to be so huge. So there's kind of that feel of like, maybe is there a way we go up to Blizzard? Do we start something new with EA? And so, but then here we are, and they're going EQ2. Well, the reason why I was mentioning like LDoN was, the idea was that we would take you into the planes of Discord, or the universe of Discord, essentially, right? Because they have their own planes, they have their own pantheon,
Yeah.
they have their own gods.
And dude, I thought
And
that was
so
so cool. I loved that. Anyway, yeah.
it's like the priests of Discord have been this thing where they're the whole time, but the Discord that they're speaking of is a parallel universe. And the parallel universe has its own gods, and like the pantheons, and its own heroes, and its own big bads, and its own Mayongs, and its own. And it was essentially like, could we go into that and essentially do this new progression, do this new feel where it feels like, it's this whole new universe, but really rooted in the classic vibe. Um, it's when you pull the leadership, and I don't know, people watching this, you might be like, well, then it would have been even farther removed from, classic era, and it could have been shit, who knows? But like, that was the thought. And so with all the team, when we asked, like, when do we leave? Like, when are we on EQ2? They said tomorrow.
Oh.
And we're like, dude, how are you going to,
Like,
who runs like, not to have too big of a head, but we
who's
are the
gonna
leadership
Yeah.
of the team, right? Like, but the thing was,
Wow.
again, back to that story of we're the C team. The management, we were in a position where we had a lot of a swagger, because it's like, we're making all the money for the company. And so we go into meetings and just be like, Lost Dungeons of Norrath, we went into an offsite with Smed and Russ and those guys, and we were hyped on what we were going to pitch. And the start of the meeting was, Smed saying, whatever you're about to pitch, if it's not housing, I don't want to hear it. And we're like, well, it's not housing. So are we done here? We have this other thing,
Wow,
you
man.
know, and you know, his I think where he was and where the studio head were they were actually in the right spot and they were over the target where we needed to be, but we didn't communicate well. We didn't understand. We were thinking in terms of expansion and going out, and that was kind of the ask of us. And Rod, the guy that was in charge of the studio, was very much like a casual player and very into RP and very into world building and storytelling in
Hmm.
games and sense of place.
Yeah.
And I think at that point they were kind of like, well, how do we inject more into the world for casual people, right? Because we're so raid focused and so
Yeah.
that we're catering to the loudest people. We're catering to that, 3 to 5% of the audience that's like, you have 2 weeks to fix your shit, kind of like, okay, great. Um, but there's this whole body of like players who are, forever 35, forever level 40, 50, who aren't seeing that content. And it's like, well, what can we put in for them? And we basically we pitched LDoN as, hey, this gives them an opportunity. It's evergreen content. It's,
Yeah.
is it the right thing for our game? Is it the right thing for the world sense of the game? No, probably not. Right. But is it something that we think makes sense? Yeah. And so when they heard that, they bought, they were cool with it. But I think we had burned a lot of political capital, and Smed and those guys, I think, really did think like we weren't Brad, right? We weren't the genius that made it happen kind of thing, right? Like Brad used to write emails to Smed. And again, I think people will not disagree. I love that tail
Dude,
going
I'm
by.
I'm so sorry. My cat is going
Why?
crazy.
Why?
She's just like
Yeah.
purring and like bumping everything, stepping all over the keyboard. Oh no.
Oh no, not at all, man. Like we're just chatting. Like my dog, my wife's home. Otherwise, he'd probably be trying to get on my lap right now too. It's great. Like, um, I love seeing the cat in the background as well.
That's kind of my whole shtick. People think it's fake. People think it's a prop because she usually sleeps most of the time. Anyway.
She's sitting right on your head.
Yeah.
But
But
yeah, man, like I think there's this vibe of the designers that were there could be easily replaced because we were just GMs that came in. We weren't Raph Koster. We weren't Brad McQuaid, right? Like we weren't Jeffrey Zatkin. We were just these EverQuest players who were passionate about it. Now, in the case of Rich, he'd been in the industry like 8 years or whatever. He was a senior designer when he got on the EQ team, right? So it was natural that he became the design director. He's just a brilliant dude. He just really is a very, very, very smart guy.
yeah.
And the person he brought in, John Troy, another just super smart guy, and they're both very high end players and keepers of the faith, right? Like, and so we were playing the game, we were living the game. We brought in skill sets that obviously worked. I mean, we did good stuff, and we were moved because they wanted to shake things up a little bit, is what I heard as well.
Wow.
And then Omens of War basically was like, the guys have to figure out how to do this without our leadership. And dude, leading a design meeting is not a given. Sitting in a room with creatives and working with them to align on an outcome that is workable.
Yeah.
That's a skill set, right? Like, and I working with the other teams, like working with the artists and bartering and going, hey,
Dude,
we
it's
want to make
amazing,
this
man. There's
shit.
so much that goes into it. Like, this is amazing.
It's a lot of negotiation as
Yeah.
well, right? Like, how do we do Lost Legacy of Ykesha? Well, we only got, I think, like one unique model, maybe the Lugolds. I think we got a little kit bash, boss or something, and then we got a lot of reskins because their first offer was we can do 3 models. We're like, we don't want to populate the whole game, like a whole expansion with just 3 models and use a bunch of. Well, how many reskins do we get for one model? Well, we can do X number of reskins. Perfect. What if the reskin is just some face paint and shit? we want to do these zombie trolls and then get them hyped on, and they're, oh yeah, like actually, oh, we've knocked out a couple more because we're kind of hyped and we wanted to do this variation, that variation. And a lot of my job during that period was like, how do I sell this to the other guys? How do we, turn this into a package? How do we package it into a cohesive story? What is the product in this? What is the box, right? What's that box look like? What are the bullet points?
Mm-hmm.
And thinking in those terms of, you got finite time, got finite resources, like how do you scope a thing that is worthwhile and get it out there? And so with Omens, I'm also like generic as shit on a lot of stuff, man. I like to write, I like to be creative, but I'm very much of the Stephen King school of writing. His book on writing, I think, was a great one. I read that early on, and it stuck with me. People, for as much of a weirdo as he's turned into, and damn him for never replying to my email my first year as a game designer when I was like, Dear Mr. Stephen King, can we please make the Dark Tower universe into an MMO? Signed, your faithful reader, Shawn, who's working on EverQuest, by the way. If you've ever heard it, it's a really big deal, and I'm working on it now. So I totally love to make your books into a game, please. No fucking response, right? So it's like,
Oh man.
um, but of course
Wow.
not. But like, but he he sold a lot of books because he wrote books that are very relatable and easy to read and have recurring themes and kind
Yeah.
of like themes that are nostalgic, and everybody remembers when they were a kid going to the
Yeah.
water drainage tunnel and it was scary and coming of age and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of the same story and over again. You don't have to be the most creative,
Yeah.
craziest names. Like, he's no Clive Barker, right? Like, Clive Barker gets into some weird esoteric shit.
Yeah.
Steve,
But dude, do you know
go
what's
ahead.
crazy too? It's like you said, he's underestimated as a world builder. But the thing is too, it's like the recipe for this is simple if you think about it. It's like I talked to when I chatted with a goblin. It's like like a pizza. It's a simple recipe. But when you start getting crazy with it, then it just gets weird. Like sometimes you just got to keep it simple, and that's what makes it beautiful. Like the simplicity can be very beautiful. It's
Yeah.
in world building. I feel like so.
Oh, and in a lot of things, right? Like world building and art, and it's food. There are the crazy chefs that are Michelin chefs that are doing weird foam things and blah blah
Oh yeah.
blah. And you
Oh
fart under
yeah.
a glass and stick it on there and light it on fire, and like, but a lot of it is just like, it's just well done meat and potatoes, right? Like, it's
Yeah.
just very very well
Yes.
executed. And again, I'm not trying to say that anything I've ever done is like some Michelin stuff. Again, try to I try to be humble. But what we found was, like, the names and stuff and the art direction for Omens. There's just like this weird shit that didn't necessarily look like EQ, and the names are Ixquilcaplicabak and all this other stuff, and everything had a crazy name, and there's nothing relatable, and all that. And some people love it. I'm not shitting on it. I'm definitely not like dismissing the effort that the team put into it. They did hard work. They did good work for the situation they're in. The There was no level increase, so it was overtuned, right? The level increase was supposed to happen. It wound up not happening. But all of this is like behind the scenes planning stuff. So
Yeah.
with the leadership gone, without Scott there, without Rich there, without me there, it didn't work the way it was supposed to work. And so it produced an expansion that just, now it's a good one, right? Like, you look back and people, once you've in at the right levels and stuff, people appreciate it more. But at the time, it wasn't the right formula. There wasn't the right, because it can be, a lot of people talk about liking Gates, sorry, not Omens, Gates, coming back after the fact, and it's challenging and they dig it. Timing is a big part of it, right? Like delivery at the time. If the levels aren't there that you thought were going to be there, and it's too overtuned at the time, like, that's something you have to fix before it comes out, right? Not to say that Pop was perfect or any of this other shit. We make mistakes, but the team was in a very tough spot, and the project suffered for it. And so right after that, when they were apologizing to the guilds and doing their whole thing, Smed and Russ talked to me and were like, "Hey, would you come back to EverQuest?" Because as soon as I got on EQ2, I told him I wasn't going to stay. Like I was like,
Okay.
I'll quit the company. I don't
Wow.
want to be on EQ2."
Dude, I was just gonna say, and actually I know very little about EverQuest too. Never played it, never even looked at it. I think some of the lore is interesting. I was like heavily into EQ at the time, so I actually don't know much about it. So you did briefly go to EQ too.
Yeah, I was there for about 2 weeks. I looked at their tools in detail. And I feel bad. Like I'm not saying anything about the team or the guys. There's only one person on that team that I would never work with again, and that's because I worked. He was my boss's boss on DC Universe Online, and I was just like, and that was a horrific project. But
Wow.
like
Yeah.
the team, there were great designers on the team. They put a lot of effort into it. I didn't like the art style. I didn't
Yeah.
I thought you could do some cool things in that universe, but those decisions had already been made, right? Like the world building was already pretty established. And then I looked at the tools and I didn't like the tools. That was a big one for me. I was like, I don't want to go from being a lead who gets to basically help set the vision for what's going on to being a designer on a game with tools that I don't like, with just it just EverQuest's tools were so dead simple and kind of brute force. It was a
Yeah.
relational DB, a live database that you mess something up. All right, well, try to recover it, whatever, in like a past save or something. Like if you screwed something up and didn't realize it was going to go out in the next update, and it's like, oh shit, why is everybody wearing cloth caps? Um,
Yeah.
the but it was dead simple and duct taped and chicken wired together. But there is something that I liked about the simplicity that when I started looking at EQ2 and I'm like, I don't I don't know that I want to work in this format. I don't know that like I want to learn this whole system, and it's a lot of like it felt weird to me. So I was full of myself at the time because I'd been the expansion lead on EQ. I was like, I want my own game. Like I want to make a game. And they're like, all right, we'll pitch some stuff. I was in no way at all prepared to make a game. Right. Like to this day, I'm like, okay, I know enough about the industry and making games that I know we can make a game. And I think so far we've proven that you can make a game, whether you like the game or not, whether you think the game's going to succeed, whether or not the game succeeds with Monsters and Memories for under 200K. We have a game that people have been playing for months, investing 1,000+ hours in some of them, and people are talking about it. Like the people that are like, I think it's bullshit that there's this, or I don't like that, or you guys are doing this wrong, or hey, you're making the same mistake, that it's 2026. You should know that you can't do that. Those
Dude,
are all fine discussions to have. But the fact that you're having those discussions demonstrates that like we know how to make a game.
it's amazing, man. It really is, and it's a very important question. It's like you say, what if the development was more focused on the world and kind of sandbox instead of all the modern convenience stuff? It is really interesting question that you're trying to answer with this. It's a really important project too, and like the history of game development, in my opinion. I'm not just saying that to fluff you up, but it's like it's a really important project for sure.
Well,
And
you better ask
also,
some hard questions, because if you don't ask the hard questions, someone's going to be in your comments. Like I just saw in another video's comments going, why were you nice to him for that whole time?
dude, people
Don't you
think
know that you're supposed to like ask the hard questions? Why is Monsters and Memories going to fail, Sean?
dude, people are like, dude, I've seen this guy around. He's such a shill. He's being paid to like say nice things about it. How? Like, I would love, yeah, sure. I would love, where's my paycheck? You guys
Right.
haven't asked any money for the game, whatever. Like, how am I being paid? Anyway, yeah.
The, the, I,
N-
and I gotta say, man, I
Yeah.
love, since we're talking about glazing and all that other stuff in the comments. I want to say I love your videos, dude. Like the stuff that I was
Dude, can I
just
just
thinking
say,
about the high elf video.
oh, thank you, man. I,
You
I
make
love
me
it.
hyped on the story, and I'm like, man,
See, it's because it
dudes.
works so well. It's because the lore, or maybe it's just not all in yet or whatever. But I love the idea of like the mysteries, like the ruins and this, and then this civilization was here, and these guys went deep into the ground. Like that. That's what makes it beautiful. Whenever you're dropped into the world is already there, and you're just like a visitor. You know, it's not like this whole, okay, you know what? You're starting an elf. Here's the history of your character. Here's the history of the elves. This is why you're here. This is everything that happened. Okay, now go. I don't like that. I just
I
think,
don't like it either.
yeah,
I don't.
it's not good
I don't.
storytelling in my opinion. I hate to say it. It's just it works well for some stuff, but yeah, like
I think it's different strokes, different folks, kind of thing. I think so. Again, it's not meant to. I don't. You know, I've
yeah,
I've done it with. We had a very low marketing budget for EverQuest expansion, so I don't know if you remember, but there was the kind of like paintings with like a blurb of text that would come out like one a week or something leading up to like Legacy of Ykesha or LDoN or whatever.
yeah,
And what that was we just took screenshots. Somebody in the on the art team in art department in the web team, another guy named Shawn would paint over them really quick. It was just a screenshot he painted over, and I'd write up some lore and to give lore, right? Because then people can kind of get in the mood, and it's cool. But so getting to Eminem basically
oh dude,
before we lose that sort of thought.
can I
Go
just
ahead.
say just one last thing before we move on? Just the very first time I think you left a comment on one of my YouTube videos. So basically, it wasn't until the November 2024 playtest, I think it was November, but it was towards the end of 2024. uh I threw my wife into the game. We were running errands, like we were kind of busy that day, and it was like literally like an hour and a half left before the test was scheduled to shut down. And I was like, all right, listen, I played EverQuest. It was this amazing MMO. She doesn't know what an MMO is. She didn't know EverQuest, never played a game of that kind. And I was like, all right, so we're gonna play this. You're gonna love it. It's like this whole world. And I was like, come on, we gotta go. It's like an hour and a half. So I threw her into the game. She knew nothing. And it was one of the playtests. I think like there was like real bad issues with lag at the time. It was one of the more like clunkier playtests. There was some stuff being worked on. And I was just raging. I got like kind of mad towards the end of it. Like, come on, we gotta go. We gotta grind. Like turn in your guild note, do this. And literally like she made every like fun little mistake you could make along the way. Like she accidentally attacked the guild master. She wasn't
Nice.
healing me when I was tanking. She didn't know the concept of auto attacking. She kept toggling auto attack on and off, and like it was very frustrating for her. And she told me, if this is what an MMO is, I don't want to play this. Like I'm not interested. Like you have fun, but like I hate this. And I was like, wow. And then I made a video like my thoughts about it. It's like, hey, you know, I played the playtest and this is what I think. And like I was like, I'm just sorry if I'm being negative. Like I really want to like this. Like I really see the potential. Like it's gonna be great, but just right now, like I just don't know. And you left me a comment. You're like, hey man, like it's okay if you didn't like it. It's all good. Maybe pop in another time, you know. But yeah, it's great. Thanks for checking it out. You know, it's not for everybody, and I love that. I love that stance. But anyway, just wanted to kind of throw that out there. Just my fun little
Yeah.
story with trying to introduce my wife into the game. But towards the end, she told me later, like, you know what, it was kind of cool. Maybe I'll give it another shot when it's more fleshed out, you know.
Yeah.
But
Well, based on that story, I blame you for all of that.
uh,
That sounds like you did not prepare her properly for the experience, sir.
I didn't.
You
I
got
didn't. It was all my fault. Yeah. You have to. The timing is very important. You got to ease someone into it, and you know.
yeah. You help them out and tell them about the auto attack and the yeah. Well, and it's interesting. Okay, I'll feel bad if I don't finish off the last thing. So basically, long story short,
Yeah.
very long story short, uh, Omens of War was I came back on the team because they said if you come back, then we'll let you work on some other stuff. And at the time, I think I'd bounced around to like PlanetSide, and we had spun up. It was either before that or just after that, like a mercenary game that was in the PlanetSide engine, some other stuff. But came back, and you can see, I think you can see it. I came in and was just like Omens of War naming, right? Like whatever it was, like Wall of Slaughter
Dude, iconic
Fields of
zone.
Blood, just
Fuck
like,
yeah.
let's just keep it
Yeah.
simple, like
I love
just
it.
what's the imagery? Fields of Blood, Wall of Slaughter.
Dude, I
Okay,
love it.
that kind of stuff was just like, but it's also not for everybody. Like a lot of people I think will play some Eminem and they'll run into some stuff, and some stuff will have cool names, and other stuff will just be Shaded Dunes, and like Night Harbor. It's not a fancy name, but that was the thing then. So I guess, just kind of skipping into to Eminem.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
the beautiful
Or
thing I think too is like this is one of the things I wanted to ask you is like so you I mean throughout your whole life and career, not just working with EverQuest, but just your life experiences like managing skate park, etc., like learning everything you learned at EverQuest and like so you've been in these situations where like okay, so EverQuest was already kind of an established thing that was kind of handed
yeah.
to you. Same thing with EverQuest 2, the other games you worked on, but now this, you have free reign to like completely make a new IP, which is beautiful. So like, I guess, well, okay, just backtrack a little bit. How did you? I know like the conversations started from streaming EverQuest
Yeah.
live on Twitch, and it's very much like tied to the culture of streaming, which I think is really interesting because I'm more of a YouTube guy, but Twitch is really really cool. That's part of the whole reason why I'm on there too, is just to kind of vibe out in some streams when I can. I apologize I can't catch all the streams just because like the time difference sometimes. But anyway,
There's no expectations, but yeah.
um, and so yeah, so like I guess what was like the big motivation for just like you know what I am gonna make my own game and because like making an MMO now is it's a difficult game to make. There's a lot that goes into it, and like you've seen it as someone on the inside. So I guess like how did it all start? I did chat with Secrets, the from the emulator community in
Yep.
EverQuest, and they mentioned someone had a part in maybe helping to assemble
Yeah.
the team Ollie and introducing you guys, but I guess
Yeah.
like how did that all start, like the creation of niche world cult and you know you going to
It
just
was,
design your own game essentially.
again, it's, I'm always curious where things are headed, because kind of like the story about getting into Verant, and I think I started this, and I don't know if I ever finished the thought really, but I feel like things happen for a reason. And over the years, I've definitely become somebody that is sort of rediscovered my faith, and my wife and I are, we say it in interesting ways because I think sometimes it sounds stuffy or whatever, but we're pretty solid on that front. Like we're pretty into it. So I just kind of look at it like, man, this had to have been lined up for a reason, because again, like I said, probably 12 hours ago now, it's just time goes so fast, and there's so many just sort of things that ping ponged us to this point. And for me, the whole making a game thing was, um I was at my previous company in Stockholm. I had worked at I had worked at another company prior to that in Hamburg, and it's a different development culture over here, and it taught me a lot about, like, we don't crunch in Europe. There's not a lot of crunch going on in Europe. The company I worked at in Hamburg had its own internal union, because it was a 1,200 person company that they laid off like 600 people at one time, and that was unheard of,
Wow.
especially in tech when it happened. And so they formed a works council, blah blah blah. And so I started learning a little bit about, hey, you can work with like a bit of a floating scope or floating schedule and this and that. And then the whole story of the last company I was at was just so interesting, and was so, you know, and these companies are directly related to the idea of forming NWC, in that the company in Hamburg is a game that no one's heard of. It was Flash, like anybody watching this, I'm sure probably hasn't heard of it. It's a Flash-based PvP pay-to-win game that was. It's a browser game. It's a Flash game. It
Interesting.
was Flash when I got there, right in 2015, and it's this really old school weird game. It's a PvP game, and they have a ladder match every month for 10,000 euro.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of
Wow.
weird. And but 450,000 people play it every month, and it makes between one or when I was there, it made between 1.5 and 2 million euro a month. And so it's this weird MMO, right? I
Interesting.
was the 13th producer in 9 years on that team. They had that much turnover. It was just like it was a tough project, but I learned a lot there. And I was
Okay.
like, but this is this weird niche. I didn't know at the time that it's like, okay, this niche is a niche. And so then I get recruited to an online horse adventure MMO for girls in Sweden based off a 90s CD-ROM, like 90s, early 2000s CD-ROM game. So Star Stable is a 4 CD CD-ROM game, the adventure part, and then there's a 4 CD CD-ROM equestrian focused game. They also the
Wow.
company did like a Barbie horse game. So they've had like horse game chops. Basically, the company was approached by some investors and founders, early founders of the company or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, World of Warcraft is making good money, and it's this world, and the Swedish girls love Star Stable, the game. What if we made a Star Stable World of Warcraft?" And the original company name was World of Horsecraft, and they changed it because they didn't want to get in trouble and made it Star Stable. But what it was they were hyper focused on the girls that liked this game. They weren't trying to be wow, like every girl in the world's going to play this game or every person in the world's going to play the game. They wanted to make a game that the girls in Sweden would like, and they did.
Hmm.
And by the time I got there, 10 years later, 9 years later, um, a lot of our employees were these Swedish girls that grew up on Star Stable, who then that got them into tech, that got them into game design, that got them into art. And most of the women that like worked there, young women, um, were huge fans of the game. So they're very passionate. It was one of the most passionate teams I'd worked on to date, outside of like EQ or something. And so we grew that company from like 70, 80 people to like 120 by the time I left. It was 55% female, and most of it were girls that grew up loving Star Stable or heard about it.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I thought was cool about that company was they owned a specific underserved market. I always pictured that company as being one that could I saw a lot of potential in the company. And one of the reasons why I ultimately left was like I didn't have equity in it. I had like 0.3% equity. And I, was a little disheartened on our ability to execute on a number of things. I was like, man, it's taken us too long to just do things that I think we should be able to do faster. And I also I felt like we were looking at it and, I felt the company was probably going to get sold because there was another company aggressively sort of buying it while I was there. And I was like, man, we're kind of selling to this company before we can make this into $1 billion company. And I honestly thought, like, when I left, the company was valued at 120 million or something. I was like, it could easily be a $500 million valuation because they had a music vertical and a publishing vertical that they spun up. They're the only team that kind of look like them in the industry. I kind of look at it as like, why take other teams of established IPs and then try to make that the game for girls when you've got a game for girls that's always been a game for girls made by young women. There you go, right? Like you don't have to turn Star Wars into a franchise to empower young women when you've got franchises over here where you can empower young women, right? And so I was like, this is a no-brainer, guys. This could be the Nancy Drew of, the more modern era, right? Because it's very focused on a specific niche audience. And by specific niche audience, I mean like, girls, which are half of, depending on the market or whatever. And it's funny, as I sat there longer, we learned like what we found were, the girls that played video games, when we did market research and all this other stuff, what were their favorite games? Fortnite, Minecraft, GTA 5, right? And then they love Star Stable. And so it's like, okay, well, it doesn't preclude them from liking these other games. And there isn't really girl gamers, they're just gamers kind of thing. And so when I was working there, I felt like I felt a I felt like the fact that they had focused on a core audience and didn't try to make a game that was like for girls. There were no male avatars, but the customers were often asking like, why can't we play a boy or whatever? You can only play a girl in this. I thought it was rad, right? Like, and it was very core. And ever since like the 0 days, the skateboard company was a core company. They didn't want to be corporate. They didn't want to get bought out. Like they didn't want to sell their shit at Walmart, or they didn't want to sell their stuff at like, whatever, Toys R. There different places were like, hey, we want to sell your stuff. And they were like, we only sell at skate shops because we're core. And it's just like, man, there's something about this, right? Like core. And that's always stuck with me. And we've always talked about that when I was, talking to my friends and stuff in the industry. And I was just like, all right, so find your audience, find a core audience, and make something that you believe in that sort of represents you, that represents your values, that represents like what you're into, what you want to like. Are you going to be the CEO that's like, oh, I love, burger company so much, and you can tell he's never had that burger before, but he's got to finally eat his own product, and he's so full of shit. It's like, oh, it's so good. I always drink this beer. No, you don't, dude. Right? And so when when I was wrapping up there, basically one of the reasons why I left the company was I was working with them to potentially spin up a new studio to do mobile games for them, because we couldn't find a mobile game company that really made them the way we would want them, like quality wise or whatever. And I was like, all right. So I talked to a buddy of mine who's working at a pretty big mobile game company. I was like, hey, let's pitch the CEO here the idea that I leave, I've got a year severance. We get them to fund, basically, they're our first customer. It'll be our studio, but we already have like work for hire going on, and we'll be making that stuff. And that was the pitch at the end of it. And because, after a while at that company as well, and I feel like I wish I could just answer shit concisely. I apologize,
No,
but
this is
I'm all over the
amazing.
place
This
now.
is amazing. Please.
One of the other reasons why I left was I got reminded a few times in meetings with people, other members of the C-suite who are women, that I was not a woman, right? Like, well, what do you know? Because you're not the target audience. And I'm like, well, but I know making games, and I tend to try to be pretty good at that, right? Like one of the do is I like to try to at least be good at what we're doing, even if not, I'll try to improve or whatever. And I was like, the problem here is not that I'm not a woman. The problem here is that we're not getting shit done, blah, blah, blah. And so, but at some point I was like, you know what? Yeah, maybe it doesn't make sense. It's not the right time. It's not whatever. And I just kind of looked at it, was like, all right, well, rather than sit in meeting after meeting and talk about like stuff other than making games. We had meetings about meetings and meetings about people that we're going to bring in to help us run meetings. And we spent a year talking about strategy, but not actually creating one or executing, like literal meetings about like, what is strategy? And I was just like, dude, this is killing me. I just want to make shit. I want to get going. And so the idea was like, hey, we'll start this studio. We'll make some stuff for them. Maybe we'll make some, start making our own games. But I knew I wanted to not work for anybody else. And having a customer is fine, but I didn't want to work for anybody else. And I, I got with them. We pitched it. It looked like it was a go. And then had a year's severance lined up as part of that, got going, and then COVID hit, and COVID's hitting, and it got a little weird at the beginning. I tend to be kind of an early adopter on stuff, and so I already was like, going into our Monday company meetings, like, hey guys, we need to have a plan for if everything gets shut down, and we've got to work, like, in February, I was already having, and they were just kind of like, what are you talking about? And I'm just like, all right, whatever. But again, it's weird when you work with people, even at the highest levels, right? Like I was I was one of five, one of six C-level executives there. Right, I was in all the meetings where decisions were made, and it's just like I just felt like we couldn't get shit done, and people weren't taking stuff seriously or whatever. So, anyways, that's just me, I guess, venting a little bit. But it was kind of like that was the catalyst for I'm out of here. I'll figure it out over the next year.
Yeah.
Right. And at the time, I thought we were going to start the studio, and then it just kind of petered out. And so I'm sitting there. I was very interested in streaming. I was just very curious about streaming because I'm working with young people on the last two projects, and they're so into streaming. One of the guys that came to my team in Hamburg was from a game that got canceled, and he was one of the first people that I knew of that had like set up a live streaming studio for their game and all this stuff. And their game was in development, and they had a live streaming studio, and they're doing regular weekly updates on their development. I was like, oh, that's awesome. That makes a lot of sense. Game's not even out yet, but they're doing it. So that was like a spark. Then at Star Stable, the young ladies that were there had like one of the coolest weekly news programs. They would do like videos, and I was just like, wow. And then they got into live streaming as well. And I'm like, oh man. So I started live streaming me before work. I was playing Overwatch. I just play Overwatch for a couple hours before I went to work at Star Stable, and I would just stream it to like three people, right? Like from the company, young people that are like, oh my God, the old boss, the boss guy is in there playing Overwatch and streaming. And so I was like, I just talked to the kids before work, and then I'd go to work. And but I was really interested in it and starting to dig around more. And so when the deal like just wasn't going to happen with the new studio, I was like, all right, I got a year to find another job. COVID had hit, everything's locking down. Like I said, I'm kind of a nut. So I was going out and getting I got all my dental work done in 2 sittings. I got like 7 fillings and all and I told the dentist, I was like, I don't know, man, this could be the end of the world. So I'm getting my fillings so that I don't have a sore tooth in 8 months when we're, fighting off the zombie hordes or whatever, right? Like my wife's a
Yeah.
dental surgeon, so she could probably handle it. But, you know,
Oh
uh,
yeah.
it's just, I went out, I got, I couldn't get a gun. So I bought a nice like bow that, breaks down, quick to assemble, like a recurve bow. My wife calls this the police in Swedish, like in Sweden, and it's like, she's German. She's like, is it okay? Is my husband allowed to shoot the bow in the park? And they're like, if there's nobody behind what he's shooting at, then it's fine. So I would go to the park because Sweden really wasn't locked down. So like, wake up, hang out. She was still, I think, going to school, learning Swedish. I would go take my bow to the park. I'd shoot my bow for a while. I was like, babe, if anything happens, I got this. I got the new teeth. I got the bow. We'll eat rabbits and ducks. There's plenty of ducks down at the park. I've been scoping them out. We're claiming them. So this is what I'm doing when I'm not watching live streams. I start watching live streams pretty regularly. And so I'm just fascinated by like live streaming culture. I was watching a food truck at outside this university. I forget what it's called, but shout out to those guys because I started getting into the culture where you like show up and you're like, hey, and they're like, hey, aLovingRobot, like what's going on? And it's like, thanks for the sub
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
whatever, right? And so
Yeah.
it started like, and I was like, man, this is fascinating. It's a fascinating community that you build there.
Yeah.
And so then what wound up happening was, just like you said earlier, I was like, I wonder if anybody's playing EverQuest. I want to show my wife EverQuest because she really hadn't seen EverQuest. She played,
Yeah.
oddly enough, she played um,
I remember you mentioned she played on one of
Champions.
the TLPs with you or something for a little bit, right? Anyway.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. No, that's how it got started. She had only seen Champions of Norrath before,
Oh,
and the only
okay.
reason why I knew that was
That was a
we
fun
were
one.
at a video game exhibit at the Hamburg Museum of Art. They had a video game exhibit, and it was there. And she was like, "Oh, I played that." And I'm like, "Dude, this is the damn thing I keep saying. This is Norrath. This is where I lived, right? Like this is where I spent all my time in Norrath." And um, so yeah, the idea was I popped in a couple streams. One of them was Panth, um, and he was playing EQ in Chardock, and I was just like, hey man, is this Chardock 1 or Chardock 2? He's like, Chardock 2. I'm like, yeah, I did that with Rich, like, so Rich and I worked on Chardock over the weekend. We were given the mission of like redo Chardock, and we spent a weekend on it and redid Chardock from 1.0 to 2.0, back when it was early days on EQ. And I was like, dude, I worked on that. Like I did this and this, I was all proud. And I was like, do a lot of people stream EQ? Oh, I see a few. And he's like, yeah, some. There'll be more when the TLP launches. I'm like, what's a TLP? It's like, oh yeah, no, it's like basically a relaunch and fresh server, and it's really cool, and everybody's on it, and it's like just like old times. And I was just like, holy shit, that's okay, that sounds fun. And so I asked my wife, I was like, hey babe, would you like to hop on it? Like maybe we could try streaming it or something. We'll play together, and you play EverQuest for the first time, and I'll stream it, and that'll be fun, right? And she's like, yeah, sure, why not? We got plenty of time now. And so Airborne was due to go live, and I was streaming it, but I don't think I stayed up late enough because of the time difference in Germany, or I was in Sweden at the time. And we're sitting there, and some people from the EQ team popped in because I was streaming it, and I guess somebody had told them. And then Scott Hartzman popped in, and then we were all like chatting in there, and I'm talking to these guys. And so typically I had streamed to like 3 people, and now there's like 100 people in there, 150 or whatever, because we've got EQ people in there, and people are telling other people, right? And and word gets around. It's a small community, so word gets around, and like, hey, this former EQ guy is like streaming. He's going to be on Airborne, and then the other people from the team are in there, and then characters in there, and other people start popping in. And it's like, and it quickly got some exposure, and it was like, okay, cool. And so the stream, like those early streams were, my wife played, I think, to about 20. We were in South Row. I could have sworn she played into her low 20s or low to mid 20s. She was playing a druid, and I was playing a shadow knight. And fun was had. We got like trapped in the jail in Paul, I think, and I had her. I had her like cast on one of the gnolls. I was like, they'll open the door for us, just cast on them or something. And she did. And I ran out and feigned death, and she just got murdered. And I laughed, like, I'm safe, I'm safe. She's like, why did you do that? Yeah, so she got a taste of it, and I'm proud of her for playing as long as she did. But she did like a 12-hour session with me, and that was it. It was like, I think she was like, I'm not, no, I can't do this anymore. I think I've seen enough of the game. But what wound up happening was, as I was doing that, I was mainly just having fun. Like I was thinking, I want to stream more. I want to stream and talk about game development. That was my thing. I want to stream, talk about game development. And this will sound weird, and it's funny. We live in such an odd era. As somebody that grew up in the 80s and 90s, I'm always these days on the internet, especially on stuff that lives forever, on YouTube or whatever. I always want to watch my wording. But like, the other thing that I was looking at was, I just came from an environment where the focus was making games for girls and getting girls into gaming and things like that. And I thought that's a great mission, like I think it's necessary, and I respect it. But as I'm there and I'm a guy, I'm like, man, I'd like to speak to young dudes who are maybe interested, who are watching streams or whatever. And if there's anything I can share of my experience to get young dudes interested in game development, I think that's, assumed that these resources exist, or assumed that, well, it's just natural because all young guys are going to get into gaming, and then they're going to get into development. That's why we have to have things for other people. For me, I was just like, no, I kind of want to like speak to dudes and young men, and kind of go, hey, I can tell some fun war stories, but honestly, like that whole spiel earlier, when I talk about like going out and drinking and this and that, I look back and I'm like, how much time did I waste? So, hey, take it from me. Let's stream and play a video game, and let's talk about making video games. And also, if I can, encourage some people to like make better use of their time, or hey, there is a potential job for you here, but be sure to focus on these things and take certain shit seriously and learn leadership skills or learn how to like make yourself useful. Or, it was just during this era where I was just thinking like, it would be cool to speak to game development and I don't know, try to be a positive force. Now I know that the way that we develop M&M, and I say a lot of wacky shit on stream, and people may be like, somebody called me toxic in one of our YouTube video comments earlier, and I was just like, LOL. And it's it's kind of the minority view, but I hope people see this. Like, we are trying to do good. So, anyways, M&M started because early on, I was thinking, well, it'd be cool to talk about making games, and it'd be really great if I could do that. Now, since then, I've seen people who stream about making games. Like, there are a lot of content creators out there. They do an amazing job. I mean, just watch the Jeff Kaplan interview. If you want a good interview about the making of games and being a good dude,
That's
he
a great
speaks so
interview.
eloquently. I'm not that dude, right? Like I talk a lot of shit and I'm kind of silly and I just ramble and stuff. So, but it's a different take. And so that was kind of early on as we're playing and I was playing a lot more. I was thinking, yeah, that would be something fun to do. And the first moderator that I had in my channel was her name is Bunny, and she was one of the first team members. It was we always talk about it's like Ollie, Nick, and I, but Bunny was the fourth amigo when we first started. And so
Nice.
Bunny was just there because Bunny was one of my moderators. She was the first moderator, and like very much very, very young person that was very much a product of the internet. Like plays every MMO, plays every game, and kind of internet native, unlike me. And so during that, essentially, as I was playing EQ, more and more people were asking me if I had played P99, and I was like, no. And I noticed there was a big split in the community. Like
Yeah,
EQ people are like, dude,
dude.
P99's no good because you know what I
I
mean?
dude,
Yeah, go ahead.
I talk about this all the time, and can I just tell you, like when I first started this, I was just thinking, okay, so everybody played EverQuest, and they're gonna love this. So I I just found out recently how divided the EverQuest community
Yeah.
is. Like they're splintered among all these like emulated servers, TLPs, live, and then they're very like protective of that. Like, no, like I play EverQuest live, like fuck P99, or like, I play
Yeah.
on Quorm, like this game sucks. And it's so crazy to me. I just, but it's a very interesting observation. But anyway, yeah.
I get it. A lot of the P99 stuff, people are like, well, it's taking money out of the developers' mouths, and stuff because it's essentially an emulator, it's bootleg, blah, blah, blah. And so really started learning about that part of the culture, but learning about emulators was interesting as well because I've just been working in the industry. But then I see the emulators and I'm like, damn, okay, there's a whole there are people that are skilled that are spinning up these servers that are rebuilding games that are going back and like recreating sort of whatever it is, the clean room sort of coming in, didn't necessarily have the data or didn't have the assets or didn't get like a leak. And I found that it was really interesting during that time, seeing the love for EQ, seeing the love for games that have been discontinued, like Vanguard and stuff, and that there was an emulator. It got me talking to a few people behind the scenes that were in the industry. One of which one of his passions is he wants to buy Vanguard, or like he
Wow,
wants to basically finish Vanguard. And
that's
so
amazing.
he's somebody from the industry that's loves Vanguard, may or may not have worked on Vanguard, and so we started talking. I was like, "Well, are you set on Vanguard? Like, what? Okay, you would be down to work on a game?" Because I started thinking it'd be cool to maybe work on like spin up something new, and And this is before I think I'd met, secrets or talked to secrets much, but a lot of people were in and out, and definitely before I talked to like Ollie and Nick and stuff. And I started thinking, all right, well, I think it's doable when I see the quality of the emulators, when I see kind of where the tools are now, when I see the fact that people are able to do this and they're doing it in the hard way a lot of times because I'm like, that's not actually how that was built, in EQ. If you look at like how a lot of stuff was scripted into P99 or whatever after talking to it, it's like it wasn't that crazy. It was, like we just had a volume, random movement within it. There wasn't a lot of like obfuscation of, deterministic paths through volume or so there's a lot of stuff going on where I'm like learning all this stuff. And I'm like, so I talked to a few people about like, hey, would you be interested in spinning something up? And everybody was basically just like, if you've got funding, are we going to get funding? If you want to do something with funding, then maybe. And so reached out to a couple people in the community, the EQ lore community, because there are people making really good lore videos. And I'm like, oh shit, if they know this much about EQ lore, maybe they're good lore writers. But making videos about lore and writing the lore originally are definitely two different things. And so in talking to some folks, they're, kind of like, yeah, I can talk or write for days about the stuff that I've uncovered and archived and stuff like that, but writing my own would be a different thing. So
Yeah.
we quickly got to the point though where I was introduced via secrets to Ali, and around the same time, Nick had come into like I think one of the early streams, if not like the first stream, and said, do you know anything about PlanetSide? Because he was mostly interested in PlanetSide at the time. And that's where I met the two of them. And so Ollie has worked on emulators in the past and, learned a lot about like tech and MMO tech and networking and servers and stuff through just kind of that experience.
Mhm.
Bunny was very fun to work with on like crazy ideas for lore and deep lore of the world and things like that. It had very interesting take on stuff. And Nick was very familiar with the various communities and new people and was interested in design. And so that's how we just got things spun up. But the thing that I was looking at with M&M was I felt like based on what I was seeing in the emulator communities and just kind of based on what I was seeing in terms of how much fun it was to like get in and play this simple core loop again. It's something that I'd mentioned over the years at other companies, and my time on EverQuest really was formative and stuck with me ever since. It was I would get on teams and they would design their design tools, or they would over design sort of the core loop, or maybe it was the right amount of design for the game, right? Like a game like DC Universe having little cutscenes and intro sequences and stuff. It makes sense for what it is, right? But um, when I looked at the challenges that I'd seen on other games over the years and the level of complexity of certain games like Star Wars The Old Republic when it came out. I was working across the street at King's Isle working on Wizard 101, Pirate 101, and then the game that I was there to spin up as a producer was gonna, I think I can say now, I don't think I'll get in trouble because people have figured it out, but we were gonna make like a Hero 101 that was like a kid superhero academy. And so that's what I was there for because I'd just come off of being the content lead on DC Universe Online. So I was a producer there to do that. But I looked at all the tool sets and I looked at like some of the level of complexity and I look at like a Star Wars The Old Republic and I'm like, that's a really cool game. But how do you make enough content fast enough? Is the is the juice worth the squeeze on that, right? Like it's a very expensive way to make MMO content. A lot of people like, well, we'll see, but I think a fair number of people enjoy. I go to a camp, there's a mob, I kill it. He comes back. I kill him again. What's he got this time? right? It's that in I think people will take this term in a very negative way. It's a negative connotation, but like there's a lot of floor space in casinos given to slot machines because, you know, you don't have to be the best poker player and you can still win. You don't have to be counting cards at blackjack, but you still get to be at the casino and it's a good time and it's a good environment and you just pulled a handle, da da da. Okay, pulled a handle again. And there's a nice feedback loop there. And
Yeah.
and I've always loved that feedback loop and I forgot how much I loved it. I spoke about it a ton over the years. You know, if you've worked on EQ and you're in the industry, every job you're at, every interview you take, people are like, "Oh, you worked on EQ?" Right? There's a lot of love for EverQuest in the industry, man. A lot of people came up on EQ. A lot of people heard about it. You know, and a lot of people heard about it. Maybe they never played it, but they played WoW, but they knew it came from EQ and stuff, especially in the industry where people maybe get a little bit deeper. And so I just realized when I was playing on a TLP, I was like, dude, I love this feedback loop so much. I love camping. I leveled my cleric to like 50 something and went back and started just doing quests. And I would sit there all day. My wife would go to work or not work, school at the time. She'd go to school, come back, and I was still sitting there. She's like, "Are you still in the same spot?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm waiting for this guy to appear." Really, all day? Yep. Is that fun? I'm like, dude, I love it. I love it so much.
Yeah.
It's so great.
There is something interesting. You're waiting, and if suddenly it pops up, like, oh, this is what I've been waiting for. But dude, I have this whole bit. I've been thinking about this a lot lately too. And I mean, you've talked about this before too. Like even, I mean, with the with the little campfires and stuff, almost being like a little social hub. You can just designate an area to be your camp. But there's something very meditative about kind of going through that over and over again, like with your buddies or just like, you know, even new people, just going through a camp. And I love the concept of grinding to get stronger, you know, versus like, are you just going to be an errand boy? You're going to go and pick some mushrooms in the woods and deliver it to some guy, or go across town to like deliver a letter. Come on. You can kill this rat, then what if you kill 1,000 rats? Like, you're going to get stronger, you know? It's just like that whole thing really appeals to me. But anyway.
Well, and I think that is another thing that was, you know, we're looking at it when we're spinning the game up is how do you provide, you know, you have to have a foundation. You have to pick a lane. But then it's how do we add a bit more to that, right? Like how do we, you know, you're not going to level via quests in our game where it's just quest. But it's fun to find that quest where you can like cheat a little bit, you know, and like feed it bone chips or wine or whatever, muffins. And so there's a little bit of that and that sense of like it feeling a little bit like cheating and the sense of autonomy and agency. But yeah, so it was looking at the idea that there's a core market here, right? I think it's I think it's something where there are people that have, you know, heard of these types of games or played them in the past, and they like the simplicity of it, and they like that feedback loop, and there is something relaxing and sort of meditative about it. And how do we lean into that, like very intentionally? And so that's something that, you know, the art style. And so you've talked to Goblin, the music, you've talked to Robert.
Yeah.
The music's a big thing. The sound design is a big thing.
Those two guys are geniuses. Like, it's genius level artistry. It's incredible. Yeah, it's just, I'm completely blown away. Yeah, Robert's amazing. Goblin is amazing. It's the 3 Ps that you guys came up with, the party, place, and peril, just absolutely genius. Like,
it was funny because like that discussion, like it was a fun discussion to have because Goblin triggered it at the time because he was looking at something, an illustration. We were using splash screens. And he looked at the illustration and he was like, does something seem off? You know, does something seem off about this one? And then we got into the discussion about like, well, what makes a good book cover and what makes a good, you know, what does kind of like always kind of, it shouldn't be too formulaic, but there is a formula there of like, how do we make an interesting place that you want to see one day? And then like who is in it? Well, it's us or somebody like us, right? Like there's got to be, a party. There's got to be these people in there, and it's danger helps, right? Peril, because again, it's that, oh man, shit's gonna go down, right?
It's
And
beautiful.
it's just
Absolutely
it's
beautiful.
a thing where it's so much fun working with these guys, and because they're so turned on, right? Like all of the guys are so awesome. I know you're supposed to say that about every team, but here's why it is different. And I know that some people are probably, especially more cynical people at this point, are probably tired of hearing it, but we're a volunteer team. Um, that first year was us discussing design. Ollie got a playable build within a week, I think, of us talking and saying, "Hey, all right, everybody, you guys want to make a game? Okay, let's do that." And we started in discussions in Discord, and then I think we quickly I was like, "Well, if we're going to do this, let's." This is kind of a weird, may not work thing that we're doing, and we may, just kind of have it flake out in a year or something. But like, let's treat it kind of seriously based on the standards that I'm used to as a professional producer, right? Like, so we got a Slack, let's get a Slack in place. Let's get so that we're communicating outside of Discord. Let's get the Confluence set up so that we're documenting very early, documenting tools, documenting lore, documenting, decisions. We, design wise, we're very iterative, so it'll be a lot of a blurb, and then we just start working, and then in prior to having thousands of people play each week in beta, that it was a lot easier because we would just push and push and push. We'd build, add a feature, or change a feature and push and stuff. And so very, very immediately, we're just kind of living the agile development that I think most companies talk about and don't do. But it was very much like, let's get some shit playable. Let's communicate with our customers. So we're doing it on streams. I wish I had that first year of streams, but I thought Twitch would keep them forever. And then I didn't download them, didn't put them on YouTube, but we've got like 1,000 videos otherwise. Um, but it was just like the capsule dudes, getting the tech working, and it was really interesting being able to just talk to the community from the onset. And like we were discussing what M&M would be before we started M&M. We were discussing M&M while, playing like EQ and P99 and stuff. And there are things going on where it's like, oh man, the old models, but with shadows on. Okay, simple art styles where it's at. Because honestly, it's kind of harder. We thought there would be a bit of a cost savings on modeling and stuff, but if you're doing really nice hand painted textures, that's work, right? And so, but the idea was, and we've seen more videos on this topic since then, especially using like Halo Remastered and stuff. There's something about the sparsity of props. There's something about like the simplicity of the art style in terms of like being lower poly but being painted, where the goal was, let's make something that's simpler, that is kind of referential to that era of games in terms of the tech and the style, but let's really try our best to make it look like what I assumed the developers and even me when I became a developer pictured when I played. Right. So if I've been reading these book covers that have been like painted by, you know, uh, the big five of D&D and the Elmores and, was it Eyes? Now I'm on I'm spacing on a name and I feel bad, but like, was it Elmore and Parkinson and, I hope I'm not messing up his name, but, Isley. Anyway, uh, the,
I gotcha. And actually, it's just
you
fun
have them?
fact, dude. That's why like EverQuest was so amazing to me. I never played D&D. I never got an opportunity to really like link up with people and do that kind of thing. I would love to, sure, like later on in life. It's just my friends are kind of spread out now, and I know you can play online and stuff, but dude, I'm just Yeah, I've heard of it. I would back you up here, but I'm not familiar.
Easy, easy, easy. I felt so bad because it was like, shit, why am I screwing up a name? And I know I'm doing it. We've talked about this stuff for years and we've referenced the art and stuff for years, right? But it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
Clyde Caldwell and Larry Elmore and Parkinson and Jeff Easley and Daniel Horn. And so it was just like, man, if we could make a game that looks like those old paintings and is lower fidelity, so we don't have to, because we're thinking the whole time, how do we make this with a small team and a very low budget, right? So not only do we think this looks cool, but it's also something that's in our price range in terms of production costs. And so that's kind of where we started, right? And the fact that we just kept talking to people on stream and talking about the game that we wanted to make in pretty specific terms allowed us to build a following, which then led to more people hearing about us, which then when we posted something like, hey, we need a programmer to help Ollie and we need a 3D artist. Well, then we had 3D artists. We had like 10 or 15 people apply. And we're like, oh shit, really? And programmer was same deal. And we're like, oh, that's so crazy. Okay. And then so we're going through and I've been a hiring manager for 20 some years, right? So I just treat it like an official process. So
Wow.
we got them in a spreadsheet and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, followed up on this date with this person, follow back. If you've been through one of our processes, I try to respond to everybody. I try to make sure that,
Yeah.
we let you know, hey, it didn't work for this reason and all of that stuff. Like we
That's
we
amazing, man.
we wanted it to be very much like a DIY punk rock feeling team, but the way that we handle things on the back end is a bit more professional. And again, I don't want to throw shade, but I think I think there are teams that try to be professional, and so they put on their professional game developer attire and they give themselves professional game developer titles and they do as many things of if it's a 10-person team and everybody's a director or a lead or a CEO or if you're an indie team with 10 people and you've got a like director of communications, I think that's a bit I
Yeah.
my take on it, and maybe this is an asshole thing to say, is that's trying to be professional as opposed to like having professional experience and knowing when shit does or doesn't matter. And that shit doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah. It's kind of
That
like
title
just
doesn't
like
matter.
having this title and demanding respect. Like, oh, I'm this, you
Right.
know. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we're a 48, 49 person team. We've got artists, we got animators, we got designers, we got tech guys. Ollie's a tech guy. I'm a designer. Sometimes I dabble in some environment art. Like we the titles don't matter. Lead this, lead that. We've got people that like so one of the gifts that came in that first like need a 3D artist. We got Pattis and we got Zukin. And we're like, you know what? Let's take two. We got an environment guy and a character guy, right? And dude, so stoked for that. And then on the tech side, we got Jim
Yeah.
Fogg and we got Pilgrim. And so Gary and John, great guys. Gary is started a young family and had some other stuff come up and stuff, but he's still in our alumni channel. He just checked in with us. We have a little alumni channel where the guys that were on the team that have had to leave for reasons like work or family or whatever, they're still are like your homies.
That's great.
If you ever get the time again, please come back because we love you. And yeah, yeah, it's kind of like Pattis. He was gone for a few months. He just work and a bunch of other stuff. And then when he's like, "Hey, it's my time's freeing up again," I'm like, "Come back in, brother. Let's go." Um, we anyway. Like Zukin he's the character primary. And what that really just means is I'm gonna go to Zukin. He's here first. I know him. He's awesome. He's structured. He understands the vision. But like to make our dudes into leads, it's like Are we going to be doing performance reviews now? Are we doing annual reviews? Are we, and so that's even how, when we're talking about like, how do we structure the company in terms of like salaries and stuff? We're like, let's find a salary that works for kind of everybody and just say everybody gets that, right? Like, so if you're an owner, if you're somebody that's, been here for a while, if you're a programmer, if you're a GM, we're all on this price range, right? Like we all make this amount, assuming the money's there. And then profit share. It's like, dude, if it does well, EverQuest was like an opportunity. It was life changing. And there were guys making way more royalties than I was because I was kind of like came in second wave or whatever. But the quarterly check was life changing. Had I known, had someone explained to me like not to buy a future ex-wife lots of expensive purses and shit, like that. But it still allowed me to get my first condo, which then allowed me to sell it and get a house when I moved to Texas. And so that's one of the biggest things I want for the project is if it is successful, just give those guys an opportunity to have that experience that I had because I was so blessed to be in that situation and like be a part of EQ and have that opportunity to get some cash. But the reality is we're making a niche game and everybody that's come on the team, we've had a specific set of talks with everybody that comes on. And, we don't ask much, but we try to be very clear. We're like, hey, you got to be consistent. If you're not consistent and there's not like a rationale, like if you come to us and go, hey, I got this coming up, I'm going to be gone for 2 months, or hey, then it's like you're probably best got to move to alumni or whatever. But like we need month to month consistency. And we tell everybody like you may not make a cent, man. Like Ali and I we put the money in for this. We've spent like 160, 170 grand so far. And it's, I'm not a rich dude. My wife, I'm glad my wife's a dental surgeon. I've basically spent the money I cashed out at my last company and then savings, and I'm cool with it. Like if this game never makes a cent, I've learned so much from this team, from like seeing that you can take a completely distributed remote team across time zones from Australia to Bahrain, um, going the long way, not the short way. I guess it's shorter, maybe the other way. Um, and you can get really stellar people from the community who have no game development experience, many of them. And then you can build something that's interesting enough to enough people that you start to get people with a lot of game development experience. So, like, our team is a mix of people who have never done this before, and they're some of the first people on the team. And in later years and the more recent couple of years, I'm working with Rich again, my old boss on EverQuest, working with Steve again, my buddy that like I came up with, who then went on to work on Vanguard, and then went on to work as a content designer at on WoW for 15 years, and then through him meeting another one of his people that he's worked with at Blizzard that's a really talented artist and designer, and we just brought him on. And then we've got right, and so we've got people with experience coming in just because they've seen what we've done so far, and they're like, hey, that's really crazy that you guys have made it this far. So just making it this far, to me, when I think about the success of M&M, I'm not thinking like, how do I make my money back? I don't, the money that I've spent, and I think I can speak for Ollie on this as well. The money that we've spent has been worth it already. It's already paid for itself because this has been the most interesting project I've seen. This is a very unique project, right? Like,
Yeah.
um, it's if it doesn't do anything, I'll be disappointed for the guys. That's you know what I mean? Like I would love for the guys to at least get something for their time, right? Based on especially seniority. I think in a worst case scenario, and you never know, we could flip the switch in October and it could be like 500 dudes. All right, well then that 500 dude money, but that's not a very expensive server to run. We've been running, we've had this last playtest was another 10,000 people, right? 10,000 uniques went through. We know what it costs to run servers for 3,000 unique players a day, 4,000 unique players a day, 10,000 over the course of a week. It's not horribly prohibitive, right? And so we're able to sustain this game with very few subs. The thing that we're looking for with, doing better than that, like, hey, if we can keep 5,000, 10,000 people, right? So then the guys are taken care of. 5,000 people, the guys that are really in need, we can get most of those handled and pay for the server costs and still continue doing what we're doing. If we think that it's worthwhile, if we think that the progress towards 1.0 is something that even more people will be interested in, or we feel that it's just worth it seeing it come to life. If we do, even better than that, then I'll be super satisfied because again, Ali and I are in life situations, and I should say like the company it's still owned by 4 people. Simon, who is one of our environment artists and is also a lawyer, Andy is a minority shareholder because he's a lawyer. And we are like, hey, you know what? Having an owner that is a lawyer is actually a pretty good deal. And, and we really dig Simon. And Ollie's one of the owners. Nick is one of the owners. I'm one of the owners. And the investment that Ollie and I put in, we're okay with never getting back. And we also know that we don't need a penny. Like, if we make enough money to just pay the guys that need to get paid, which is a subset of the team, we got like 10 guys or so that we would really love to be able to like hook up with jobs out of the, close to 50 people. And then there are more people that if the money's there, then they would like to, it'd be good. They would, if the money's there and it's consistent, they like to transition over to this being their full-time job or whatever, or part-time job or, if we can take care of them and, Ali and I never see a cent out of this project, it's fine. And we'll keep working on it. Like I said, my wife's got a good job. This is one of 3 companies that Ali has, like, he gets a lot of shit done. That dude is a saint and one of the sweetest humans on earth and one of the hardest people. Ali getting so much stuff done because again, he's got two other companies, and a family, young kids, and he's been, the primary dude coding M&M, and he's a great designer as well. Like Ali getting so much stuff done was one of my inspirations for quitting drinking like 3 years ago. Because I was like, dude, is it just that you don't drink? Like, how do you find additional time? Right? Because he's also, and he'll be like, oh, and I played this other game the other day. And I'm like, how?
Dude, people like that really impress me because I work a regular job and I'm just like, I come home, I'm tired, I'm trying to do like content and streaming and stuff. It's not easy, we can get into that later if you have time. But yeah, it's tough to manage all this stuff and then basically you're building a game.
Yeah, and the team, in the team, there are a small number of people on the team that have made this their full-time job or most of their time, right? And that's a tough one because there are guys that are like, hey, at some point it would be nice to be able to get paid, but they've said, hey, I want to commit to this situation and stuff. And but the rest of the team they're doing this after work. They're doing this after work after taking a kid to Little League. They're doing this with, like on the weekends, or it's the team's putting a lot into it, man.
Yeah, it's amazing, man. Because sometimes I come home after work. You know what? I'm gonna work on a little something. I crank the computer on. Let's see what's going on Discord. Like let's see who's streaming, and then it's like, oh shit, it's 9 o'clock. You know, it can just
Yep.
go by quick. So it's impressive. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, and that's the thing we've got to be mindful of. And, project managing a team where everybody's in that situation is a interesting challenge, right? And so scope changes, stuff doesn't get done sometimes, and we move it. Mistakes will happen. We're over the last, I'd say, especially over the last like 3-4 months, we've really been diligently trying to improve our release cycle. But dude, it's hard to, only push data on this release, and then we push fixes here, and then we can do some cherry pick code changes on the 0.5, and we're trying to build the release cycle muscles because we need them in October.
Yeah.
But we're also doing like class revamps and a lot of new implementation and all this crazy shit.
Does it seem like, so like it just seems to me like throughout the years, the work is there. It's been streamed live, the development of it, like a lot of good work has been done. And you've mentioned this before. The number might be a little bit different, but about 20% of the game is currently in, and then you have plans to do module 1, module 2 with like early access and stuff. But now that there's like a date on the calendar, does it feel like a kind of like a crunch time kind of a thing of just like doing all this work, or is it just like the same cadence, I suppose? And I know, and for me too, by the way, while you're thinking about that, I've never like tested a game. I've never been in like beta access and stuff like that of a game. This is all kind of new to me, and it's exciting. And so and I have to tell myself too, and I try to remind people too, like things are always changing. Like this is like a game that's being developed, so like right now the classes aren't set to be like however they are, or like this quest or whatever. Just keep in mind, like work is still being done. People get so, I mean, even already, even though things will change and are changing, people are just so set on like, no, like don't do this, don't do that. People get really fired up. And so yeah, does it feel like, I guess there's like a crunch time right now, or it seems pretty normal day to day stuff, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's both. There's a reality of like normal is imposed on us by our situation, right? Like we are a volunteer team. There's no crunch. The people want to crunch, they can crunch. Some people are putting in incredible hours, right? The guys working on the classes are putting in significant time. And whether you like the decisions, whether you like the execution, whether you think the maths correctly, whether you're, one of the classes that's mostly happy, or one of the classes it's now unplayable, like it's, at the end of the day, the guys are doing what they can, and they're putting in a lot of effort, and especially, since it's a mix of people who have time to dedicate more of and are dedicating significant time, and then other guys who are in there working, have day jobs, right? Like, and in terms of the feeling of crunch, there are the occasional nights like last night where I'm laying there in bed and I'm going, all right, so if we got this many months left and we want these quests to be playable before beta is over, that means we got about like 4 weeks to get this done at the latest. And this person's kind of semi-available because work just picked up for them, and this is like the busy season for them, but they're also the person that tends to make this type of content. And then this other person's in a situation, because you got to realize, like, some of the team over the last few years, like, look at the industry's changing, the world's changing. And these are humans that are still part of that world. We have, I think, no less than 3 people on the team whose day jobs have been completely disrupted by AI, right? So we got people on the team who are having to like their companies had half the people laid off, or and now they're having to like train bots and ramp up the AI guys that come in, and we have people that work for some interesting companies, right? There's some people that work for defense contractors. There's some people that work for, right? Like it is a mix of people, just like our community is an insane mix of people, and it's awesome to hear from them. But like our team, their day jobs have some weird stuff going on sometimes, especially in recent years. And the thing is, we try to be as we try to be as gracious with that as we can, right? Like we don't want to just be, hey man, you're, like we know that your day job just kind of like is doing crazy now and your time's
Yeah.
all screwed up. We don't want to just like boot people off the team and like be mercenary and replace them instantly because this stuff's going on. So we work with them like, hey, how much time can you dedicate? And we want to, okay, how can I help you out? And can we get someone to help you? Right. So it's a lot of just project management stuff of just like, okay, well, that's slipping. Is someone else able to do that? Can I pick it up? Okay, well, we are bringing in a new person to, like who can do this and that. So maybe that'll make up. So it's a lot of just moving the pieces around the board.
Yeah.
It's stressful, but it's also not. I guess this is probably the hardest project I've ever been on, but I'm definitely not the most stressed. Right? Like DC Universe, it literally almost killed me, right? Like
Oh man.
I ended up after that project, I ended up in rehab for a month.
Oh shit.
Like people were in that boat. We had multiple divorces at the end of it. Like I would be physically ill during that project. We crunched just month after month after
Wow.
month. Like we'd eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner there, right? Like all catered. That was stress. Being on the EQ team and like, oh my gosh, we're doing this for the first time, and like, don't screw this up, and stress. This one, man, it's like there have been some pretty stressful moments. I'm not going to bullshit you. There have been some pretty hard moments. Um, so there's been some stress, but like overall, it's really been one of like, you know what, we're just going to do what we can do. And there are nights where I do stay up a bit late, but not very often, where I'm just kind of like trying to figure out how we're going to get certain things done. Um, October is going to be October. We're going live. Like the people that are like, oh, you said that before with and we're supposed to be live now. I get it, man, but it's been a year where we just really weren't happy with where we were going to go live with, and we knew to make some of these changes that we're trying to get in now after we're in EA would just be rough. Dude, it's tough doing it in beta. People are like,
Yeah.
you're changing what? This is beta. You should have done that in alpha. You've got the wrong name. Okay, we should come up with a new name for what's happening on this project, guys. Because if you haven't been following this project, it was four of us streaming to like 50 people for a year with a tiny community where we were talking about this game that we're going to make. The fact that now a bunch of people have discovered this, and it's like, I'm coming over from AOC or I'm coming over from here, and like, you guys, you can't mess this up. It's like, dude, brother, I love that you're here. I am so grateful that you've discovered us, but you've discovered a thing that has been in motion. So this ball's rolling in a certain direction. I love that, the people who come in and are like, yeah, but you guys are making a mistake, and if you wouldn't make this mistake, you could be so much more successful. And it's like, yeah, but the whole point of this thing was to try to see if we could make that mistake and have it work in some manner. Yeah, plan B, like people are like, this hasn't been done, this way for 20 years for a reason. Yeah. And the reason is that it is an easy go-to just do the thing that everybody else has done since WoW did it. And I'm not dismissing that or I'm not trying to say, well, just go play WoW. And I understand that we've got white knights in the community that are like, can get on people and stuff. But also all the shit about the community being, it's so toxic there. Dude, it's not. It's just not. It's 35,000 people in a Discord, and there's an occasional back and forth and an occasional, we'll go play WoW or whatever. That's toxic. That's the worst that you're seeing on the internet. Guys, this
Yeah.
place is relatively civil. It's the same thing that we see in beta or during the open betas. We'll have 10,000 people play. We'll get 1,000, 1,200 petitions. And the subset of that, and we show people the stats, we show them the metrics straight out of our dashboard. Okay, we had 100 GM incidents. All right. That's, so for us, we look at it and we go, you know what? Everybody, I'm not trying to be smug, I'm not trying to dismiss you. You may be correct. A game cannot exist without, feature X, Y, and Z. It's got to be instanced. It's got to have tight leashing with mobs that act a certain way when they're leashed so they don't train. It's got to, be FTE with encounter locking. It's like, you may be right, man, but like, do we not deserve the opportunity to try some of this stuff and go, yeah, but this friction points kind of makes the world feel different? And people can be like, yeah, it makes the world feel shitty. Okay, for you maybe, but like a lot of the feedback that we get is positive. As much as I will rant about certain feedback or whatever, I do it. It's kind of a shtick on live streams, or I'll kind of like reference it because it's part of it. But like we get a ton of positive feedback. Now, is that going to turn into subscribers? No clue. That that happens all the time. Like projects get that all the time. We've had really interesting content creators reach out to us. We've had them be in beta. We've had a lot of like classic WoW people come in. We've had a lot of like people that have never played this type of game come in and check it out. We have, like, dude, and it's like random people that you're like, holy shit, that person's there. I mean, shout out to Charismatic Voice. It's like comment on YouTube videos. Hey, multiple comments on YouTube videos of, yeah, like my husband plays or I'm playing now or whatever. It's like, that's awesome, man. Like,
Yeah.
we have some really cool people in the industry reach out behind the scenes and are just like, man, digging what you guys are doing or rooting for you. Right. Even an indie game typically spends a couple $1,000,000 to get to this point. Right. For an MMO, I don't know. Are there a ton of them? Right. When we interviewed the guys from Embers, who are just they're awesome as well. It's just saints and continue to work on it. When we were discussing that, I think they mentioned how much money they spent on marketing. They spent more on marketing for that game than we've spent total 3 times over.
Mm.
Right? Like doing this is not cheap, dude. And the fact that we've gotten to the point where people are coming from a well-known, like a game like AOC, that is it was an indie game, but that was like a game that people were talking about in the same category as like a Guild Wars 2 and a this and a that. And is it going to be the WoW killer and all this other stuff? And then we have people come over from that game to Monsters and Memories, and they're like, well, guys, we need to talk about like, you know, the game and whether it's being all it can be and all this stuff. And it's like, dude, that is such a compliment. It's so nice of you to think of us in those terms. That was like, oh, we're in that conversation, like we were in like whatever Screen Rants, like top 10 most anticipated MMOs. And it's just like, whatever Riot makes, the next WoW expansion, like I think Dune was one slot behind us. We're like number 5 on a list of big ass titles that people have heard of. I'm like, all right, I'll take it, and that I'm not trying to like humble brag or any of that shit. It's just kind of whoever wrote that list is a homie. The fact that they didn't use screenshots.
It's
They used concept art because I know they were probably thinking, okay, if somebody sees a screenshot compared to these screenshots, I don't want to do them a disservice. Like that is somebody looking out for us, I think, out there. And that makes me feel good. And
it's
if
well
that's all we
deserved, man.
accomplish,
It's
dude,
well
if that's all
deserved.
we
It's a
accomplish,
it's a
cool.
really beautiful thing you got here. Yeah. And that's yeah.
I mean,
And
I don't know, the questions that you have if they get into some of this, but it's like we're not trying to be smartasses. We're not trying to like we understand the risk. Dude, when
d-
people explain instancing to me, I'm like,
yeah.
Lost Dungeons of Norrath. Like, I get it.
Can I just say, man, like, sorry, yeah, hold your thought. It's just like, take it what I say with a grain of salt. I'm just some guy on the internet. I don't know game development. My angle's just kind of from EverQuest, and maybe EverQuest didn't do everything right. I get it, but like, just here's like my situation. And I feel like I don't want to speak for everybody, but like, I have three monitors. So I got like Discord with my buddies. I got like YouTube on one side. I got the Wikipedia pulled up or whatever. It's just like you can't escape like the modern stuff. I get it. Like, can you truly immerse yourself back in the day without all these like distractions? I don't know, but and you've addressed it before, that chat bubbles map. I don't know. For me, I just feel like I would, if it was up to me, I would rather you spend less time developing stuff that, or like, the criticism, I forget the saying, but it's like the people who criticize it the most, and I don't want to like blunder it here, but just like there's people who criticize it like, oh, it should be like this or it should be like that, but they're not really going to play anyway. Like, they've already kind of dismissed it or whatever, or they won't use it as much. There's it's just natural, and there's going to be guides, there's going to be maps like from the community or whatever, which I think the person doing maps, by the way, shout out to them, like those like high fidelity like 3D maps.
Oh,
That's pretty cool.
Chaz Solo.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So like,
he's
why would
amazing.
you spend time and resources to like develop in-game maps when we kind of have all that already? It's just my opinion. I know that's
Oh,
probably a
and
hot take. And
I mean, well, not there's so many hot takes. I wouldn't worry about it. Like
yeah,
it's it's a interesting. It's because it's a very
and I know you get asked
uh
this a lot. You've covered it a lot. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it, but well,
well, we're a polarizing project. Oh, were you about to ask the thing that
oh,
I
no, no,
get
no.
asked? Okay.
Uh,
Um, but like on those things you mentioned, like the other thing too, and this is, spoiler alert, we're a polarizing project because why wouldn't we be? You so it's that scene out of Howard Stern Private Parts, the movie, where he's like, they're explaining to Pig Vomit, um, or he's explaining to somebody else. I forget, but like the average Howard Stern listener listens for 3 hours or whatever, and blah blah blah. Because they want to hear what he says next. Well, how long does the average Howard Stern hater listen for? Like 4.5 hours because they want to hear and so
oh,
it's like, being polarizing is not bad. Like having people pissed off at you, it's not, we don't go out of our way to do it, but I'm not going to shy away from just being the same person that was on stream 5 years ago, right? Like, okay,
yeah,
you get mad and you post something. Okay. Well, then other people see that. They may not agree with you. There are people that, there are people that post negativity where sometimes I'm like, dude, what are you trying to accomplish? But at the end of the day, it doesn't bother me because like you see those metrics and it's like on Reddit or whatever where 8,000 people saw this. Okay. So if you're shit talking us, you're still talking about us.
yeah,
That's worked to our favor so far. I
dude.
mean,
One thing that really stands out to me, you did an amazing job of explaining this. This was a thing on Reddit. Someone was bitching about how, like, why do I have to go all over this city to like sell stuff to the different merchants? Why can't I just go to this merchant and sell everything? And you explained it. You said like it would be very easy for me to go into the database and change everything in like 15 seconds. I could make it that way. But keep in mind, like, you're very careful not to call them starting cities, just places you start and you never go again. It's it encourages you to go and, like, use that city as a base of operations. You learn where the bank is, learn where all the stuff is by nature of, like, doing your starter quest or whatever. It's a really good hub, and I think it's beautiful. I did
Y-
okay, so
Go ahead.
yeah, no, go ahead.
Oh, well, you were about to ask something, I think, because I was just going to comment on that, but if you had a continuation.
Well, yeah, so you're very careful not to call them starter cities. They're cities, like they're meant to be returned to.
Hmm.
I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Well, that was thinking back on like EQ, right? Catch a lot of shit for the planes of power, you know, plane of knowledge hub. But the reality was that during that we were tracking how many people were using the classic zones and how many people were filtering through, because we still had new people who had never played an MMO before, but they had heard about it or seen like the latest SVU or Simpsons episode referencing MMOs or EverQuest or whatever. And so we'd always have like a trickle of new players in, and sometimes even if they went to the recommended servers, they'd go and they'd start in their starting city, and there's nobody there, man. There's just nobody there. The reality was,
Yeah.
sorry, druids and wizards, you weren't there to give anybody a port. There were we had spreadsheets, and so they'd come in and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm here to see thousands of players," and they have that experience that I had in Qeynos, and they weren't having it, and so they're like come in and be like, "Oh, this is boring," and they'd churn. And so that was one of the things. And so when we were talking about like the cities, it was just like I would love for these cities to be characters that are featured for the rest of this game's life. And we can send you all sorts of places. And here's the thing, like Night Harbor, there's already a handful of dungeons around it. There's already a handful of places that post 1.0 you can go to, right? Like a couple of years from now, whatever it takes us to get to 1.0.
I can't wait, man.
After that, there are some places there. There are things about Night Harbor that it leads to it's it's very post 1.0, and it's like power level and what's going on there and all that type of stuff, right? So the idea was, how do we build a world? And the analogy I used early on was like, how do we build like this living onion, right? Where it's just layers and it's always capable of changing. And it's again harkening back to like the Chardock revamp, right? Like we can change data set over time. We can have it so that there's new stuff going on in that area and those zones over time. And we want to put plenty of hooks in there and to layer in like the deep history. So these ruins are related to past civilizations, and there's essentially there are area, ethereal, when you look at sort of the continents that used to be there and islands that used to be around and stuff like that, where you can basically the quest hub for future air quotes expansion, you're already there. You'll just be sent further out into the sea. You'll be sent to some other places, but you always want to return. And so the idea was like, we don't let's not have our player base just like, you know, segregated over time based off of like what expansion they got and when they started or whatever. Let's make these areas key features. Let's make it so that there's always opportunity to learn something new about the city or have new events going on. Or over time, once we get the base meat and potatoes of the game in, the hope is to bring more life into the cities as well. So you see the NPCs start to do more things, have schedules. You start to see parties of different NPCs show up that you've never seen before. Maybe it's in a tavern, maybe it's going through streets or back streets.
I love it.
If we can get to a point where we've got the core of the game in and it's working well, and that those features and that content, it's solid. For us, we want to reinvest in systems that make the world feel more like a world. So the idea of like the player housing that you see everywhere in the city. A lot of people are like, "Oh, the city's so empty." It's like, well, there's a lot of player air quotes housing. Well, but that's basically real estate, right? So over time, it would be nice to get to the point where your house is defined as, you know, a trade skill hub of some sort. Is it a smithy? Is it where tailoring's done? Do you have, because of that, are you essentially a tailoring shop or a place where people can go use a forge that only you have? Is it something that attracts NPCs? Do you have your own tavern? Do you have your own gambling den? When you have those things, does that cause new NPCs to spawn in the world? Do you start to see different merchants in town because you've got these player setups, right? And so it's shit that I think a lot of games front load. When you look at, again, I'm not trying to pick
Yeah.
on them, but if you look at the complexity of something like an AOC, I mean, it was a list of like 30 interconnected systems and nodes and node progression, and the node progression can have one of 5 governments, and then that will lead to difference in the content. And is this dungeon this thing, or is it this dungeon a different thing? Is there, and then there's like a very interdependent economy of transportation, and all of that stuff's really cool. I think it's really cool. And as an end result, that'd be badass. What we want to do is we started in the analogy that we used was like the old agile analogy of skateboard, scooter, bicycle, motorcycle, car. And so when people are like, oh, a lot of this looks familiar in terms of the core loop, or, it's just like in the classes and this, cool, you're looking at skateboard. And then scooter is when we start to tweak some stuff and add our own twist and add some depth to, like, all right, religion's a deeper system here. Then motorcycle or bike is the next thing, right? By 1.0 or after 1.0, if we're blessed enough to have a game, again, all of this it could go away this time next year. It could be we're sitting there, we got 300 subs, and the team's kind of like, it's not worth my time. Now, on the flip side, if we've got 300 subs and the team's like, let's keep making this game because we think once we get to 1.0, people are really going to dig it. It's still a unique property. It's still a unique experience. Then we'll just keep chipping away at it, right? Like, the hope is that we have enough subs that Ollie and I aren't paying out of pocket each month, and then we're good, right? And we want to retain the team. That's the biggest thing, right? But if we're in a state where we've got a few thousand subs, the team's okay with, and we keep grinding, yeah, the game is about 20% as big as it'll be at 1.0. So that's a big continent, which allows for some big stuff. Do we need to figure out all of that shit up front? No. What we'll do is, if we get to the point where we've got Night Harbor Inn and the continent is complete all the way over to East Tim, and we realize there's a great opportunity for caravans, but you know what? These resources are common everywhere. Cool. Resource diversification. We start to rebalance resource nodes. We start to rebalance what's available where. We start to look at the recipes and stuff and go, all right, well, now this makes it compelling to deliver from here to there. It's our game. It's a game where we don't ever want the community to feel like we're just rug pulling and changing systems willy-nilly. But the thing that we've been telling people is like, we want this to feel like a world. We want this to feel like a nice place. We're not just chasing the standard progression of, number go up, everybody get to in-game, raid, right? And some people are kind of disappointed when we talk about some of this stuff, but it's like our priority is how do we have some of that stuff? We want there to be aspirational content and we want there to be things for the leading edge players, but we're trying to build out this bigger world, even if you don't see it yet, even if you don't see it right before EA, even if you don't see it when we get into EA and we're like, oh shit, we really want to rework trade skills, or you know what, we still think, this other thing needs improvement. It's a super indie project that, if we need to come up with a new term for what you're paying for come October, if beta is upsetting people because they're like, I've come in and I would expect a beta to be in this state. okay, beta for us for this project. Have you been following it? This isn't a bad state for us, I think.
Yeah.
Or EA is like, we, you know, EA means this. All right, then we'll call it if it's the $15 monthly jamboree. It's not early access. It's $15 monthly jamboree. Do you want to give us $15 next month after this month's jamboree? Cool. If you like it next month, give us $15. If you don't like it, come back later
Dude, I'm
or
telling
not.
you, I'm a bit of an optimist. I love it, and I feel like I think it'll be bigger than people think. And I always say, like, even if it ships right now today, I would be willing to pay. I think yeah, it's gonna be great. Thank you for all that. I wanted to just kind of, I had a few things. So like from your time in game development, EverQuest, etc. So you've learned, the like EverQuest 2 kind of splitting the player base right before World of Warcraft came out, that kind of thing. But like you've learned, like, with all your time at all these projects, so now that you're basically, this is a brand new IP, you're not constrained to like the lore of, like, pre-existing stuff. I guess, how do you avoid kind of like like, what did EverQuest sort of teach you versus like, well, what not to do and then what to do? Like, how do you kind of avoid like copying the past too directly while also avoiding the mistakes? Because it's really interesting. Like, one of the things, like, I know, like, classes, for example, I mean, just imagine all the years of EverQuest, right? And how difficult it must have been to balance like charm, to balance like monk AC, you know, or, whatever the case is. Like, how do you think about that? I guess kind of like from the get go now, it's interesting. I don't know. I'm
We're
wondering
in
if
a
you,
interesting spot because of that, right? Like, um, the where we're at right now is we're in a beta where the number of people that we've had come through playtests and open playtests, like, the closed playtest and the open playtest. I think we've had, I checked the metrics recently, at least 20,000 people come through and check it out in some capacity. And we are sitting at basically 10,000 unique monthly players month to month. And uh, and that's, or maybe a little bit higher when you're factoring open playtest plus our beta players. So a lot of people have gotten used to certain things being a certain way, right? So this works this way. This is my class, and it's tough because rightfully so. That's what's there. That's what they play. That's what they expect. If it changes dramatically, then in a sense, then it's been changed on them, even though the game's not out. It's in beta. What we've been doing, I think, more diligently in a better manner over the last, like, 3 or so months, is really tackling that set of questions and going, hey, some of these issues do exist and we haven't addressed them properly. And there are some things that we have learned in the past, and there are some things that we're seeing where the state of the classes at the beginning of the year were such where some of them were really fun because they were OP in certain ways, right? Like, I'm choosing my words kind of carefully here because I know anything I say is going to get dis deconstructed and pointed to and all that. First of all, I'm not the class designer. I'm just the front man. I'm just the dude that streams and does interviews and stuff. So that's my excuse. I make a lot of content.
yeah,
We've
sorry,
got some sharp people.
I don't want to put
No,
you
no,
in
no.
a tough spot to,
Oh, I'm not in a tough spot because here's the thing that has made a lot of this project easy. It's not tough if you don't try to bullshit people. And I've tried, maybe you can point to it, I'm sure, on a stream or something I've said. A lot of stuff that gets said can be pointed to later and say, yeah, you said this on this day, but then this was slightly different the other day, so you bullshitted us. I Sure. So I'm not going to say I haven't bullshitted because under some interpretation of it, I'm sure I have. But we've tried to be very open. We've tried to be very honest about stuff. And and there have been times where stuff's come up before and there are discussions behind the scene of, well, let's say it this way. And I'm just like, dude, these people are really smart. These people are paying attention. It's the same thing that I learned this when I worked, well, a couple places, but there is one place I worked at specifically where you're sitting there in front of 200 game developers who are the best people that the company could hire, I would hope. Like, hey, we have this much money. These people are available. You're going to hire the best people possible. And then I see like a CEO get up and just bullshit, like say something that's just not true. And I look around the room as a producer and I'm like, and everybody's just like, dude, it's like, you know, it's like lying about a fart in a car. You know what I mean? Like it's obvious what just happened. And so it's don't disrespect these people's intelligence. And for us, we try not to bullshit. And when that option has come up in the past on occasion, I've been like, dude, I'm not into that. Like, let's just own up to it, or let's just say whatever. Let's speak in normal terms. Let's be imperfect. I'm a very imperfect person, obviously. But I just come out and I try to be me, because if I'm me and I screw up, then depending on the screw up, I may or may not get a chance to rectify that in this day and age. But if I'm just being me, it's that cliche. If you're just being honest, you don't have to try to like track your lies, right? Like you don't keep track of all the things.
Yeah.
And so we just try to be fairly honest on that. With the original question though, it's like, you know what, between Ali and Runaf and Zilith and Jahar, one of the new kind of things that popped up on the class things was because I referenced multiple people, they're like, oh, people aren't talking to each other behind the scenes, or there's a conflict in vision or whatever. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Like you've got specific people owning specific classes or specific systems. But the thing that I'm seeing this year that we didn't have previously was we have a lot of input in terms of data, feedback, analysis. There's a lot of data analysis and freaking charts and numbers and, things being discussed behind the scenes with the systems guys. And we're looking ahead of like, all right, is this sustainable? All right, we may have to like eat the pain of doing a nerf here and here now so that this actually will be sustainable later. Or, hey, especially with like classes where or reworking classes that are then being seen in their first iteration relative to unreworked classes that may be OP in certain ways or may not be where they're going to be ultimately, then they're being compared to that while we're tweaking systems, while we're making adjustments, sometimes imperfectly. Sometimes we're like, oh, I thought that got pushed. That's not pushed. Oh, shit, there's a bug. Or, oh, I forgot that we just increased this, or we just made it so that int has this impact and then I did this calculation wrong. That stuff definitely happens. But the thing that's happening a lot now is these guys they're sharp dudes and they're talking to each other and people are listening and taking that feedback and discussing that feedback. And so it's not a situation where we're going, everything's on the shoulders of one guy, don't screw it up. This really is something where there's a number of people discussing it, and hey, I'm thinking this, what do you think about this? Because if I look at this, am I missing something in the math? What do oh, I just heard this on the class forum and they pointed that out. Oh shit, that's actually a bug. That's right. Okay, glad you caught that, glad they caught that. It's just design, man. It's the team now feels more like a design team than it ever has. So
Yeah.
how do we deal with it? We just do the
Beautiful.
best job we can, and then, dude, it's an MMO. You mean to tell me like every class has been perfectly stable and everybody's been happy with their class perfectly over the history of WoW? Or and that's a multi-billion-dollar franchise. So
Yeah.
sorry if we have a bug every once in a while, dude.
Yeah. No, that's great. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Now, this is kind of like a bigger picture kind of a question. And so it's something that I think about a lot. And I'm just genuinely curious to what your perspective on this is. So, like, like we've been in this era of like, there's been a bunch of like Kickstarter scams and like these, or even just like genuine projects that have
I
failed.
yeah, I
And
don't
it's very,
I don't know how many meant to be a scam. I think there's just a lot of failure, but go ahead.
yes, sorry, that's correct. And so, so games like Monsters and Memories, like I feel like, and see, we're in this, like Pantheon's been in development. You have Adrenaline Online Adventures, Ashes of Creation, unfortunately didn't make it, and then there's even like, there's so many now I can't rattle them off, but there's like a single indie dev is like making MMOs. Like there's all these like ambitious projects, whether or not it'll be successful, I don't know. And so you mentioned frenemies earlier. That's a funny term. I wonder if that applies to like some of these projects. But basically, like, so we're in this era now. Monsters and Memories is being developed, and I kind of feel like the industry has moved away from MMO games in general. Like it seems like they've pulled the plug on like the like New World and stuff like that, and I keep hearing this term like MMO light. They make this game with kind of social elements, like it's a little bit social, but not really. It's more about you and not so much the world. So I kind of feel like we're moving away from MMOs, and this might feel like maybe the last gasp to like really capture that sort of feeling that we're all after. And so, but with Monsters and Memories, I'm wondering if like you think maybe eventually, like, what do you think the next step would be? Maybe some kind of like virtual reality Sword Art Online style. I mentioned well, I was listening to your Jeff Butler interview, and how you guys were kind of talking about how if it is like some crazy case like that, you would want to be the person making the game, not the one like plugged into the matrix or whatever. But like, do you see us kind of going that way, like just some crazy giant leap in the next 5, 10, 15 years? I don't know. Like, do you think, I mean, there'll always be a desire for MMOs, but then it's like another thing too of like, sorry to throw all this at you, but now you have like, in Asian markets, let's say, there's more people are on their phones versus just like having like a nice setup at home where they can like really sit down. So there's all these like mobile games, mobile options and stuff. So I don't know, I guess, how do you see the kind of evolution of MMOs? I definitely think something's been lost kind of along the way, and that's why I'm so interested in this project, because it really does try to answer that question of like, what if it all went this different way, and we kind of kept it sandboxy. But um, yeah, like, I don't know. Do you think about that long term? I guess like a future of the genre in
I I
general.
I did a lot more. 2017, I was very interested in like AR and VR and stuff, and doing some experiments, and one of the places I interviewed at this around the same time I was interviewing at like Star State One stuff was a place called Magic Leap in Florida. With one of the guys that I knew from Sony was there, and I was very interested in AR. And what I so there's a lot there. I think um
Yeah, that was a
A,
lot.
AR and VR has been around, just to be cliched in my response, it's been right around the corner for 30 years or whatever, right? And in 2017, I was like, oh, it's going to happen. And I was very interested in the applicability, is, is that proper English? Of
Yeah.
MMO development to AR. And I was just talking to somebody recently on this topic because they had actually worked on some stuff like that. But because essentially everything that we do in MMOs in terms of like understanding the space and spawning and permissions and all that other stuff is very applicable to AR. And so I always assumed that there'd be a reskinning of the world kind of thing that would happen. And, like there'd be a big market for cosmetic pets and, all sorts of interesting things. But what we found is the miniaturization of the hardware has never really happened. And I don't know, man. Like, I think if there's going to be a big leap, maybe it's some dystopian ass like Neuralink. You're just literally
Yeah.
jacked in. Maybe it's just a hardware issue. I think more realistically, though, when we, look at the kind of immediate timeline, I think MMOs aren't going anywhere. MMOs are like the PC in gaming. There'll be a cycle of, PC is dead, long live PC, right? Like consoles and phones are all people want. And then I haven't checked the stats lately. I've kind of been out of touch of the industry, sort of like deep dives and stuff. But PCs just kind of come back up again, right? Like PC gaming is not going anywhere. Um, it's just a different experience. And then with MMOs, I think the last 2 years have been great for content creators and making YouTube videos about why MMOs are dead. And now there's like, I think I just watched something from Force Gaming where he's like pointing to several MMOs that are in development that people are hyped on. I think it's just cyclical. Um, because I do think there's a need that's out there. Like people want to be in a world with other people, even if it's massively single player, right? Like, and so there's a whole bunch of videos on that where people articulate it better than I will. But that idea of I want to be independent in my ability to accomplish things, and but I want people to see that what I've accomplished, right? And so that's always been a big thing with MMOs. It's one of the reasons why I don't like playing a ton of single player games over the years. It's just because I'm like, even with achievements or whatever, it doesn't matter the same way. What it is I want to be in a world where people can see me in my cool armor or whatever.
Yeah.
And so getting that thing gets into degrees of like, well, what type of MMO are you? I just pictured the guy with the pink glasses. What type of American are you? Or what kind of American are you? What kind of MMO are you? And yeah, shout out to Jesse, what's his name? Great actor. Anyways, kind of a crappy movie, but great actor. So I think the MMO is going to stick around for the same reasons why I think we'll see, knock on wood, that people have been wrong about M&M. And now I'm not saying that M&M is the end all be all, but what will point to is we've gone through these phases of when the first year to 2 years is just vaporware. It's like, why are you bothering to do this? It's never going to be anything, right? That was the little bit of criticism that we got. And I got to say, man, you know, we have had a mostly unbelievably positive run. When I point out like I'm usually just kind of like, for me, it's a silly, fun topic because I explained the internet to my wife a lot. She's a dental surgeon, so she didn't understand Reddit or FOH forums or anything.
I
And
do the same thing with my
until,
wife. Yeah.
and then, now she's like intrigued. To her, it's interesting. She'll read it and be like, oh, wow, they said what, kind of thing. And, um, so I reference it a lot and I just think it's kind of funny, but I'm also, I pay attention to it, not because I dwell on it, because it's interesting to kind of see what people are thinking. A lot of what I'm seeing, or a lot of why I like reading Discord or like reading Reddit or like reading the comments is it is overwhelmingly positive and I'm blown away by it. I'm just like, wow, this is wild. And so the YouTube comments, I statistically, it's just overwhelmingly positive. I'm not, asking people to bomb your comments or ours or whatever, but like, and it's just the coolest shit, man. Like people post some of the coolest stuff about playing with their family for the first time in a long time, or just having that sense of, hey, this scratches an itch I didn't think would be scratched again, or I got my kid into gaming here and they're like playing this and they're and it does feel like it did back in the day, or I met new friends. So we went through vaporware to, the next phase is just kind of like no one's going to be interested. Like, yeah, you're actually going to make something, but no, it's going to be for 50 sweaty P99 dudes. Okay. But interesting. And then over time, there's a lot more like, I'm the target audience, and as the target audience, I'm telling you that you can't make this game this way because I don't have the time anymore, or I don't have the, like my life's changed. And it's like, okay, but then are you the target audience? Well, I must be, because no one else is going to play this game if they haven't played EQ or P99 or Final Fantasy 11. Well, weird, because more and more people keep showing up and filling out, like, they're either in comments or they're filling out the opt-in for, beta, or we're talking to them, or we're in groups with them in game, or they're making content. They never played EQ. They weren't playing games then. We have young people. I'm not saying it's a huge percentage, but we've got people that they just weren't able to play back then. We've got people that are coming in from Classic WoW that are like, I heard about this from other Classic WoW people, and it kind of is a weird game that I've never played before. Do we churn the 30% of them or whatever? Sure. Again, none of this is me saying the game's going to be big, but what I'm saying is, I've heard then that one of the reasons why the game's not going to click is because people don't play games this way anymore. It was like another phase of, well, we have Discord now, and we have Instagram, and we have YouTube, and we have social media, so people aren't going to communicate with each other the way they did. Well, that's not what OOC is showing me. And ask our GMs who are spending a lot of time, or when I'm pulling petitions, I'm spending hours in game, just in Night Harbor, chilling out, watching OOC when I'm not pulling people from under the world, or, breaking up a fist fight in Wormsbane because somebody was at, whatever, Jeffrey first or something. It's like, people are like helping each other out, man. And they're complaining about the stupid rogue quests. How do I get on the wall? Well, let me show you, because Shawn apparently needs to make that mud action a little bit more easy to decipher, right? Like we see this stuff, and you see it with streamers, because like streamers are streaming and people are in there. Oh no, you got to do this. And this is what we were shooting for, right? Like this was very intentional. When a lot of those things where it's like, well, this is a stupid friction point, or this is tedium. Well, some of the tedium is to get you to slow down, man. I just watched a 5-minute video earlier today on pipe smoking. And, shout out to the East Texas Piper, or whatever his name is. Cool. And he's like, because I have pipes on my desk, and
oh, nice.
My splurge,
hell yeah,
my thing that makes me happy is just like jars of interesting tobaccos and stuff. And
dude, that's awesome.
Got a stack of them.
I want to get into it. One of my buddies is really into that. Yeah, I never tried.
It's just dude potpourri, right? Like it's just I'll take a jar and I'll just open it up and be like, oh man, this smells so good.
Right. And you guys added like a smoking thing in the game recently, right? That's cool. Yeah, check that out. Yeah.
There'll be more. There'll be you'll find rare like pipe wood, and be able to carve pipes and find interesting herbs to,
hell yeah.
Yeah, eventually that'll be a passion project. But and it's but his whole thing was, he was like, I felt stupid for the first year or two that I smoked a pipe, because everybody's talking about, oh yeah, you get these hints of this and a taste of that and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, every time I smoked it, it just tasted like ashes. It just tasted like a cigarette. And I was like, am I stupid? Am I doing, like, what is wrong here? Is everybody lying to me? And then I guess somebody told him, or he watched a video, and they're like, well, if you smoke it really fast, it burns really fast, really hot, and it's very ashy, and it's very sooty, and it's just smoke. But if you burn it to, it's just barely burning, and maybe you got to relight it every once in a while, but you just barely burn it, then you start to get a little bit of that taste, and a little bit of that smoke, and a little bit of those flavors. And the other thing it does is what a pipe's supposed to do. Get you to just take a minute, 20 minutes out of your day, sit somewhere, smoke your pipe, slow down, calm down, right? And so some of these things where it's like,
that's beautiful.
I'd like to be able to do that quicker. We don't want you to do it quicker. We understand how quicker works, man. Like,
yeah,
it's not, well, but this is tedium for tedium's sake. It is. It is tedium to get you to slow down a little bit. Not because we're trying to stretch it out so that we can get another $15 out of you, because we think that, X number of tool swaps and Y number of running to the right merchants and, Z number of clicking items individually to loot is going to stretch out the experience long enough for us to get another $15 out of you. It's try to get the experience to slow down a bit more. And so when people are in game chatting and helping each other out and talking in group and meeting each other, making new friends and slowing down a little bit when it happens, and I'm sure there'll be comments saying that all of this is bullshit, but it's fine. Maybe that's why then we see people go, hey, this feels different. This feels like it felt back in the day, or I haven't had this feeling. I've played every MMO for 25 years, and this feels like my first MMO experience, and I'm loving it. And we get that feedback. So the thing is, most of our feedback is positive. If 95% of our feedback was negative and only 5% of our feedback was these positive things, it's still just a math question. Is that 100,000 people and 95,000 are being negative? Well, 5,000 is not a bad start. That's where we said we wanted to start back in the day. If we could get 5,000, man, dreams come true. All right. If we're at 10,000, we're in a pretty comfortable spot, right? So people are like, people may make comments about the fact that you've been very positive on this stream, and you like the game. And so people are like, oh, it's an echo chamber. It's like, well,
It's,
I mean, an echo chamber,
toxic positivity. I think
positivity. Yeah.
calling
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Because if you're not telling me that, like, the game, this idea is shit and it's tedium for tedium's sake and instancing is a thing, then I wouldn't know it. Thanks for saving us from ourselves. Like I say stuff like that. I don't mean to be like totally sarcastic or whatever. It's just, but the thing is, if an if it's a big enough echo chamber, that's just called a like fan base, right? Like,
Yeah.
There is definitely value when people are like, hey, this isn't right, or hey, I noticed this doesn't feel very good, or hey, I noticed there's a bug here, or hey, like I think the math's off on this, or hey, what would be cool is if we change this, if you're into it, or we read that shit all the time. We listen to it, like we've made changes and we've taken a lot of feedback. When people are like, when they're like, hey, this shit sucks, dead game, and you're like, okay, bye. They're like, oh, see, they didn't even want to hear any feedback. Okay.
So many trolls.
Unplayable. Okay, well, thank you for your feedback. Yeah. So to your question of MMOs, though, I do think it's interesting to see there are, even within our little scene, there are different takes on this. And it could be, people point to something like LDoN, and I'm like, okay, cool, man. Like, I'm not being lame when I say, cool, that sounds like your game then, man. When you come over and you're like, they did this and they added that and they got that. Cool. Yeah. That's good for them. I mean, I've talked to, not as much recently. And again, I don't know, like I've had conversations with Joppa. I've had conversations with Hidden Tree. I've had, like conversations with folks. And in the past, I think everybody's just kind of busy, but in the past we have little 3, 4, 5-man DM, between like some of the Eminem guys and the AOA guys, or, I'm talking to Joppa or whatever. Haven't talked to a lot of people lately, but I mean, we're busy as shit, and I think they are too. But the thing is, it's like I've provided feedback and said, hey, I wouldn't do this that way, but it's not my game. you do you, like, and they're like, yeah, well, we like that. I'm like,
Yeah.
awesome, man. If anything, it's just making the games more distinct. And
Yeah.
so then there's a little bit of like, you know, well, that's why this game's going to succeed and this game's not. Maybe isn't that going to be an interesting thing to learn? Like, let's just assume that we can all execute at the same level,
Hmm.
because we may not execute well, and it could be that our ideas actually were valid and the game doesn't click because we failed to execute properly. That's a possibility. Um, but let's just assume we all execute at the same level. The timing's good for all of us. Isn't it interesting to kind of see, like, Pantheon's a very different game. When we first were doing this or whatever, kind of like, is there enough distinction between the games? I Embers at the time, I remember seeing like their hip lamps and darkness and stuff. And I was like, dude, Embers has got stuff going on that we've been talking about, and Pantheon's doing stuff that we're talking about. And AOA is, at the time, EverQuest is doing stuff that we've talked about. And then it's like, oh man, are we all too similar? And then over the years, it's Pantheon's got a very different feel than we do.
Yeah.
AOA's got a very different feel than we do. Embers is a very different game than what we're making. I'm glad they exist. And so, if anything, because it removes some of the pressure to, like, I don't know, I guess the pressure wasn't there, but it's like, we're not trying to capture all of you dudes, right? Like, and people are like, well, but then it's a niche of a niche of a niche. Maybe, but I would hope that, you know, I would hope that people are going to try AOA that never played EQ. I hope that every kid that's ever played, I hope that every person that played Minecraft last month, all 200 million of them, checks out AOA, and they get a nice percentage of that. That will wind up being, dude, they'll be in stellar shape. That will be life changing for them. Am I going to sit around and like, oh, well, they made more money than we did? No, good for them, man. And if it's because they made decisions that we didn't make, okay, then that's the way shit works, dude. Pantheon, I'm hoping that they're behind the scenes just hammering away. They had 115,000 people pay $40 on Steam for their early access launch. 100,000 plus people check that game out. And their curve, if you look at the Steam charts, it wasn't month one, boom. It didn't look like some games out there. Their decline was more controlled than New World when it came out. Go look at the Steam charts. Let me know if I'm wrong. Right? It wasn't a month later everybody stopped playing. They had a gradual decline that I think is a very respectable sort of decline over time. And the question is,
Hmm.
like, getting more stuff out, getting content out, and that's a challenge for all of us. It's something we're going to face. But
Yeah.
so that tells me that there's a lot of people that were interested there, right? So is it
Absolutely.
really a niche of a niche?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And no, that's beautiful. I love that. And you've mentioned it before too. It's like, hey, we're happy to be your side piece. You can check on us every once in a while. We're here. And dude, like, for me personally, sorry if you hear some background noise.
I don't hear anything.
I've only checked out like a fraction of the game. Like I've, and it to me it's just incredible. And that's a fraction of the 20%, I guess. So it's great.
I I hope you find it compelling, right? Like, my bigger concern is, because there are things that I worry about. Not I don't spend a lot of time worrying about, but it's natural to kind of think through it. It's like, um, we hope that, especially people like you that have like done lore videos and gotten deep, and you've got, I
It's so
think,
much
high
fun.
hopes for I'm like, oh, I hope we live up to it, right? Like, I would be more worried, um, but like, our beta metrics are the number of people that have played more than 500 hours is hundreds, like I
Okay.
don't know, 400. I can bring it up and I could click a couple buttons real quick and bring it up and be precise, but
No worries.
it's it's several hundred people have played more than 500 hours. We've got like inching towards 100 people have played over 1,000 hours
Yeah.
of a beta
Yeah. And
of an
people
unfinished game. It's
people are begging to get in, by the way. People are begging to get in. It's amazing.
But those people don't know what they're in for yet, right? So those I kind of look at, people that are like, "Oh, I can't wait to get in." Yeah, and then quit 15 minutes later potentially, right? They could be, but we what we've seen is in our metrics, we churn a solid 30%.
Hmm.
We think we just know during that playtest they churn or whatever. Um, but our retention's been pretty good, and uh, I say pretty good, but seems really good. But we'll see. I don't want to jinx it, but it's like, my hope is we've got these big sort of moments. I hope that people get in and they like what they see and they stick around for a while, and then I hope that we have enough people that stick around for us to get more of the world in place, and that just kind of continues. And then I think by the time, it would just be amazing to get to 1.0 and have some people maybe log in for the first time and the 100% of that map is there, and they decide one day that they're gonna run as a level 7 fighter and a level 13 cleric. They meet each other in Night Harbor and say,
Hmm.
"I want to run over to East Hem. Heard there's cool stuff on the way." And it takes them forever to run it, and it's one of the craziest experiences that they've ever had. That's the hope,
That'd be
right?
cool.
And so
Yeah.
that's what we're working for. We're not doing this to like. I've seen it, and I know it's just people being silly or just uninformed. It's like it's not a get rich quick scheme. It's not a rug pull. It really is like, can we make enough money to sustain the company long enough to make this big ass game? And will this big ass game actually be cool? Or will it be lame? Will it be like, the world's too big and there's not enough interesting things, or it feels redundant? These are all things that we have to think about. I don't know, man, but yeah.
No, it's interesting. Yeah. I'm curious too, just because I want to get a few of these in. I don't want to keep you all night. So
Yeah.
again, I really really appreciate it. How are we doing on time? We're just past the 5 hour mark of recording.
Okay. I can definitely feel it, and I
Oh,
just feel bad for anybody that's going to listen for this long.
dude,
I'm like,
yeah,
oh,
me too.
but
It's crazy.
I don't necessarily find myself that interesting.
No,
So
it's
if you're
great.
still listening, awesome. But yeah, please ask away, and
I
then we'll,
I
we'll
I just let it flow as is. Let me see here. Do you what makes like whenever you're looking at dungeons? So I have noticed, and many people. So like basically, the Night Harbor area, like the quest design, some of the dungeons, But then as like the game progressed and more of it got fleshed out, I've been more on like the Phelan draw side, just doing some adventuring, and you can just like really see the difference between like some of the earlier dungeons versus like something newer like Black Tide Bay, which is amazing. By the way, probably my favorite dungeon so far. Like what makes a dungeon feel like a real place to you, instead of just like a hallway full of mobs, let's say? Do you think about, I guess, like on a deeper level, like, how do you keep a dungeon relevant? How do you keep it engaging over time? Versus like, okay, you know what? This is a level 15 dungeon. Let's go. Let's get our stuff. Boom. We're out to the next area.
I mean, some of that is just kind of what we try to do with everything, which is even in a lower fidelity in terms of like the number of polys that we're pushing or whatever game, we try to be very conscious of opportunities for you to have like a first experience.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, a lot of that's just it's it's the tricks that we're obviously using with like lighting and things of that nature. But you know, when you go in, that moment you come around the corner and you see Wormsbane entrance for the first time, that's kind of setting the mood, right? Like,
Yeah.
because so even if you're going in and the halls are a bit more structured and things are a bit more square and lower quality, and Wormsbane's like that was our well second dungeon. Ancient Crypt was our first dungeon. It was never meant to really be in game, but we kind of left it in.
I love
But
Ancient Crypt.
it really is like just a test zone. That's actually an extrapolation of the very first room that the game started in.
Yeah.
The walls and everything are some Ollie made modular pieces that we started talking about dungeons, and we went in and just did a back and forth of like, all right, you go in and uh what wound up happening was I think Nick went in and made some additional rooms and made it bigger, and then he was gone for like a 3-day weekend or something. I went in and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna make this even bigger and like redo the population so that I can kind of show what I meant by like mob distribution and stuff. And that's kind of how the dungeon became what it is. And it was only meant to be a test dungeon, so not a lot of thought went into that. But like Wormsbane, you know, it was from that first moment of you see the entrance and that sets the tone, and then you see it again later on in Fiona's room, I believe, right?
Hmm.
And as we do more dungeons and more zones, we'll get better. Just like as we do more quests, we get better. And so you can tell the difference between one of the starter quests I put in Night Harbor originally to make sure that we had quests for like a beta test or open test versus maybe something you're getting in Fail and Draw. And the the hope is just to always have like these just interesting moments that you can happen. And I went, I worked with Bjorn on Black Tide Bay. We used a new process and went really fast to get that in. It still needs a bit of love and props and this and that. But between just getting it in and then I think Bilth went through and did a nice lighting pass. That one was designed with a lot of like, I want you to hit the bridge and look over and see the bay, right? It's inspired by the Goonies heavily. I want there to be
Yeah.
the waterfalls and indoors, but like it just to feel like this combination of Disney meets water park meets the Goonies, right? Like a lot of what we're shooting for is how does this make you feel, right? Like is there a moment? Is there this moment where you turn a corner in this area or you're in this specific spot in Night Harbor and you get this view of this other thing, or like the more of these moments that we can create, the better, because otherwise it really is a very simple loop, right? Mobile object appears, you do a combat simulation, mobile object dies, it's got loot increases pool, right? Stat pool, hopefully, or money pool, but definitely experience pool. Like we can get very clinical and it's boring as shit, but it is what it is, right? It's it's like porn without the plot, right? Like if you see like behind the scenes, you're like, wow, this is just clinical and disgusting, I guess. It's just like this is sad.
Yeah.
Where is where's the storyline? Where's the pizza guy, right? Like, and so
Yeah.
what we're focused on is, trying to not have it be about the numbers, and it's important that they're there. It's important that they work. It's important that they create a feel as well. But a lot of it is it's little shit of, is this an interesting spot when you first see it? Do you feel like you're going to find more interesting? Do you feel like you missed something? One of the biggest things that we're trying to build into the game is this sense of like discovery of, ooh, I've been here before, but have I been here? Is it possible that something may happen here that hasn't happened before? Right? Like we've leaned into the conditions, and that stuff's just barely, we'll get more and more of that in. But hey, the fact that you were here during this lunar cycle or during this weather or after this thing happened, and we want to build that into more stuff. Like you know, flesh out foraging better, resources, fishing. And it's just this idea of making it so that it both feels like a place. There are really just kind of memorable moments all over the place. It's not just a, intro sequence or cinematic, where you've camped a spot. Roughly, you've camped the dungeon a bunch. You've been in that area several times, but all of a sudden you've set up camp this one time and you look and you're like, oh shit, like this is just an interesting view. Or the day night cycle when you're here in the spot this time, it just has a different vibe, or it's like, oh, this is, and little stuff adds to it, man. Like we just enabled shadows on the campfires.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
Dude, that's got an impact, right? Like seeing the shadows on the walls, and it's just, you feel rooted in the world. We want you just
Yeah.
we want you to get sucked into it, man.
And
So
I guess those tools too, from a design perspective, like that will improve over time. Let's say, like as Unity or whatever gets better, as like lighting systems develop and like the draw distance, like all that can be, I guess, like it's like modular, I guess, from what I understand. So let's say the game's doing well 5 years from now. There's like some major update. You can continue to like, just kind of update that
yeah,
stuff, right? It's
yeah. Theoretically, yeah. And
beautiful.
and you're seeing it, you're kind of seeing it right now. Like we're both optimizing, and then we're doing things that are not optimal, but then making our way back to the same level of optimization that we had. So like the campfire, for example, shadows were disabled on that because shadows are costly. You'll start to see, I think I was running through Night Harbor earlier today and went by some braziers that didn't have shadows casting before, but now they are. And I was like, that
Yeah.
really roots you. Shadows root you spatially. Like they have a good impact, right? And so we're going to constantly seek performance improvements, and then we're going to constantly see if we can make certain things look better, right? Within our style, without
Yeah.
changing, but we'll see that with VFX as well. And
I,
yeah,
I gotta say, man, the ambience, like, it's a very, very important to like kind of root you in the world, immerse you in the world, and it's just very, very important, and it works really well. Um, dude, I have kept you for so long. I just got a couple things here in closing, and
that's
then I'll
fine.
let you go. There's so much I want to ask you, but maybe years from now we can maybe sit down,
I
maybe
mean, you know
after
what?
EA or something. Uh,
It would be my pleasure. And honestly, I don't know how many of these I'm going to do. So I've
I got.
thought, you know what? Hey, let's take the time and like do it upright. And
Thank you, man.
yeah, so
Thank you.
yeah.
Um, for you, what would success look like to you? Like beyond numbers, sales, kind of population. Like how do you kind of envision the sort of feeling that people get, or like the future of Monsters and Memories when people look back years from now? I guess what do you hope that they remember feeling? What would that look like for you? What
I
what
mean,
what would you like
go
kind
ahead.
of, I guess, tell a player like that's searching for that these like feelings from the classic days of MMOs about sort of what you're trying to build.
I think if we have people check us out and enjoy the experience enough that they have faith that the work that we continue to do is valuable and support us, then that's a massive win, right? So like say you come in, you play for a couple months, or you play for a few months starting in October. Um, if people play for a few months, they buy some merch, and they're like, you know what? I'm not playing. The active numbers go down, but if they leave their sub going or something like that, because they're like, hey, I'm rooting for these guys. I want to come back. I'll check it out again in the next module. And they kind of just do that. that winds up, if that winds up being enough for us to like actually pay the guys and have them focus full time, a number of them, and we just keep cranking it out and the world keeps getting bigger and we keep adding stuff. And when people see it, they're not like, oh yeah, okay, another zone. But they see it and they're like, oh dude, Terralon is badass. Oh man, like that whole like troll starter experience. Yeah. Oh, the Lizard City,
Oh, I
and
can't wait.
East Tim, like East Tim really delivers. If
Thank you for letting Zukan run wild with that stuff. That's
dude,
awesome. He's very
he's
excited
earned
about
it.
the lizard race, and I am too. I love Anyway, not
Th-
to make it like an
There's some
EQ
fun
thing,
ideas, yeah.
but like Ixar, Kunark, it's
Yeah.
incredible. Anyway,
But I
yeah,
think if if we find ourselves this time next year, um, comfortably working on more M&M, even if the player counts, relatively low or something, right? Because that happens, um, if we're able to just keep working on it and the cash is there and the team's happy with where we're at and we're continuing to grind out more of this world, and there are people that everybody's not just turned off on the experience, or everybody's not just kind of, all right, I've seen enough, or hey, the new car smell wore off and is right, I don't want to check it out. And people do want to check back, similar to the way we've all checked back on our EQ characters over the years. Or again, the inception of all of this was see if anybody's streaming EverQuest on Twitch, right?
yeah,
If we've got a chunk of people that fall into that and it allows us to have a little company that keeps grinding ahead on this thing, then that's a massive success. That's that's all we could ask for, man. Like, people have to understand it's feasible that a number of a lot more people play this than we expected or whatever. That isn't even a desire, dude. I would hate for example, say we have the same initial success as Pantheon did on Steam, which again, we're not Pantheon and we're not on Steam, so we don't have an expectation of that. But say that did happen. I don't know that that's better for the game than having a fraction of that is steady and likes it and sticks around. Because are we really prepared to scale? We talk about this a lot. We try to plan for it, but are we prepared to scale for that many people? Especially, with the play nice policy and all that stuff. We discuss it. We're looking at it. We're checking metrics. Stay. Trent and I talk about this a lot, and it's just like, what do you think about scale and how we do it? But I think, I would be very, very happy and count ourselves very fortunate if we had a fraction of that, but it was pretty steady. And as people got tired or churned, new people discovered us, and we were able to maintain a relatively steady sub base that is enough cash to really take care of the guys. I'd rather have that for a year, because during that year, then we're just working on more and we're working on more. I mean, and who knows what's going to happen, man? Like, we could go out and everybody that ever wanted to play M&M has already played in the beta and they don't want to pay us $15. It could happen. Um, we could go out and it's crickets. It's if you've ever had a birthday party, or if you ever thrown a party, or if you've ever done an event, that feeling where it's like, what if nobody shows up?
yeah.
That's going to be there. And so if that winds up being the case, it's unfortunate, but it is one of those things where, like I said, hopefully the team's proud of what they've done. If the team wants to keep working on it, we'll keep working on it. Ollie and I have both said that, we'll work on this thing. If the entire team was like, hey, this just isn't for us, and disappear tomorrow, it would suck a ton, not just because of the progress order, just it's a great team. I like the guys. It doesn't feel like 50 people in Slack, right? It feels so intimate. It feels, you just know the dudes, and because it's not 50 people, it's like, it's, John and Math and QA, right? Or it's, the animators, and it's so it's just it does still feel intimate to me. So it'd suck if they weren't there, but like Ollie and I have been like, hey, in that scenario, you want to just keep like poking at it? Yeah, I guess, it's like it just kind of comes full circle. So, but the hope is that we've just got at a minimum a nice player base that allows us to kind of keep poking ahead, or we could just discover the game's really lame. It's very possible, right? Like by January of next year, it's like we all just discovered, like, actually.
No way.
But it's just weird because I'll be honest with you, if I had more time, I would just be playing M&M. Whenever I can sneak in like a couple hours. The other day, I think it was like last weekend or something, my wife was doing something, and there was nothing crazy going on at work, and I feel so guilty that I'm not working on like new content or something, or updating, our GitHub issues boards, or following up on something. But I was like, dude, I'm just gonna play today. And I like made a coffee and I sat down and I wound up playing for like 4 or 5 hours.
Those are the best
And
days, man. Yeah.
dude, I was just in different pickup groups and we had so much fun.
It's
And
amazing.
anytime I played a game, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not bullshitting. I logged in, I got 40 minutes on like a new tune earlier today in between some stuff. And I just like it. I just like the core loop. It's
Yeah.
pretty to me. I was playing a new class. I got somebody buffed me, and I'm just level 1 dude out there, and I'm like, oh shit, damage shield, let me kill everything,
That's
and
beautiful, man. Yeah.
I'm fully sucked into it, man. So it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. No, that's great. That
yeah,
that tells a lot, you want to play your own game. That's huge. Yeah, I've been playing Necromancer, and I've been really enjoying it a lot versus Rogue, which I mean I enjoy Rogue too, but it's like totally different. Just the stuff you can do on a Necro versus like a Druid or whatever. It can like change your whole game experience. But that's great. That's great. I'm glad you found some time. It's very important.
yeah, yeah.
Eh,
And so, I mean, worst case scenario, we've made a game that I know a few of us enjoy playing, which was the whole game that we were hoping to make, a game that we enjoy playing, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, you're a warrior. This is great. Last question. What um what gives you joy in life? What makes you happy?
Dude, what what shouldn't make me happy? Like I'm 51 years old. I'm in good health. I love my wife. She's super cool. I've got a rad dog. We didn't train him very well, but aside from him wanting to bite everybody and everything, he's the sweetest thing on earth. I wake up every day healthy. I work on a I work on a video game. I work on our video game. It's ours each day. I I'm meeting cool people. I just got to spend hours talking to you. That's how cool is that, right? Uh, you know, there there are days where it's easy to piss and moan. There are days where it's like, and there's, that's life. That's normal. And what I love, especially, like I said, I think one of the things that's really, in, I don't want to like, I'm not somebody that evangelizes or pushes this stuff on anybody or whatever, but like my wife and I, we're Christians, and it's that's one of those things that's really it's new to her. It's something that's only been really a a focus in her life for probably about 3.5 years, and I think when it just clicked for us, and it's made my life where every night before I go to bed, unless I just pass out for some reason, but even tonight, it's about to be 1 a.m. I'm going to do it before I go to sleep. What I do is, I say a simple little prayer, and at the end of it, part of it is me thinking about essentially maybe this is weird, maybe it's morbid, but I think about if I weren't here tomorrow, if I were, if I were to die, what would be one rad memory that I would hope my wife has about our life together before then? So every night, you know, it's the same prayer and it's the same process. And I try to think of a different occasion. I try to think of like, there's no cheating. It's not, you can't do the same one 3 times in a week or whatever. I really try to rack my brain to think about what haven't I thought about recently that is like a joyful moment or a challenging moment that we got through together or just something interesting, something fun. And I try to dig for those obscure things to go along with the big things. And invariably, that also gets me just thinking about, well, what else good happened today, or what else is good has happened recently? Is like a reminder of like, as stressful as life can be sometimes, as challenging as things can be sometimes, or as much as like, I can't believe this thing happened and this bullshit, blah, like or like this happened at work because she has stuff at work. I'll have a thing that comes up and like, it's just like, man, all right. But let's put everything back into perspective. Like how blessed are we to be in this situation right now? Yeah, so what brings me joy in life? Just most things. Most things do. Even if I don't convey it sometimes on stream or in interviews or whatever, it really it it really does, man. Like it's easy to get frustrated. It's easy to be like, "Oh man, I wish I got more work done this week," or oh man, I wish this didn't break or this happened or whatever. Wish it wasn't super hot. And we don't have AC in Germany, so I just got this fan and my ass is sticky. Like whatever. But then I gotta like bring it back into perspective and be like, all right, dude, how are you complaining right now? Like, you know, we're complaining because people are frustrated about whatever change was just made in the game. Am I really complaining to myself about that? We have a game. It's our game. We were able to get this far with very little money and volunteers that are passionate, that are rad people that I'm glad I met, that are some of the most talented people I've ever worked with in the industry. Um, we have, dude, your videos, right? Just let's be real. I watch a video and you're going through lore and speculation and getting in, and I'm like, oh man, he's hot, a little cold on that. Oh, he's real hot on that. Like, and I'm getting goosebumps because you're passionate enough about like you're thinking about it, you're getting in, and all I'm thinking is, man, oh man, I can't wait I gotta go write some more shit. Like
Dude, I
this,
can't
I'm
wait.
gonna fill that out. Like
Yeah.
how cool is that? So when people are kind of, oh well, what happens if the game fails? It's just like, I don't know, man. Like I'll have more free time if we weren't working on the game tomorrow. It is a big weight off my shoulders. This is a weight, no doubt, man. But like, what thing worth doing isn't a weight? Like, what hard thing worth doing isn't a grind or isn't challenging or whatever? Like, running, running sucks every time I do it until I like my bones warm up and I'm like, oh shit, all right, I'm in it. Then it starts to feel good, right? Like, this is work, man. And this is work. This is a lot of work, but like, it's not bad work. This is work. This is the kind of work that we get to do when we're pretty damn blessed. This is very much a first world situation.
It's absolutely beautiful, man. I gotta say,
So,
that's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it feels good when you're working for yourself, like when I'm working on my content or doing stream, trying to optimize stuff, like it's great. I'm happy to do it for, 16 hours a day or whatever. It's just because
yeah,
it's for me. But, when yeah, like go work at some other job, just kind of drain you, but no, it's amazing, man. Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you've contributed to the industry. Thanks for all your work on EverQuest and your work
I
on this
appreciate
game.
it.
It's been amazing. So Really
Yeah.
appreciate you. I,
Well, and thanks for making the videos. We watch them, we love them. You do a great job. It's inspiring to see you get excited about it. Thanks for the interview. You know, this is your time as well, so I appreciate you taking the time. Thanks anybody that's watching it for taking the time to watch it. And yeah, man, like I appreciate it. It's cool.
all right. Thank you. I think we
All right,
got it. I think we got it.
cool.
Dude, thank you so much, man. That was great. I really appreciate it. I can't believe we went so long and oh god, I had so many questions, but I appreciate it. I know you won't do too many of these, so it really means a lot, man. I'm just a
Yeah.
small YouTube channel and stuff, so I really appreciate it. Keep it up. So
Yeah.
that's all I got to
Thanks.
say. I think
Hey, man, if we got
yeah.
enough people that are as excited about it as you, then we'll be okay. So that's all I can ask for. There's no rush on my end, dude.
Sweet. And dude, by the way, thank you so much for doing those interviews. I really appreciate all your work on it. And by the way, I don't want this to feel like an EverQuest like heavy interview, but
Oh, please
I
do.
do have some questions because, dude, like unlike a lot of these other guys, I was just kind of like this poor dude. My parents like don't know computers at all. I got really lucky, or maybe unlucky, I guess, depending on how people see it. But I literally just like picked up EverQuest one day, and that was the game that I played with like pretty much my whole entire life. I never branched out and like played a bunch of stuff. I never played like tabletop games or like did a bunch of stuff. It was literally just EverQuest and then like a few other things. So I actually don't have like this diverse background with all this gaming and stuff. So like my angle is like really from EverQuest, and you pretty much worked on EverQuest at a time where it was just my heyday with the game. That's like I think like Kunark to maybe around like or not Gates of Discord, but Omens of War type of a deal. And that was pretty much like when I stopped playing. So I was like in the
Yeah.
middle of pursuing my 2.0 epic. So thank you, man.
Awesome.
Thank you for changing my life, you know.
But hey, I feel like you know, you're welcome, but dude, I was just in the same boat, but in a different section. You know what I mean? Like I I was just blessed to run into it, right? So, and the funny thing is, you say that about your background. It's similar to mine. I I work with people all the time. They're like, "Oh, you know, did you play this?" Blah, blah, and the people in Discord and stuff. Did you play this? I was like, dude, when you're working on a game and you're gonna play it, hopefully, and then you're working. When do you have time to play a lot of other shit? We would play stuff very in focused ways to like do research or whatever. But anyway, I won't go off on that. We can talk about it later.
Yeah,
We're
dude.
just dudes online.
Actually, you know what I appreciate? I do have a blurb in here. I kind of have a list that I made. I kind of somewhat tried to organize it for flow. But like, I remember watching a VOD of yours from back in the day, and you were talking about how, like, Brad McQuaid is one of my heroes, for example, but you were just super chill about it. I tend to put people on a pedestal and like hero worship. It's kind of like a bad trait of mine. But you were just like, yeah, I mean, you know, he was just some guy. He was walking down the hallway. I saw him a couple times, you know, whatever.
It
And
was,
to me, he's like this
yeah.
godlike figure, but you know, we're all just people. Anyway.
That's ultimately it. You know, like that's and it's a tough one, man, because I don't want to overstep or make assumptions, but what I've pieced together in that situation and just what I know is, for my situation being a developer, it's it had to be tough for that dude because he's just a dude and high expectations, multiple big failures to launch or two big failures to launch, I guess you could say, depending on how people are judging it after the fact. And then, yeah, so it's a tough business and it's a business just made of people.
Yeah.
And, because I hear worship as well. Like I look up to people and stuff. And then, um, as I've gotten older, the realization kicks in. It's like, oh, they really are just as weird and boring and dumb and interesting and everything else is like any of us, right? Like, so, and it's a fucking tough business.